We are live at Collectibles. Saturday, December 6th. I didn't even see. I just assumed Jake everything's set up for me. All right. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully y'all have had a great Saturday. I would say welcome to the weekend, but for a lot of y'all it's Saturday. I mean, these days run into the I'll wake up and I'm like, okay, it's 4:30 p.m. What day is it, Chad? I'll be like, okay, it's Saturday, 4:30. College football is on right now. People have been out doing Saturday stuff, and I'm about to go do a Saturday night. So I'll have to think about what day it is and what's going on. So, you know, I'm like, that's what's going on. Alrighty. So, all right. Georgia probably win it all. Either them or Ohio State. I saw that score. I was kind of surprised. Black Sabbath lights are $59.99. We have 4 left. Time will probably get reset before the end of the year. We'll get probably I'd say by the end of the year, first of the year. This time change makes it very difficult for me. And my workload gets larger and larger every day here. And it's just really hard to get home, go to bed, sleep for a few hours, and come right back and do this on time every night. It's probably the most challenging thing I have to do every day is try to get here on time just based on the workload I have every day. So this is my 6th day in a row, and I feel like I've went home and took like 4-hour naps, maybe 3-hour naps, deep sleep, and then come right back. And so I kind of get later and later because of that. My body gets really just beat down. But every once in a while I can reset on Sundays. And the last few Sundays I've either been very busy or come back here and still working. And I'm staying in that cycle. So, but yeah, we'll try to get it reset. Working 7 days a week and just taking little naps it's pretty grueling. That's why if y'all hear my brain like collapse mid during a show, it's just pure exhaustion. Okay, let's go over here. Well, next weekend I'll be on a trip. See, if I ever take trips with family or something, that's just as exhausting. I'd rather just stay at home. But we got a fun one planned next week. We're going to Vegas for a few days. So I won't be here Friday, Saturday, and definitely Sunday. All right, I'm getting everything shared. That's what I'm doing right now. But y'all probably want me 30 or 20 minutes late or an hour late, because that means I've got the necessary sleep where I've woke up naturally. I never set an alarm either. And so like today I just woke up naturally, so I'm pretty rested. But if I have to set an alarm and I wake up unnaturally and then I rush here, that's when our shows are the worst. But if I'm just naturally woke up and rested, we have our best shows and our best sales. So all right, let me copy link. All right. Just show it to Sphere. Yeah, Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. Next Sunday, I'll be at the Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. That's what I'll be at next Sunday. I'll be seeing the Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. All right, I'm almost done sharing links. Staying at the Bellagio. Gonna take my mom and sister around Vegas, show them the town, eat buffets, get fatter, indulge in sweets and chocolates, play blackjack until 5 a.m., win millions of dollars, lose millions of dollars, come back, say I broke even, probably did not come anywhere close to breaking even. Okay. I'm going to save those last 2 chocolate chip cookies for later. So first thing I'm going to do is do what I normally do, because for about the last 2 weeks, we've done nothing but go through 45s and miscellaneous every night. So when I start these shows, my table's usually a mess. So the show is starting. I'm going to recap stuff here on the table. As I'm cleaning it off, a lot of this stuff I'm going to take up front and start filling back up our showcases. So what I do is there is literally tens of thousands of individual items in this store. I don't have time except when the show first starts or late at night to clear all this stuff off, because vinyl takes top priority. And that's why sometimes we have to have those Sunday shows, because just naturally buying people's collections, we end up with miscellaneous, and we buy other collections. We buy toy collections, coin collections, card collections. So that's what we do. So I'm going to clear off the table, show you stuff. First thing, let's knock off the Beatles. Not literally. Let's not try to knock off the Beatles, but these are reel-to-reels. Price is $99.99. These are 4-track, 3 3/4 inch. 3 3/4 inch reel-to-reels. These are very collectible, very audiophile grade, and these are $99.99, okay? $99.99. We have the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, and the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. Those are $99.99. If you check comps, you'll find that's a very reasonable price if you're looking for those. They appear to be in good condition, too. All right, so there's those. I've got, let's start, these are new cassettes. These are $11.99. I actually think I may have even accidentally ordered these instead of vinyl from our distributor. But I've got the Descendants, Milo Goes to College, and I have Baroness, the Purple Album. These are brand new sealed cassettes, like new releases. These are brand new, and these are $11.99. Brand new and sealed. Jerry Torres gets the Descendants. First Sale of the Night goes to Jerry Torres. I still got Baroness if anybody wants that. Here was a random 45 I found. The World, Come the Glorious Day. The World is $6.99. It's pretty dusty. It's going to need cleaning, but The World, that was $6.99. Okay. We had an Elvis Presley quarter. We sold one last night. There is another one. That one is $15. So it's a painted quarter. Has a COA. Looks like Elvis Presley on there. That's $15. We sold one of those last night. There's another one. What else we got back here? Cassettes. $6.99 on these cassettes. We have White Snake, Slip of the Tongue, Madonna, Erotica, Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, After 7, and Winger. And these are all $6.99 on the cassettes. And then we had White Line, Radar Love, The Choir Boys, A Bit What You Fancy, and Kansas Carry On. Those are all $6.99. So, W for Jerry Torres, that's either for White Snake or for Winger. Let me know. And then Clifford Umstead wants the Elvis quarter. Let's sell that to Clifford Umstead for $15. And then we have Winger and White Snake. So he wanted W for Winger. Okay, that's sold to Jerry Torres for $6.99. Moving merchandise. Excellent. All right. Okay, now last night I brought out a couple new guitars. I just got a message earlier from Jeff Brent RTO. Jeff Brent RTO does want the Jimmy Page double neck. So that's sold to Jeff Brent RTO, $59.99. That's a custom mini guitar. Sell that to him. And then if you order me a poster, could you get it before Christmas? More than likely, yes. And then over here, we got MT Matt wants White Snake, Slip of the Tongue, okay? White Snake, Slip of the Tongue is sold to MT Matt. Let me go ahead and take these few items. In here, just clearing off the table, this is where we stopped last night. This is actually not even tubs I went through. This is what I call my shelf accumulation. This is all stuff that's been over here on my shelf next to me, and we're now moving it. We got cassette, Elvis quarter, and a Jimmy Page guitar. Those are all sold. Moving some miscellaneous. John's dug out a few new miscellaneous items too today. All right. Yeah. And then over here, we have Metallica. This is Kurt Hammett's custom Boris Karloff, the Mummy guitar. That one's $49.99. $49.99 for Boris Karloff, the Mummy guitar. Kurt Hammett custom. That is $49.99. I have that available. If you want it, come and get it. Deadpool. Funko Pop Deadpool pen, that's $11.99. And the Munsters, Herman Munster, that's a Super 7 reaction figure, $24.99 on Herman Munster. $24, and the Deadpool Funko pen, $11.99. So there's those. There's that. Here's you. Here's me. All right, clearing off the table. Got some cool stuff. About to put up a Van Halen tour program. That's something we found today, an original Van Halen tour program. Bear with me as I figure out where to put more stuff. Okay, let me put this right there. So there's that. And there's the Kurt Hammett guitar. Shown the Beatles reel-to-reel. Showed the cassettes. Get one look. And then I'm taking all this up front and laying it on the counter because I'm going to finally get it out of here. Yeah, so Elvis stamps. Been selling these for a while. This stack used to be about this tall. $5 a piece. $5 a piece. This is Elvis Presley, Legends of American Music, 29-cent stamp, first day issue. $5 a piece, or I priced them last night if somebody wanted the rest of them. I think there's 50 left. I said I would take $100 for them. So $5 each, or if anybody wants all of them that's left, $2 a piece. Elvis stamps, $5. Very cool little collectible. Put in your cabinet, your little Elvis display cabinet. We'll go through all the no bids later when we start vinyl. I did sell a Beatles wallet last night. I still got a Megadeth wallet. I got a Megadeth wallet for $21.99, and I got a Beatles revolver wallet for $21.99. So Beatles wallet and Megadeth wallets, those are $21.99. Everybody needs to have, when you go to the gas pump or a gas station to pay for your gas, you need to pull out a Megadeth wallet or a Beatles revolver. They'll be like, man, that guy listens to some good music. Mark Stanley says, I'll take the Baroness cassette if it's still available. It's your lucky day. Baroness is sealed. It's available. And it's sold to you for $11.99. Okay? That is sold to you for $11.99. Okay? Tony McDaniel says, I'll take 5 Elvis. I'll sell you 5 first day Elvis stamps. Thank you, John. Have a good day. John's got us an amazing batch of 45s over here. I mean, great stuff. We're about to start auctioning them as soon as the official show starts. It is started, but we're almost ready for vinyl. 5 Elvis steps, those stamps or steps. Those are sold to Tony McDaniel. All right. Okay. Not ready to go through the air fresheners yet, but I'm about to. So the Beatles wallet is sold to ST. We're sold out of revolvers. That's the one I sold last night. I still got Megadeth. Put Tim Rory on a wait list for the Marilyn Monroe poster. And then put anybody else that wants a Beatles wallet. I can get more of those, okay? That come new from distribution. What else is on here, okay? I got a silver half dollar, $25. And that's a 1962 Franklin half. $25 on that. $25 on that. And then over here, I think the quarter was $15. I'll have to double check. Yeah, 1949 silver Washington quarter, $15 on that. So 62 Franklin half, $25, and the quarter's $15. Never did think I'd see melt silver be that pricey, but here we are. I used to could buy silver halves wholesale, $7 a piece. You would have bought 10,000 now. You would have tripled your money about 5 years ago. Let me lay that ink pen right there. Okay, here are some Japanese CDs. This is actually something we ordered new from distribution. This is a brand new CD bolt thrower. That is $12.99. And then Eric Clapton Japanese CD is $30, and Eric Clapton Japanese CD is $25. This one's got a little bit of a crack. So Japanese CD, $25, $30, and this is brand new from distribution bolt thrower, $12.99 for bolt thrower. Okay, done with those. Let's see. We got autographs. Blackie Lawless and Chris Holmes from Wasp. JSA authenticated. Those are being sold together, $275. Blackie Lawless and Chris Holmes. Those are going to be sold together, $275 on those. Not ready for that. I got to get that in a sleeve, honestly. It's not that expensive of a card at all, but there it is. Okay, and then we're going to sell these 4 8-tracks in an auction lot, okay? We got a really cool David Bowie Diamond Dogs, Tommy James, Jailbreak Thin Lizzy, and one of my favorites, Crossfields and Nash So Far. All 4 of those together for a $10 start, including the David Bowie Diamond Dogs. So $10 start on that. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook? Let's officially go through all the air fresheners. Here's every air freshener I have in stock. $7.99. Now, this is the first time I think I've had these since I've been selling them all year. I can say, great stocking stuffers, okay, where you can actually say, yeah, this is a great time to be showing these now. I've got Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, Motorhead, Ghost with graphic novel background. I've got Ghost with one of the Papa looking guys on the front. Grateful Dead, 1 left. There's more Dark Side of the Moons. I got 2. There's the Misfits. There's AC/DC. So those are air fresheners. I've got 2 Pink Floyd, 1 Motorhead. I've got 3 of that Ghost design. I've got about 5 of the other Ghost design, 1 Grateful Dead, several Misfits, and AC/DC. These are all $7.99, okay? Air fresheners. First thing I have is Tony McDaniel says he'll take one, and Danzig says he'll take one, and they're talking about Dark Side of the Moon, okay? There's that. Those 8 tracks, a $10 start. There's Motorhead, or there's those. I'm going to leave those back there. And then probably the other thing we sell the most of, individually little small items, are these vinyl style cleaning cloths. So vinyl style cleaning cloths, $5.99. These are lubricated, 8 by 9 inch, kind of like a chamois type thing. And those are used for knocking off dust and fingerprints. Do not use them for deep cleaning, but $5.99 for the vinyl style cleaning cloths, okay? There is the air fresheners. Anybody else on those? I'm going to set those over here, and along with the cleaning cloths, I'm going to keep those on my shelf over here. All right, we're making progress. Chevy Chase autographed golf balls. So these are from Bushwood Golf Club. Bob Bushwood? Chevy Chase, Wilson, JSA stickered, autographed by Chevy Chase. $155. Clearing off the table. If you ever wonder what we're doing on CollectCo at 2 a.m. in the morning, we're going through stuff like this. That's over here next to me. Bob Bushwood? $155 on Chevy Chase. Okay, Dustin Hodges wants a cleaning cloth for $5.99. And then Paula wants 2 cleaning cloths and 3 Misfits air fresheners, okay? So that means we need 3 cleaning cloths sold. Boom, boom, boom. There's 1 for Dustin, 2 for Paula. And then she also needs 3 Misfits air fresheners. We can hook you up with that. 3 Misfits air fresheners. That's 1, 2, 3. That was my last 3. Those are also to Paula. Deep cleaning, you need to look into a ultrasonic cleaner or a spin clean. I think I've got a couple spin cleans over here that we've got in collections, but we kind of need to go through them and make sure they're working. All right, if anybody wants all 4 of these cassettes, no bid, $10 buy it now. I figured somebody would bid just to get the David Bowie. $10 for all 4 of those. I'm going to set them right over here. 4 cassettes, or 8 tracks, excuse me. I do that all the time. I promise I know the difference. Shakedown says he'll take them. Great decision. Plus, you got Thin Lizzy Jailbreak, right? Wow. All right, so those are sold to Shakedown for $10. Let me take all these over here. I've already got 2 piles of Miscellaneous sold. The shipping department's going to love me, right, Caden? Caden's here. ABC. Caden's doing ABC. Easy. I think this is something to do with the Spice Girls. Baby Spice. Do you know much about this, Paul? I heard you was an expert. This is Emma, Mel C, Mel B, and Jerry. How about a $10 start? 4 Spice Girl books. What are these even going on here? I'm not for sure, but this is the Spice Girls, and their $10 start. Okay? There's those. All right. Boy, the board's almost cleared. The board is almost cleared. So what do we have next? I have a couple old price tags. I was selling some sports cards last night, or trying to. I told Jim B that I'm doubling the prices for him. He didn't buy any. Ginger, not Jerry. Is that what that says? Oh, okay, Ginger. Boy, they abbreviated Jerry. Did they? I was about to say, what a name for a girl. Okay, so there we go. $10 start on those Spice Girls books. Puzzles. Give me a second. I can go up front and read them off. And then I have not pulled Megadeth yet. Okay, a couple Walt Disney things here. So the first thing, this is an original 1970s Pirates of the Caribbean bronze token, which would be from Walt Disney World. And that's $35. And then I've got a 70s bronze Walt Disney's token, which is $20. So vintage Walt Disney tokens, $35 and $20. Those are pretty cool. I'll read off puzzles in just a second because they're all up front, Jerry. I'll have to step up there to do it. And then here are some pretty cool DVDs for $9.99. Johnny Cash in Ireland with June Carter and Chris Christopherson. No Direction Home, Bob Dylan, a Martin Scorsese picture. Pearl Jam, Imagine in Cornets, Pearl Jam 20, and Zal, The Lesser Lights of Heaven. Those are all $9.99. Okay? All right, Paul? Okay. All righty. Here we go. Moving right along. Here we go. These are all, here's my ink pen. Bic Pilot G2. This is a 10, so pretty wide font. $6.99 for this Pilot G2 10, used by Chad Williams during a live stream. $6.99 for that pen, used by Chad Williams during a live stream. What do we have over here? Zal sold to Mark Stanley for $9.99. Thank you on that. So that leaves me with Pearl Jam 20, Pearl Jam Imaginary and Cornets, Bob Dylan and Johnny Cash. Paul Brothers wants both Pearl Jams, $9.99, $9.99. And then there's Dylan and there's Cash still left. Okay, I'll prop those over there for just a second. What else do we got? Spider-Man statue, pure silver, 1 ounce, $125. Numbered 10 of 500, 1 ounce, pure silver, $9.99, $125 for Spider-Man. And I have 2 of those. The other one fell down in this crack last night. And then here is Halo Master Chief. Halo Master Chief, also $9.99 silver, $125. Okay, and I've got 2 Spider-Mans and I got 2 Master Chief Halo. Paula wants the Johnny Cash DVD for $9.99. Thank you on that. 2 CDs. The Rolling Stones Between the Buttons and Iggy and the Stooges Metallic KO. $6.99 and $6.99. Iggy and the Stooges and the Rolling Stones Between the Buttons, $6.99, $6.99. I'm going to have to move. Okay, if anybody wants all 4 of these Spice Girls books, they obviously did not get a bid. Now they're about now for $10. Paul said, I'll take them. Oh, never mind. He just sneezed. I could have swore I thought he said, I'll take them. He's trying to disguise it. I'll take them. 45s for $6.99. Van Halen, Pretty Woman. Bill Nelson, Do You Dream in Color. Mariah Carey, Vision of Love. Wham, The Edge of Heaven. Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion. Arrested Development. Southern Fried Funk and United Front. Elvis Presley, Blue Moon. Uh-oh, we're about to get into a bunch of Elvis here. Hold on a second. The rest of the stack's Elvis. And then for $6.99, we got Prince, Delirious. Little Richard, Keep a Knockin'. Lyle Filson, The Original Lonesome Christmas Part 1. And Steve Miller, Ya Ya. Okay. Over here at the front, we have Paula on the Rolling Stone CD. Can I sign the pen? I don't think so. Use the pen to sign it. That would be a challenge. Use the very same pen to... Okay, Paula wants the Rolling Stone CD for $6.99. All these singles are $6.99. Steve Miller, Ya Ya. Lyle Filson, The Original Lonesome Christmas. Steve Miller, Keep a Rockin'. Prince, Delirious, and the flip is Horny Toad. We have Arrested Development, United Front. Kylie Minogue, Locomotion. Wham, Edge of Heaven. Mariah Carey, Vision of Love. Bill Nelson, and Van Halen, Pretty Woman. Paul Brothers wants Little Richard for $6.99. That's so to Paul Brothers. Lonnie Jolly, or Johnny Lolly. That is so to him. Prince. There's that. Don't worry, I got more 8 tracks back here behind me for a little bit later tonight. Van Halen, Bill Nelson, boom. Y'all heard the rest of those? Okay, that was my recap. Boom. Next, this is an entire instant collection of Elvis. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 Elvis singles, $55 start. I think they're all different too. $55 start Elvis singles. That's now up for bid. Boom. Okay. Those I'll show later. And I've got Elvis picture sleeves over here to auction. And I'll go ahead and show these now. So this is the Beatles. It's a 68 promo of Lady Madonna and the Inner Light. Grade would be VG minus. It does have a repeating click on side B, the Inner Light. This is Simtek and Wiley, VG condition, $49.99, bootleg in part 1. Big Amos, He Won't Bite Me Twice, VG, $14.99. That's a 1966 blues. And Johnny Little, Done It Again. That's a 1967 soul jazz promo, $9.99 on that. And by the way, Simtek and Wiley is a funk song, VG, $49.99. A couple of those probably did. Yeah, the note from Paul actually says, thumping and pumping funk. Bootleg in part 1. Paul says this is fantastic. He's giving it 2 thumbs up, Academy Award winner. Simtek and Wiley. So I think somebody almost bought that the other night, but they didn't pull the trigger on it. But right now's your chance. So that might end up on Discogs, but y'all can buy it right now. And then the Beatles promo is pretty rare. Like if this was near mint, this would be well over $100, or I would just be keeping it, one of the two. Lady Madonna and The Inner Light. That one's $35. That was supposed to be the starting bid. Don't hesitate to make offers. We've had those marked for, well, since back in April. So, but those, you know, you got to find the right buyer for some of those more pricier 45s that aren't, you know, Pearl Jam or Bon Jovi or something like that. Okay. Yes, $6.99. And You and I, part 1 and 2. That's something I don't get as often. Yes, and You and I from the Yes album. And then here is Loretta Lynn's very first single. This is I'm a Honky Tonk Girl. Loretta Lynn is $200 or best offer. It plays about VG Plus. That's on the Zero label. That was her very first single. Yes, and You and I is $6.99. This entire instant collection of Elvis singles are $55. And then over here, my apologies, Chad, if you already did your nightly disclaimer. Metallica lights will be invoiced this week, yes. Metallica lights came in yesterday. I tagged everybody. We sold out again. I have 2 people on a waiting list, and I already have more being made. So there's that. Close to the Edge. Yes, Close to the Edge, not the Yes album. Close to the Edge with 3 songs. And You and I, Siberian Cathatru, and Close to the Edge. $6.99 for And You and I. Okay? All right. Now, even though I'm on the Striper Gold, I'll take the Striper Greatest Hits Black album. Okay. I'm about to go through that crate. I'm going to leave that one back there for decoration right now. So, yes, the Striper album, what we're doing on the Striper album is if gold comes in and you decide you want it, that's great. If gold comes in and you've already bought a black and you're like, I can't get that one too, Chad, I need to pass, that's okay. That's the Striper. So if you didn't hear, I need to go ahead and probably order about 10 more copies tonight so I can start letting everybody know on the pre-order. All right, so here we go. These are $15 each. Most people did not see these last night. I will tag one of those for you in just a second. Brad waits because I'm about to go through our first crate of vinyl. I have John Lennon Mind Games. These are $15 Japanese singles. Rainbow, I Surrender. Carole King, Gets Too Late. 38 Special, Back Where You Belong. We have Deep Purple, Lady Double Dealer, and You Can't Do It Right with the One Your Love, or something like that. Diana Ross, Love Child. CCR, Have You Ever Seen the Rain? Tommy James, Moni Moni. David Bowie, Let's Dance. And James Taylor, Let It All Fall Down. Those are all $15. What is the details with this? With the Shangri-La's LP in the post. The Shangri-La's LP in the post. Boy, I didn't know we had a Shangri-La's. We have a Shangri-La's LP tonight? Uh-oh, that might accidentally disappear. The Shangri-La's is a 65 US repress second press. It's going to go up in about 15 on DB David Bowie for $15. Put down Jerry Stone on a waiting list for Metallica Ride the Lightning Blanket. Ride the Lightning Blanket. And then the condition of Yes, Mike Bartlett, VG Plus. VG Plus on Yes. Scuffing, no marks, better VG Plus condition, I would say. Okay. It was in VG condition. All right, all these Elvis singles, a buy it now. All these Elvis singles, a buy it now for $55. I think I counted 21. Clean, and John has sleeved them all. A bargain. An instant Elvis 45 collection, $55. They're all in brand new sleeves, all in company sleeves, and they're all VG++ or better, I would say. $55 for the instant Elvis collection. And then one more time on the Japanese singles, we had James Taylor, Let It All Fall Down, Tommy James, Moni Moni, Dinah Ross, Love Child, Deep Purple, Lady Double Dealer, 38 Special, Back Where You Belong, Rainbow I Surrender, and John Lennon talking about those mind games, okay? There's those. Where should I lay these? I don't need to get any of these mixed up with anything else. I'll put them right there for right now. Okay, I think we're ready for our first crate of vinyl. It took me about a half hour to clear off the table and show everything. That's why sometimes I don't show it. I just set it back here behind me. Some nights I'm like, okay, let's try to show all this. And let's get started with this first crate because I know there's something already gone out of here. I hadn't forgot about Jerry Stone on the puzzles. I hadn't forgot about those. Hadn't forgot about those. And here we go. Oh. And, of course, Black Sabbath. We have 4 in stock. First time we've had these available since we originally started getting them. $59.99. We have 4 in stock. Black Sabbath lighted sign. They change sequence and you can sync them with music when you're listening to Sweet Leaf. The Banana, Velvet Underground and Nico is brand new and sealed. That's the most recent in-print copy. And that is, in fact, $36.99. So John Lennon, Mind Games, Rainbow, Wolverine wants Dinah Ross and Rainbow for $25. All right. And the flip of James Taylor is Daddy's Baby. That's from the album Walking Man. So that just leaves these 5 singles. I'm going to leave John Lennon back there. I think that one's always pretty cool, the artwork. $15 on John Lennon, Mind Games. All right. Knock those out. We're moving, folks. Moving merchandise. Hadn't even sold the first record out of the first crate. All right. Scentless Apprentice wants a Black Sabbath light. You got it. I got those stacked right over here next to me, so I don't have to unplug that one. Now we're down to 3. Now we're down to 3. That one is sold. So it comes with the light and the switch. Make sure Jerry Stone's on the Ride the Lightning blanket waiting list. Did any of those come in yesterday? You know, there's been so much stuff come in around me over here. I'm trying to figure out and make sure all the blankets are in one spot and make sure no more additional came in. So we got John, Paul, and Laura here today. John's marked 4 crates of vintage. I think Paul's already been marking stuff. Laura's marking stuff. I'm marking stuff. We're going to have a fun night. Saturday night. Last night for vinyl before basically invoicing begins. Okay, here we go. First auction of the night. Van Halen. Van Halen. This is the Van Halen Fair Warning 1981 tour book. $25 start. $25 start. Van Halen tour book. $25 start. If I had to grade a tour book, I would say VG++. It's got a couple corner dings, but I mean, somebody had it. They used it. They looked through it. Really cool images. Van Halen tour book. $25 start. Okay, that's our first or our next auction of the night. I'm going to put the Elvis singles over here. Probably need to read through those individually at some point. Let me pick out a few hit songs and sell them that way. Let's see here. Suspicious Mind, $6.99. Here's one I don't get as often. Spin Out. And the flip is All That I Am. $6.99 on that one. And let's do this one in the picture sleeve. I've Lost You. The Next Step Is Love. $6.99. It's Now or Never. That's a cool one. It's Now or Never. And then Blue Moon and Just Because. $6.99 each on those. We can't go on forever, Caden, with suspicious minds. Suspicious. Okay. All right. Wolverine won't Spin Out for $6.99. Tom Kelly's in on Van Halen at $25. And it's Now, or Wolverine put Ive. He may be wanting something else. We'll find out in just a second. Okay. And then Japanese, no bids last night. You leaving, Caden? Yeah. See you later. Stones 35. And CCR 35. Credence is 35 and Stones is 35. That's our only 2 Japanese no bids last night, okay? Those two right there, they're still available. Van Halen's A Final Call for $25. An original 1981 tour book. $25 on that. I think Wolverine's I've comment is for It's Now or Never. And I've lost you. Oh, I've lost you. Sorry. Whoop, right over my head. That's so to Wolverine. And then Mellon and Jennings on Blue Moon. Okay? And over here we have Suspicious Mind and It's Now or Never. There we go. Just jumped in. Glad to see Chad. I guess no TM game today. TM game? The something? I'm really, I'll tell you what's bothering me. Let me get it right now. I dropped a $125 silver Spider-Man statue in between down in this crate last night. And I'm worried I'm going to like forget about it. And it's going to stay down here for like 5 years. So let me get this Spider-Man statue out. No, Tennessee is done. Well, they'll play in one more bowl game, but their season's over. No more Vols. I will be here every Saturday unless I'm out of town for something. I have pretty much no more interest in watching college football for the rest of the year. I'm done. I'm retired from watching college football for a while. Until next year. They had a pretty mediocre season. All right. And then the last two Elvis for $10, Michael McDade. Okay. The last two, It's Now or Never and Suspicious Minds. All right. Well, we got half of what I was asking for the whole lot right then, selling those individually. There we go. Spider-Man. $125. Hard to break silver. Tom Kelly gets Van Halen for $25. So did Tom Kelly. $25. Okay. Thank you, Tom Kelly. So here is an amazing batch of 45s that John brought me today. These are all picture sleeves, 60s, 70s, 80s, Elvis. There's Sun stuff in here, Otis Redding, Prince, picture disc, Madonna's. This is a really good batch. We're going to have one of these up for bid all night tonight. Here's one of the first ones. Probably one of my favorite of the Elvis Sun picture sleeves. I mean, look at that. Rock and roll. Elvis. Shake, Rattle, and Roll. Blue Moon. I Love You Because, and Lawdy Miss Claudie. What an awesome release. 1956. Wow. 1956. No splits in the sleeve. VG Plus or better, and I think it will even get nicer. It looks like it's still dusty, so it will even get better. And the disc is probably VG Plus. It's got a scuff right there, so it's VG Plus and a VG Plus sleeve. $25 start on Elvis. That's a good one. That's now up for bid, $25 start. Let's go ahead and put up John Denver and the Muppets. This is always this is always popular, is what I'm trying to say. John Denver and the Muppets is a 1979 U.S. Indianapolis OG, and it has a poster. Laura says just the poster alone needs to be a $20 start, but we're starting the whole package at $20 start. John Denver and the Muppets. Let's take a quick look at the poster. I don't know if I've seen too many with the poster. Wow, look at that. John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together. Top cam right quick. Look at the poster. And somebody, just hit me. Why can't I go to top cam? There we go. T-shirts. T-shirt is coming soon, Paul. Okay. T-shirts are coming soon. Yeah, I think a couple people's already asked me, and I hadn't. I'm going to eventually give Craig Thomas access to our group so he can post T-shirt pre-orders for us. John Denver, $20, or he'll never get done. Don't trip up the crate behind you. Oh my gosh, Paul's dropped off a crate. Did I miss anything else? This one? Yeah. Okay. I was make sure nothing else got buried. I'm still missing a crate of new vinyl from last night. Elvis has a bid for 25. There's John Denver. And where's my phone at? It's around here somewhere. Where are you, cell phone? Okay. Shangri-La's is on deck. Got already a couple people want me to run that one. All right. Let's see here. Sounds like a great Saturday. Sounds like I'm going to have a fun day Sunday posting pre-orders. All the dang, what else? Start your year off right. I got to get all those posted. Sounds like I'm going to be working all day tomorrow. All right, I got to stop this sale. I got to get to work. Show's over. I got to go get to work. I just got to stop the show and get to work. Okay? All righty. So here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the following. I'm looking for Megadeth, Brittany Fox, Striper, Queens of the Stone Age, NXS, Striper, Brittany Fox, NXS, Marilyn Monroe, Metallica, Master of Puppets, Wicked, Purple, Dolly Parton, Gordon Lightfoot, and Queens of the Stone Age. We got it. So Rhino Hi-Fi, The Door, self-titled Kevin Gray, gatefold, $39.99. Nobody's been on John Denver, $20 start. Nobody's been on John Denver, $20 start. Elvis Presley's at $26. I've got 3 Stripers. Now, technically, the first one needs to go to Stephen Reeves, and then the other one needs to go to John Smetzer, and then the third one goes to Brad Waits. Okay? Now, I have one left back there. If you pre-ordered gold, I don't know if we're getting them or not. So, don't get the hopes up. I would not get your hopes up. However, if they come in, you can still take it. If you don't want it, we can cancel it. It'd be very unfortunate, but I just want to make sure everybody gets one. I'm trying to make sure everybody gets one, so one way or another. So I've got one left, that one right back there. The one you see in the back is the last one I have left. Next is more Rhino Hi-Fi. That is Fleetwood Mac. That one's $39.99. And then we had Queens of the Stone Age rated R. So we sold Lullabies and we sold Songs for the Deaf, okay? So rated R is still available. That one's a single LP, $36.99. And we still got both copies of Era Vulgaris. That one's $36.99. John Denver does have a bid with Michael McDade for $20. So that's going once, going twice. Here is our next single, Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, The Ewoks Fight. How cool is that? The Ewoks Fight, or Ewoks Join the Fight. Pretty cool. Very cool. Extremely cool. The coolest. $10 start on Star Wars. Brittany Fox, I think I saw Carla Brecky wanting one. Yep. And these were propped up in the back last night, and I think we sold 3 or 4 just because of that. Brittany Fox is $39.99. That's on blue vinyl, numbered to 750. Gordon Lightfoot is officially sold to Chad Snyder, but he wants me to open it and make sure it's not warped because he bought one elsewhere and it was warped and he regrets it, and this is why he only buys records now exclusively through Collectco. And I'm like, man, I've been trying to tell you that for 30 years. So let's open this up and make sure Gordon Lightfoot's not warped. All right. This Gordon Lightfoot, Chad Snyder, is flat as a pancake from what I'm looking at. Unless I'm crazy. I may have Paul put it on the turntable. Looks flat to me. However, I am cross-eyed, so I can't see. I mean, I can barely even look straight ahead. So let me get that in a sleeve for you. And that's so do you. It looks flat. Sometimes I've been that's why a lot of times warped records, pre-owned warped records slip through, because sometimes you can look at these things down the horizon and they don't look warped until you put them on a flat surface, and then your turntable looks like it's riding a needle, or it looks like it's riding a wave. So there's that. I'll make a note for them to put this on a turntable and make sure it's flat, but sell that to Chad Snyder for right now. Make a note to do that. Let's check that before we ship it. It's kind of hard to tell. And then over here, Elvis. The last bid that came in on Elvis was Samuel Kopech at $27. Fred Cardinel's out. John Denver's at 28, and Star Wars is at 35. Never had that one before. I got one more Gordon Lightfoot for 24. I've got the Cure Faith for $29.99. I still got both of those. The Cure. I've got one Metallica Master of Puppets for $29, and then there's the Velvet Underground and Nico. $36.99. Does have a peelable banana if you ever so wish to. Just think about it. Somebody back in the 60s or early 70s, back in the day, actually peeled those bananas off. They had no idea they were destroying a $1,000 record, but they did it anyway. And underneath it's a, spoiler alert, a pink banana, which I've never seen before in real life. Over here we have Queens of the Stone Age. Lullabies to Paralyze is sold to Daniel Strom, S-T-R-O-H-M. And then we have Wicked. This is sold to Regina Tabor. Thank you, Regina. That's sold to you. Troy Overmeyer got Master of Puppets. That's sold to Troy Overmeyer. Thank you, Troy. That's sold to you. And then the Stone Roses. I still got 2 copies of that. $33.99. I think we're done on Star Wars. And NXS Kick that is going to Matt Algram. Thank you, Matt Algram. That's sold to you. Queens of the Stone Age Songs for the Deaf. That is going to Paul Conway. Thank you, Paul Conway. That is so to you. Chad Snyder got his Gordon Lightfoot. And we have NXS Live, and that was sold to Matt Algram, okay? Matt Algram on, whoop, no, he got NXS Kick. Who got NXS Live? I could have swore Mitch T. Mitch T got NXS Live. Cameron Koenig on Brittany Fox. I thought somebody else got one. Cameron Koenig got a Brittany Fox. And then we have one NXS Live left. Paul dropped off another crate behind me. And then we have Marilyn Manson, Dead to the World, numbered to $2.99, bread vinyl, $59.99. And then the newest release from Olivia Rodrigo, live from Glastonbury, blue and cobalt vinyl, $49.99. Star Wars is sold to Vloddercheck for $35. When did you get that in a sleeve? I don't have any over here, but they'll put that in a sleeve for you. Denver's at 30. What is Elvis? Elvis Presley is a 1956 original EP, EPA-830, an early, one of his first, probably one of his first, 5, I think. High bid right now is $27. $27. The Marilyn Manson is a live unofficial. It's actually got really good reviews, and we've sold a lot of them. It's called Dead to the World. It's on red vinyl, photo book. It's unofficial, and they're limited to $299. Live 1995, 1997, $59.99 on that. So John Denver's at 32, and then Elvis is about to sell. We'll make sure Chuck Haley doesn't want to bid. The high bid is Samuel Kopech for $27. All right, our next auction is going up right now, and that is the Shangri-La 65. Nice. On Redbird with hop sticker. So this is a 65 US repress. The second pressing omits the track Dum Dum Ditty and replaces the track with the mentioned hop sticker. So they took out Dum Dum Ditty and they put in I Can Never Go Home Anymore. So that is an added track. This is the second repress. It's on styrene, not vinyl. Laura says it's VG minus. I missed that minus earlier. VG minus. Play tested, pops with background noise, but does not skip. So the lowest this thing's ever sold for, I think, is $15 on Discogs. So this is a tough album to get. If you were to get one of these in mint condition, like perfect, you would have truly a rare record. So $15 start on that. So the condition review, play tested, pops with background noise, but no skips. But we would grade it a VG minus. So that's up, $15 start. Jason Waltman wants Marilyn Manson. That's sold to Jason Waltman. Okay, so the next thing we had was John Denver 30-32. Chuck Haley, you're out on John Denver. It does have the poster. Samuel Kopech, you're out on Elvis. Chuck Haley has it for $30. And the Shangri-La's has a bid for $15. Dun, 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 dun. All right, one more miscellaneous thing over here as I'm working on clearing off my shelf. I have Paul Stanley Kiss Mini Epic from the Weta Workshop. Paul Stanley is $39.99. $39.99. I can get the whole set if you're so interested. Paul is $39.99. New and brand new and sealed. New and brand new and sealed. All right. I'm ready for that next crate. Let's make sure we got everything off of here. Black Sabbath lights are $59.99. I don't like the way this thing's turned. Can we get this thing the way I want it? There we go. Still missing an entire full crate of vinyl from yesterday's video. It had that NWA record. It had some other claim. I don't know where it is. I mean, Tanner looked this morning. It's gotten recondensed or maybe even stacked and rolled to the back somewhere. So there's an entire crate of new vinyl that is literally MIA. And for those that know, that means missing in action. So I'm going to try my best Sunday to clean up and try to figure out what happened to it. But yeah, there's that. As I was walking over there, I forgot about puzzles. Now, the only way I can do that is I'll have to go up front, grab a big handful, bring them back here, or hopefully my mic works and I can go up there and just read them all off right quick. That'll be the best way to do it. But right now, we have some stuff in here that's sold. And let's get started. So we have Country Funk Volume 3. That is $34.99. I'll do that at the conclusion of this crate. Bobby Womack, The Bravest Man in the Universe. That's $19.99. That is the puzzles. Not an easy way to go do that quickly. The Ensemble of Al Salam, The Sojourner. That's $39.99. And we have Leo Noccantelli, Another Side. $39.99 for Leo Noccantelli. Dolly is sold to Regina Tabor. That is sold to Regina Tabor. Thank you on that. And now it looks like Wolverine has the Shangri-La's for $15. I was just about to sell it. There's another bid for $15. Final call to Wolverine for $15. Elvis is at $38. What happened with the Muppets? The Muppets was for the longest with Michael McDade at $32. I have also not heard back from Chuck Haley on that. Chuck, you've been outbid on the Muppets for a little bit. You also just bid $38 on Elvis. Shangri-La's is at $15 with Jason. We're about to sell it. Introducing Aaron Frazier. That's $29.99. And we have Bardo Pond, Amanita, Bardo Pond. That one was $29.99. And then the Hangman's Blues, Prison Songs and Country Music, 1956, 1972, $44.99. That looked like a really cool comp when I flipped over the tracks last night and looked at it. New Orleans Soul was $34.99. And Camille Yarborough is $29.99. All right. So now Shangri-La's is sold to Wolverine for $15. Denver has a new bid for $33. Elvis has a new bid for $40. John Lennon is $15. That's Japanese Mind Games. The Misfits is new and sealed Evil Live, $33.99. Also, we have Holy Wave Interloper. That is $29.99. Willie Colon is $59.99. And Duran Jones and the Indications, $19.99. Megadeth was sold, and this one was sold to Carla Brecky. White vinyl, 12-inch single, $14.99. ST on John Lennon for $15. That's sold. Now John Denver, $35. Now another bid for $35. Michael McDade's came in first. And Elvis Presley's at $40. Everybody else is out. And then what was the other question? Aaron, Aaron Frazier was $29.99, okay? Over here, we have Red Sea Blood. Red Sea is $44.99. Holy Terror and Submission, $44.99 on that one. Van Morrison, Keep Me Singing, 2016 Coke Bottle Vinyl, $29.99. Led Zeppelin 4 is sealed, $24.99. And we have Marilyn Monroe. She is exposed, but we've covered her up. Sold to Mike Bartlett, $29.99. If anybody else wants anything in there, that was all a recap from new stuff from yesterday. Now we're about to get into all of our newest stuff. New stuff Paul's Mart, new stuff John's Mart, more 45s, more auctions, more this, more that, more cookies, more monsters, whatever it takes. The Muppets is now at $40. It's between Chuck and Michael. Elvis is officially sold to Samuel Kopich for $40. Nice. That one's done. All right. Now, new crate and a new auction. How about we do this right here? Anybody ever heard of this guy? Elvis Presley. EPA 821. This one's earlier than the one we just sold. Heartbreak Hotel. 1956. Vinyl. This one's very nice. That side. Better than most for sure. That one's like EX. Nicer sleeve. A little bit of a stain down here. Splits, No splits. That's always tough on those. No splits. Heartbreak Hotel, $25 start. The Muppets is at $40. It's up to one person, Chuck Haley. Okay? Now, our next LP auction is going to go up right now. And that next LP auction is the following. I got a big stack of $15 starts, so let's put up Sade. Stronger Than Pride, an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG, VG Plus, Shrink and Hype. Sade, $15 start. Elvis is got a bid for $15. $25 is supposed to be the bid. There we go. $25 on Elvis. Here is the Muppets, and that's sold to Michael McDade for $40. Okay, let's go through this first crate over here that's sticker priced. All right, let's do that one. Anybody else on these? Where am I taking these? I'm trying to figure out where to put all the stuff I've gone through tonight over here. That way, if I have to go back and find something, I know where it is without it being too much of a problem. All right, and then let me go ahead and grab the first handful of puzzles. And there's 4 Gigantator stacks. So I'm going to grab a stack, and then I'll try to read them. Hopefully Jerry can hear me. So I'm grabbing a stack. Here's what's in the next stack. Dead Kennedys Give Me Convenience. Iron Maiden X Factor. Morbid Angel Altars of Madness. Hold on, I'm trying to walk. Metallica Ride the Lightning. Metallica Hardwired. King Diamond Abigail. Iron Maiden No Prayer. AC/DC for those about to rock. And Guns N' Roses Appetite. Right. Puzzles are next to me. Where's that next crate? All right, these are new arrivals that was marked today, sticker price. Who's ready for brand new stuff? I'm ready for brand new stuff. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? I'd greatly appreciate it. All right, I've got puzzles over here next to me. I'm about to start showing. Still need to move a few things around. Okay. All right. So first thing's my backpack. Next thing is this stack of stuff here. All right. Next thing is this stool that nobody likes, so I'm taking it outside and setting it on the porch right now. Stuff like chairs that keep getting moved around, nobody likes sitting in. I set them outside on the front porch and say free, because obviously nobody wants to sit in it. So this is going all the way outside on the front porch. Nobody wants this. Okay, free stool. If anybody wants to stop by Collectibles, there's a free stool sitting on the porch. All it does is get moved around back here in our back room, just like one place to another, because nobody wants to sit in it. And I just start setting random pieces of furniture out on our porch. And usually a hobo come by and grab it. Okay. Now I've got a spot to actually set these puzzles. Elvis. Sold for $25. One bid, Gregory Roberts. Sade on a $30 start with Mark Weiss. $30 start with Mark Weiss. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is pretty cool. Hank Williams Sings Volume 2. Very cool. This is MGM super clean disc for a 50s Hank Williams Sr. EP. The sleeve, I would say VG minus, mostly because it has a split, but still very nice for Hank Williams Sr. $25 start on that. Chad, I just checking. I got the Elvis, not Gregory. Yes, this is sold to Wolverine for $25, not Gregory. Gregory's name popped up, and I think I accidentally said Gregory. Okay? Everything in here is sticker price, brand new arrivals. We have OCs. What does that say? VG Plus $39.99. The Smoke Reverser. Smoke Reverser is a 2018 Peacock Blood Edition. And the note from Paul, this album goes hard. That sounds pretty cool. VG Plus $39.99. Hank Williams Sr., a $25 start. And then Sade is a 1988 U.S. Carrollton OG. VG Plus condition. The high bid on that is Mark Vease at $30. U2 was a postcard, $5.99. Hank Williams Sr. is a $25 start. Next is Shipping News, Save Everything. 1997 U.S. OG Indie Post Rock, EX, $44.99. And we have Ghost and Stormy Nights. This is a 2007 U.S. Japanese experimental psych record, VG, $9.99. Okay, Hank has a bid for $25, going once, going twice. Next thing I have for you is this. I have going up for bid right now, Marvin Gaye. What's going on? Marvin Gaye is a 71 OG, an essential album, VG++ EX. It does have a saw mark. Nice OG gatefold. There is damage inside of the gatefold. Hope everybody sees that. There is some damage inside of the gatefold, but the vinyl's nice, and that's a $35 start. Final call on Hank for $25, and I'm assuming everybody's done on Sade. That's also a final call for $30. First set of puzzles. I've got 4 different Iron Maidens. These are all $24. These are puzzles. Iron Maiden Killers is $24.99. Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark is $24.99. Iron Maiden Number of the Beast is $24.99. And Iron Maiden Self-Titled. 4 different Iron Maiden puzzles. Killers, Fear of the Dark, Number of the Beast, and Self-Titled. Michael McDade wants a Killers puzzle. Make sure you know that these are puzzles, and make sure you're buying them, because I'm telling you why. You're going to need to want these when you're snowed in like you are right now, and you want something to do before Chad's show starts every night, and you want to put together a puzzle so that way you can buy another puzzle. What is the Hank Williams? This is Hank Williams Sings. This is like 1950 something. It is X1102. It's about to sell. It has 1 bid for $25. The sleeve does have a split, very common. The vinyl's extremely nice. Next thing on the crate is Danger Zone. This is an 85 US synth pop EX condition, $17.99 for Danger Zone. Beethoven Bittersweet. Beginning Hoff's Bad Rock Blues Band. Is that what I just read? A 1971 US promo, a psych record. VG Plus, $14.99. And B.B. King live in Cook County Jail. VG Plus, $14.99. And then the Eagles live with insert EX, $27.99. Sade is officially sold. I'm assuming Fred Carnell didn't want to bid, and that's sold to Mark Vease for $30. That's sold to Mark Vease for $30. Let's put that away. Hank has a bid for $26. Chuck Haley, you've been outbid on Hank Williams Sr. Very cool to see something like this. That is sold, or that has a high bid of $26 now. Final call on Marvin Gaye for $35. And we have Chet Baker, Quietly There. That's a 66 US mono, VG condition, $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that one is Michael Jackson, Wanna Be Starting Something. This is going to go up for a $10 start. It is, in fact, a white label promo copy of Michael Jackson. $10 start on that. Next in here is, this is the Black Angels, right? Yes, the Black Angels, Directions to See a Ghost. EX condition, $44.99. EX $44.99, and OCs. That is a 2017 Blue Vinyl EP, VG Plus $39.99. Chuck Haley, it's up to you on Hank Williams Sr. Danny has it for $36. And we have Black Lips, Let It Bloom. That is a 2005 USOG VG Plus $14.99. Chuck's back in on Hank at $30. That means Danny Thomason, you've been outbid. And we have Tim Buckley, Lorca. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen this one before. 1970 USOG Avant-Garde Folk EX $17.99. Nobody bid on Marvin Gaye. Unbelievable. This is a $35 buy now price. The cover, the gatefold, has a little bit of damage, saw mark, but nice vinyl. That would probably be considered a steal. Over here, we have Hank Williams now at $30. We have Michael Jackson tied at $15. And then we have the black lips. I'm assuming, Jeremy, you want that one, right? That is so do you. So I've showed 4 puzzles. Here come the next. Here come the next ones. I've got Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Elton John. I've got the Rolling Stones Bridges to Babylon, and I have 3 Metallica St. Angers. 3 Metallica St. Anger puzzles. So Elton John, Rolling Stones, and Metallica St. Anger. Those are all $24.99 for those 500-piece jigsaw puzzles. 500-piece jigsaw puzzles. $8 unlimited shipping. It doesn't matter what you buy or how much over here. This is, can I see Hank closer? Want to see if it's better shape of the copy. So this has a split halfway through the bottom. The top has a split about 1 way through the third. The disc, though, is unusually nice. EX or better. The disc is EX or better. Unusually nice. The bottom seam has a split halfway through it. The top seam has a split 1/3. Okay? And then over here, MJ's at 15. Fox Digital, you're out. His bid came in first. Lonnie Jolly's also out. Going to make sure nobody else wants to bid. And then over here, we have Marvin Gaye sold to Danzig 35. That's sold to him. Now it's gone. I figured somebody would buy that. And then T-Rex, the slider, a club copy, VG condition, T-Rex for $14.99. Our next auction is Shaquille O'Neal. You can't stop the rain. Wow. Shaq. Shaq is in shrink with hype. It's a 1996 OG, only time ever on vinyl. I'm surprised him being the business person he is. He hadn't put his records back into print. This is in shrink with hop sticker, original price tag. Looks like somebody wrote on the shrink or on the cover. Somebody wrote on the shrink, just saying. It has a corner clip, cover writing. The writing is technical on the shrink, but the cover is indented from the writing. Yeah, so they wrote on the shrink, but it embossed through the cover or indented the cover. No conditionals, though. I don't think I've ever had that before. I've had some Shaq 12-inch singles, but never a full album. Shaquille O'Neal, $35 start. You can't stop the rain. There it is. Now, Michael Jackson's at 20. Danny's out on Hank Sr. That means this is sold to Chuck Haley for $30. Very, very cool. I think that was a release that was actually alive, out when he was actually alive, which is unusual. There's that. And then we have Charlie Daniels with a Rock KDF hop sticker. That is VG $9.99. That might sell it alone. People love the KDF stuff. I have people asking me all the time, Chad, can you get those KDF license plates? I'm like, not typically. MJ's at 20. That's with Wolverine. Now it's up to Fox Digital. Haven't heard back from them. I'm assuming they're done. And then Lonnie Jolly bid 16. So Lonnie may still be interested. We'll say going to once and going to twice. Let's pull out another single over here. This is something I don't get too often. What happened to it? I saw it back here in the back of the box a moment ago. Let me see if I can find that one again. Here we go. REM Superman. REM Superman. This is 1986. Super nice with a picture sleeve. And REM is a $10 start. It's got a little bit of a tear back here on the back. Right there and right there. REM, $10 start. Over here, we got John McPatriot on Charlie Daniels Band. Lewis Kulik was second than Frank Galena. That was probably a giveaway. That was probably a tune-in. The fifth caller gets a Charlie Daniels, etc., etc. We have Frank Zappa and Captain Beefheart, Bonco Fury, EX edition, $27.99. And then Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, VG Plus, $24.99. Don't Do Me Like That. Don't Do Me Like That. And this is available, and Michael Jackson's no longer available. That is sold for $20 to Wolverine. REM has bids for $10 and $12, and I'm assuming Shaq only has one bid, and one bidder only with Lotto Check. Final call, Space Orca, $35. Final call on Shaq. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Little Shop of Horrors. Little Shop of Horrors is an 86 OG specialty, VG condition, gatefold jacket, $10 start on Little Shop of Horrors. Does have a little bit of a cover blip there. $10 start on that is now up for bid, okay? Now up for bid. Next thing, these are all sticker price. So Tom Petty's $24.99. These are all new arrivals that were marked today, and we're going to do these at sticker price. Next, Elvis Presley. This is EPA 4006, Love Me Tender. Very, very cool. That one is 1956 as well. Sleeve is VG Plus. Vinyl's VG Plus. Elvis a $20 start on that one. Shaq has a new bid for 36. Shaq has a new bid for 40. Little Shop of Horrors, 15, now 17. And John Prine, the best of John Prine, EX, $22.99 on that. And Larry Willis, Inner Crisis. Larry Willis is a 1974 promo, great jazz funk. EX, $44.99 for Larry Willis, Inner Circle. Where's my monster at? About time for a brand new fresh one. Let me finish this one off, and then I need another cookie. I think a puzzle might have got claimed a moment ago and I missed it. Did a puzzle get claimed earlier and I missed it? I may have. Hold on a second. MG, no, never mind. Okay. So here are a few more puzzles. Pink Floyd, Endless River. Pink Floyd, Endless River. Slipknot, The Subliminal Verses. Slipknot, The Subliminal Verses. And Queen's Greatest Hits. Queen's Greatest Hits. So Queen, Slipknot, and Pink Floyd, those are all 500-piece puzzles, $24.99. All right, back up to the top. I left off when I said Little Shop of Horrors 15, Shaq 36, Little Shop of Horrors 17, Shaq 40, Little Shop of Horrors 30, Danny Thomason on John Prine, Shaq 41, Elvis 20, REM 15, Shaq 50, Little Shop of Horrors 31, Little Shop of Horrors 40. Okay, so right now there's 4 live auctions. Elvis Presley has one bid with Joseph McCormick for 20. Shaq has a bid for 50. REM has a bid for 15 with Joseph McCormick. Let me figure out who was before him. It was Aaron Andrus at 13, and Little Shop of Horrors is at 40. This is Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, VG Plus, $24.99. Refugee, Here Comes My Girl, and Even the Losers. The first 3 tracks are all hits. Shadows of a Doubt, Century City, and then Don't Do Me Like That, You Tell Me, What Are You Doing in My Life, and Louisiana Rain. That's VG Plus, $24.99. Don't Do Me Like That. Sticker price, everything in here. New Arrival crate. Pretty cool stuff in here. Cheap Trick Dream Police, VG copy, $9.99. And The Byrds Greatest Hits. In shrink wrap, VG Plus, original label, $19.99. Hammers up on Shaq at 50 and Hammers up on Little Shop of Horrors at 40. We also have Paul Simon in shrink wrap, Mother and Child Reunion, Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard, VG $11.99. John Howard gets Tom Petty. That is so to John Howard. Thank you on that one. And we have The Players, He'll Be Back. The Players is a 1967 U.S. soul album. Don't see that one too often. VG, $24.99. Elvis Presley sold one bid to Joseph McCormick for $20. That's sold to him. REM is sold to Aaron Andrus for $17. And then Shaq is sold for $50 to Vladimir. And that means a Little Shop of Horrors is also sold for $40 to Vladimir. And that means my board is cleared. And that means we have all new auctions to put up. I'll start with 2 LPs or 1 LP and 145, and we'll eventually probably work our way back up to 4 active auctions. The Players album is on the Minute label, M-I-N-I-T, M-I-N-I-T, Minute. The Players, He'll Be Back. That is OG, I'm pretty sure is what it was noted. All right, let's jump over here and put up this now. We have The Damned. This is Phantasmagoria. The Damned is a 1985 U.S. Pitneyville OG, original inner sleeve from MCA, VG condition, $15 start on that. Next single I have over here is, let's see, I'll do those for Bite Nows. I'll do those for Bite Nows. Bite Now. Here we go. You Ain't Nothing But a... Don't Be Cruel and Hound Dog, 47-6604, VG vinyl, VG sleeve, Elvis Presley, $10 start. That is now up for bid. Over here we have The Damned at $15.16. Also we have Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind, VG Plus $14.99. Jimmy Buffett's Son of a Sailor, Jimmy Buffett's EX $17.99, and we have Jimmy Buffett, Son of a Sailor, VG $9.99. Grumpy, you were tagged last night for a Black Sabbath light. Yes, you were tagged last night for a Black Sabbath light. Next thing is going to go up right now is another auction, and that is Bob Marley, Natty Dread. Actually, somebody just asked for Leonard Skinner. It's actually right here. Leonard Skinner, Second Helping, is a 1974 U.S. Pitneyville OG. It's on the original Sounds of the South label. VG jacket, VG vinyl, Leonard Skinner, just a $10 start. That's now up for bid. And we have Kings of the Boogie canned heat. Kings of the Boogie is VG condition $9.99. And the Kinks, one for the road. The Kinks is VG plus $14.99. All righty. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, and yes, all right. Okay. Very cool picture sleeve here. The Traveling Wilburys, end of the line. George Harrison, Jeff Lynne, Tom Petty, Bob Dylan, and Roy Orbison. The Traveling Wilburys, super nice vinyl, $10 start on that. Now up for bid. Let's go back up to the top and figure out where I left off. So no new claims in here yet. The Damned 15-16, Elvis 12, Joseph McCormick, The Damned 18, The Damned 20. Wolverine does want the players. That is sold to Wolverine. There was 2 Jimmy Buffetts in here. Something threw me for a loop. There's 2 Jimmy Buffetts in here. Son of a Sailor. EX 17 and VG 9. Your pick on grade. And also the EX is also a gold stamp promo. And then over here we have the Damned at 23, Leonard Skinner 15, Danny Thomason on canned heat, the Damned 25, and Metallica's came in as well. Yes. Well, oh, wait a minute. You asked about Black Sabbath. Let me make sure I got you for a Black Sabbath too. You should have been. Yeah, Metallica's and Black Sabbath's were both tagged last night. Metallica's and Black Sabbath lights were both tagged. So everybody that wanted a Black Sabbath got one. I have 3 left in stock. And I can tell everybody who got tagged for one last night. That's the only lights that's come in this week, I think. I think that's the only lights that's come in this week. That's the only ones I remember tagging. Luckily, I got a handy-dandy laptop over here with everybody that's ever been tagged for anything. Let's see. Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath lights were Ron Mustaine, Fred Carnell, Grumpy Moose Gaming, and Tony McDaniel. Okay? That's who got a Black Sabbath light last night. Black Sabbath lights went to Ron Mustaine, Fred Carnell, Grumpy Moose Gaming, and Tony McDaniel. Over here, Traveling Wilburys 10, Traveling Wilburys 15, Leonard Skinner 20, The Damned 27, The Damned 30, and then Elvis Presley. The high bid on Elvis Presley right now, the high bid on this is Joseph McCormick at 12, VG copy of that one, $12 on that. We sold canned heat, and the flip on Traveling Wilburys is congratulations. End of the line and congratulations. Next is the Eagles Hotel California with the poster, VG plus $24.99. And then we have Buddy Edmonds. Buddy Edmonds is a 1969 US VG plus $49.99. Here's everybody who got tagged for a Metallica light last night. Here's everybody that got tagged for a Metallica light last night. Nope. Hold on a second. Here's everybody that got tagged for a Metallica light last night. Here's everybody that got tagged for a Metallica light last night. Here's everybody that got tagged for Metallica light last night. John McPatriot, Brad Waits, Colette Whitworth, Shannon Mashaka, Mark Morris, Clay Moore, Susie Breedlove, Oso Adventure, Kenny Cates Jr., Jeff Brent RTO, Clay Mullins, Jerry Rock, Grumpy Moose Gaming, Scott Markheim, and Rob Fordham. Patrick Francis is the next 2 people on a waiting list. Patrick Francis and Patrick Francis. He wants one and then one for a gift for somebody else. Okay? Kiss Lights. KISSLIGHT. Kiss Light. Kiss Light. The waiting list for Kiss Light is Larry Gonzalez, Patrick Francis, Jerry Rock, Adam Alvarado, and Mark McCready. Those 6 people are still on a wait list. They have not come in this week. Okay? If anybody else wants a Metallica light, it's a waiting list. If anybody wants a Kiss light, it's a waiting list. If anybody wants Iron Maiden, it's a waiting list. If anybody wants Rush, it's a waiting list. If anybody wants... What's the other one? I don't know at this point. I got to post the Beatles. It's ready to go next. The Beatles is next. And then there's, as y'all know, 5,000 other bands. Okay, Traveling Wilburys 16. The Damned is at 38. Leonard Skinner 23. Jimmy Buffett, there's 2 different copies. There's a VG copy for $9.99, a gold stamp promo EX for $17.99. Elvis has a new bid for 15. Elvis has a new bid for 19. Aaron Andrus wants on the Metallica waiting list. The Damned has a new bid for 40. Jerry Stone wants on the Metallica waiting list. Wolverine wants me to post an Elvis pre-order. Wilburys has a new bid for 18. Susie Breedlove on a Black Sabbath light. Susie, I think you already got one. Didn't I just read your name off a moment ago? Maybe, maybe not. Black Sabbath light. Black Sabbath light. Black Sabbath light. Black Sabbath light. I should have never mentioned the word lights. I should have not mentioned it. I should have not mentioned it. Now we're into this whole, we might not ever recover from this. We're going to be going down the whole of the lights, and then we're It's over, folks. This is the show's pretty much going to have to come to a stop now. Show's over. Susie did not get one last night. Let's give one to Susie right now. They are $59.99. There's now officially 2 left. Susie's getting one right now. There's 2 left. There's one plugged up in the back, you see, and there's one over here. There's 2 left. We are officially on lots. The show may not ever recover at this point. Yes, I realize everybody wants every band ever conceived in a lot box. That's going to take the next 2 or 3 years to do, okay? First thing we have is this. We still got bids going up. We have the Traveling Wilburys at 18. The Damned is at 42. Danny wants a King Diamond lot. I have a couple people that I think are going to shoot me if I don't make them a lot. I told y'all this is the show's officially win. I'm going to have to stop the conversation. Leonard Skinner 25. Black Sabbaths are $59.99. Traveling Wilburys 19. Rush is up for pre-order. Yeah. Well, it's a pre-order. It's a pre-order. My bad. For clarification, Rush is a pre-order. So is Led Zeppelin. And then the Damned's at 45. Leonard Skinner 26. The Damned 48. Okay, so over here, here's the update because I had to stop the show for lots. Right now, the only one I can sell you live tonight is Black Sabbath. There's 2 left. They're $59.99. Okay? Now, everything else is either a wait list or a pre-order. I think technically pre-orders are Led Zeppelin and Rush. Everything else is back-ordered like Kiss and Iron Maiden and Metallica, okay? And so 2's up for pre-order and Black Sabbath's in stock. I think that's the 6 in our catalog. And so, yeah. Okay, so let me stop for a second, and I've got to go through all the auctions because at this point, I don't know who has the high bid. I still see stuff rolling in. And let's figure out what's going on. Right now, we have a war going on for the Damned. That was our first auction of this new over here. This is the Damned Phantasmagoria. The Damned Phantasmagoria. Michael McDade has it for $48. Michael McDade has it for $48. Okay? That is the high bidder right now. The bidder before him is Jim Davis. We're going to make sure Jim Davis doesn't want to bid again. The Traveling Wilburys was at 22. Now it's at 23 with Danny Thomason. Elvis Presley, this was OG VG. This is near mint OG. Elvis was OG VG VG. And Elvis Presley, I'm showing the last bid. Bob Panozniak went out. We have Elvis with Aaron Andrus at $19. OG VG VG. Leonard Skinner is also True First Press, 74, also a VG VG. And VG VG Leonard Skinner, Danny Thomason has it for $26. Everybody else is out. This is all new arrival sticker price in this crate. I have Dave Alexander, The Dirt on the Ground. Dave Alexander is a 1973 U.S. writing on cover, VG Plus, $14.99. Tyler Childers live on Red Barn Radio 1 and 2. Tyler Childers, VG Plus, $14.99. Juke Boy Bonner, The Struggle. A 1969 U.S. VG Plus, $14.99. And Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain. VG Condition, $9.99 for Charlie Daniels. Fire on the Mountain. The Traveling Wilburys is sold to Michael McDade for $25. The Damned, I'm going to make sure we're done. Sold to Michael McDade, $48. Elvis is sold. Elvis is sold to Aaron Andrus, way up here, $19. He had that for like 30 minutes. And then Leonard Skinner, second helping. Leonard Skinner, second helping, is officially sold to Danny Thomason for $26. There we have it. Our 9 a.m. morning crates on Facebook only. They are posted in our group, Whole Lot of Records. Not on the Collectco page. A lot of people sometimes go to Collectco Facebook page. It is a group called Whole Lot of Records. 9 a.m. like clockwork. The only time it's not going to be is if I'm out of town and I didn't make them in advance, or I forget just in general. every morning, 9 a.m. There's also should be another video every morning at 6 a.m. First thing we have is Kerry Adams on Juke Boy Bonner. And what's the price on Buddy Edmonds? VG Plus, $49.99. Don't worry, I have a complete list of bands that everybody wants me to make lots of. So it's took us about 2 months to get these in production and get it worked out. That's the only way we can do it, is take it slowly but surely. Otherwise, there would be mess, hysteria, confusion, and lots of pain and agony and suffering. And we do not want any pain and agony and suffering here at Colecco. So we got to take the light slow and steady. We have Bauhaus, Burning from the Inside. Bauhaus is a 1983 U.S. Indianapolis OG. VG cover because of damage. It has a crease up here. It's got some wear and tear, but the vinyl's really nice. A $25 start on Bauhaus. $25 start on Bauhaus. Is there a Joan Jett light? Yes. Every conceivable light, anything you could ever name, coming in the near future. Even Brenda Lee and the Partridge Family. If you think I'm joking, I'm not. Not joking. All right, first thing we're going to do is put up a few more really cool single auctions like Johnny Cash. Over here, we have Johnny Cash. Guess Things Happen That Way. Come In Stranger. Sun 295. VG Plus condition. There's the sleeve. VG on the sleeve. Johnny Cash Sun EP. $10 start. $10 start. King's X and Megadeth, yes. Donny Osmond, yes. Now, when are we going to get them? I'm going to say sometime between now and the next 2 or 3 years, we'll get to them all. So it may be the year 2027 to 2028, we'll eventually get to them all. So none are in stock right now except Black Sabbath. The only ones I'm taking orders on are those 6. Iron Maiden, Rush, Led Zeppelin, Kiss, Black Sabbath, and I think the Beatles is coming soon. Okay? That is the way this works. Now, I've been tagging lights at the end of the show at 2 a.m. when the show's over, because basically I can't talk about these live. I'm almost having to start doing it in secret. Okay? So if you stop seeing lights shown here live, the only ones I'm going to start showing are the ones I have in stock. Otherwise, the show comes to a screeching stop, everything explodes, and I have to basically stop and start a new stream and go back all over again. So I'm probably not going to ever tag any more of these live. The other night I did it at 2 a.m. and it took me about 45 minutes and we still had people buying them and wanting to reserve some. And that was with just like 90 people watching at 2 a.m. So I've got to keep the lights at a weird time and almost in, this is like the Manhattan Project, okay? This is being done in secret and very much under the radar. This is like, from now on, the light talk is like top secret. It's late at night. It's going to be under the radar. I literally have to put a hood on, and Laura dropped off a crate, I think. She can't get over here to me. But yeah, it is being done in secret, okay? We have the Dead Milkmen, Big Lizard in my backyard, the Dead Milkmen, an 85 USOG. Unfortunately, it's VG minus. It has been play tested. Background noise is very apparent and the quieter spoken word portions, but becomes less noticeable when the music gets louder. $30 start on that. $30 start on that, okay? So now we got 2 new auctions. The first one is Bauhaus and Johnny Cash. Let's get back to where I was. Bauhaus 25, Bauhaus 26, Johnny Cash 12, Bauhaus 26, Bauhaus 30, Bauhaus 30. Okay, there we go. Dead Milkmen 30. Next thing is a quick recap. If you need a price, let me know. Or actually, I'm going to go ahead and tell you the price. OCs was VG Plus $39.99. Shipping news, say everything, was EX $44.99. Ghost and Stormy Nights. Ghost is VG $12.99. Danger Zone. Danger Zone is EX $17.99. Beethoven Bittersweet. That is VG Plus $14.99. BB King Live in Cook County Jail. VG Plus $14.99. We have Eagles Live. EX $27.99. Chet Baker Quietly There. VG Condition $9.99. And we have the Black Lips EX $44.99. So all of a sudden, Bauhaus is a final call. Bauhaus is at 32 with Mark Weiss. Johnny Cash over here is still at $12 with Danny Thomason. Dead Milkmen has three $30 bids. Okay, and also the note from Laura is really nice copies of this have sold for as much as nearly $200. That's always been a tough record. It's not in print. Dustin Hodges on Ghost. Dustin Hodges on Ghost. Everything in this crate is sticker price, no more, no less. Honestly, they should be twice as much. Terry Adams on BB King. That's sold to Kerry Adams. Some of these should be 3-4 times as much. The OCs is VG 5-10 times as much. VG Plus $39.99 on the OCs. Tim Buckley was EX $17.99 and T-Rex was VG $14.99. And then over here we have Eagle sold to Michael McDade. Dead Milkmen has a new bid for $35. Zappa and Beefheart, EX $27.99. Larry Willis, Inner Crisis, EX $44.99. Cheap Trick Dream Police, VG $9.99. The Birds Greatest Hits, VG Plus $19.99. Paul Simon, Mother and Child Reunion, VG $11.99. Charlie Daniels Band, VG Plus $14.99. Johnny Cash is sold to Danny Thomason for $12. Dead Milkmen 30, 33, 35, 37, 40. And Bauhaus over here is officially sold. Bauhaus is sold to Mark Weiss for $32. That is officially sold. Dead Milkmen's now at 40. Also, we have the Kinks, VG Plus $14.99. We have Jimmy Buffett, EX $17.99. We got Jimmy Buffett, VG $9.99. Eagles is VG Plus $24.99 with poster. And we have Dave Alexander, The Dirt on the Ground. This is VG Plus $14.99. Cheap Trick is sold to Kathy Hodges. This is sold to Kathy Hodges. Dead Milkmen 42. Dead Milkmen was just reissued for Black Friday Record Store Day. Black Friday Record Store Day. I wouldn't know. I couldn't tell you 5 Record Store Day titles. Those are evil, evil people over there at Record Store Day Black Friday. We have Terry Reid, Bang Bang, You're Terry Reid, a 68 U.S. Pittman OG, VG Plus condition, $25 start. That is Terry Reid. And then over here we have Tyler Childers live on Red Barn, VG Plus $14.99. Charlie Daniels is VG $9.99. And Buddy Edmonds is VG Plus $49.99. Dead Milkmen 42, 43, 45, 47. Okay, next auction is going to be another 45 over here, and this is the following. We have this. We have Prince. I Could Never Take the Place of Your Man. This is going to go up for this, and this is a $10 star. Prince, I Could Never Take the Place of Your Man, $10 star. That's now up for bid. All right. There you have it. Next auction is going to go up in just a second. We've got 3 right now. Dead Milkmen 50, 55, and Terry Reid doesn't have a bid yet. And then Prince is with Donna Turner at $10. Okay? Let's go ahead and put up another crate. On a more serious note, if your local store does participate in Record Store Day, always go out and support your most local record store. Maybe one day Collectco will be on that list. Not even trying anymore. So maybe one day, maybe not. If never, that's okay. At this point, we don't discuss RSD here. To me, those are invisible, non-existent titles. They don't want, what did Frank Costanza say? Frank Costanza, they don't want me, I don't want them. That's what he told when Elaine said, "Oh, you wasn't born here?" No, that's why I never could get involved in politics. They don't want me, I don't want them. Dead Milkman's at $55. Prince is a final call at $10. And Terry Reed is a $25 buy it now. This is a 68 US Petman OG. VG Plus, $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on that. They don't want me, I don't want them. That's the best way to do something like that. That's how I handle situations. All right. Charlie Daniels is over here. We have sold to Kerry Adams. Done. We have registered, I think, about every year. Yeah, for 6 years. So 2 different times a year. So, or 3. How many is it? 3 drops a year? Oh, yeah. So 20, 25 plus times. Okay, over here we have this. We have Foreigner Inside Information. This is $19.99. It has the original on her sleeve. $19.99 for Foreigner. And Queen, the game. This is a what kind of copy? A Swedish press. $39.99. Michael Manning's probably like, dang, what did I start up in Chad? I released some kind of demon, and Chad just mentioned this had been reissued. Sorry, Michael Manning. Over here, Prince. I did show some reel-to-reels earlier, Michael Manning. I have 2 Beatles. I've got 2 Beatles reel-to-reel. We have Prince, and Prince over here is Soda Donna for $10. This is Soda Donna for $10, and then over here, Dead Milkman's at $59. But most positive thing I can say is if you have a local record store, I'm sure a lot of local record stores that y'all go to are dependent and enjoy the success they have for Black Friday. So I would always still go out and support them because those titles will never probably be offered here. So we get slammed every record store day, and I just tell people, we can't get those. Go over there to your local store and buy from them. So, or wait here and we'll eventually get it in a collection. Eventually everything will come through in a collection and you can buy it pre-owned for either more or less. This is a 1981 US Pittman repress. The repress was never reissued with a barcode. So if you ever see one of these, what was that note on there? OG not issued with jacket and barcode. Okay. So if you ever see a barcode on this, it's automatically a reissue. No barcode is automatically OG. That's going to go for $30. These are best offer. Everything in here is best offer. Okay. Dead Milkman's at $59 with JK. Next thing I have is Supertramp Crime of the Century. Supertramp is $17.99. This has the original on her sleeve. Crime of the Century, $17.99. And Taurus, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, VG Plus, $14.99. New vintage stuff, best offer, including Eric Clapton August. Eric Clapton's $24.99. And Poco, Rose of Cimarron. Poco is $9.99. And The Moments, not on the outside, but on the inside strong. Never seen that before. $74.99 on Stang Records. The Moment, $74.99. Mark Vise on Queen. That's so to him. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Next thing is Dead Milkman 6063. Pink Floyd's a $30 start. And then over here I have what? I got to get some more puzzles. I can't believe Jerry Stone hadn't said, Chad, you forgot about me on the rest of the puzzles, which I kind of have, but also I kind of haven't. Wow, I've never had this before. George Strait as a picture sleeve. All my exes live in Texas. It's a UK. All my exes live in Texas. Look at that. MCA silver label. And nobody in his right mind would have left her. That's 2 bangers from George Strait. $10 start on George Strait. Next thing over here is Wayne Bartow on Poco. That's sold to Wayne Bartow. Emerson, Lake and Palmer sold to Joseph McCormick for $10. And then Queen was $39.99. The Cars, Heartbeat City, that's a German press, $34.99. And Bob Seger working on those night moves. Nice copy and shrink wrap. Inner sleeve, that is $24.99. So Dead Milkman is about to be sold to JK for $63 because Fred Noob's out. George Strait is a $10 start. And then Pink Floyd has a bid with Ken Granger at $31. All right, we're going through a new vintage crate, buy it now, best offer. There's already another crate behind me that Paul's marked. Laura's dropped off a crate, and there's 3 more John crates like this. We have Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade. The Rolling Stones is $34.99. And Guadalcanal Diary, Jamboree. Guadalcanal Diary is $19.99. The Hollies Greatest Hits is $19.99. Carrie Ann, Long Dark Road. Pay back with interest. He ain't heavy. He's my brother. $19.99. And Ice House. Ice House is $14.99. And the Kink, State of Confusion. This is in shrink with hop sticker, $14.99. And we have Kansas, the Point of No Return, $19.99. BS for $20. Soda Nashville Tiger. And then over here we have the Dead Milkmen. Dead Milkmen is sold to JK for $63. Pink Floyd's about to sell for $31. And George Strait, something I've never seen before. All my exes and nobody in his right mind would have left her. And then over here we have Coltrane. Some jazz. We have John Coltrane, Prestige 7105, a 1958 U.S. repress mono. Roy Van Gelder and the Dead Wax. VG playtest. It sounds much better than it looks. Only heard a bit of background noise. $150 start. Other VG copies have sold anywhere between $130 and nearly $400. Some of them have sold for as much as $640. Wow. So this is a pretty dang desirable Coltrane album. $150 start on that. George Strait, surprisingly just one bid to Danny, sold for $10. And Pink Floyd is sold to Ken Granger for $31. Everything in this crate is new vintage stuff. Buy now, best offer. As of right now, we got 5 more new pre-owned crates to go through. About 10,000 auctions. And I'm about to start showing some buy it now 45s. Mostly because it's going to help me sort through this crate a little bit better. I've been picking stuff out here and there. Well, now we're about to start showing $6.99 45s. And as we do that, I'll be able to find other auctions, okay? Coltrane, $150 start. Dave Clark 5, catch us if you can. NXS and Jimmy Barnes, Good Times. Rycooter, a promo preview pack. We have the LA Teen, Saturday's Child, Madonna Like a Virgin, Family Affair, Sly and the Family Stone. That's a good one. And check that out. Incense and Peppermints, the Strawberry Alarm Clock. Those are all $6.99. So Strawberry Alarm Clock, Sly and the Family Stone, Madonna, LA Teens, Rycooter, NXS, and Dave Clark 5. Those are all $6.99. We also have Leo Kottke, Chewin' Pine. That's in shrink, $9.99. Foreigner, self-titled debut, $19.99. And Paul Young, No Parlay, $14.99. No Parlay, I think is how that's read. $14.99 on that. First over here is we have Dave Clark 5, NXS sold to Michael McDade. There's Rycooter, there's LA Teens. Madonna sold to Aaron Andrews. Danny Thomas next. Sly sold to Lonnie Jolly. Those are all $6.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Smith's. An 86 US Allied OG VG Plus condition, a 3-track 12-inch single. The Smiths is a $15 start. Danny also gets Strawberry Alarm Clock. I love how it's even dated. Looks like maybe something at a radio station. That's probably the date that it came in. May 14th, 1968. So did Danny Thomason. Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. Werewolves of London, $34.99 for that OG. We have the Wooden Tops Giant. The Wooden Tops is $19.99. And Leonard Cohen, the best of Leonard Cohen. This appears to be a nice OG copy. Super clean, $39.99. No bid on Coltrane yet. $150 start on that. Here's our next auction. That helped me get some of these sorted. Prince, Raspberry Beret. Prince is super nice in the picture sleeve. $10 start on that. Next in here is Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. Fleetwood Mac is $54.99. That one doesn't come through as much as their other ones. D-Kong gets Warren Zevon for $30. Thank you. And then we have Culture Club. Miss Me Blind. Culture Club is $19.99. That's a 12-inch single. Yes, Ed King is on that one. Yes, Ed King is on that one. We have, who is this? Arcadia. Arcadia, Goodbyes Forever and Missing. That's $9.99. Prince has a bid for $12. The Smiths has a bid for $15. And we're about to make this Coltrane a buy now for $150, which will be a steal. And then I'll have to readjust it for a buy now price for $295 or best offer. Or you can go ahead and bid and for sure get it right now for $150. We have Donna Summer, 4 Seasons of Love. Donna's in shrink. And it has the poster calendar that's advertised on the hype sticker. It's included for $14.99. Supertramp 12. Was there a Supertramp in here? Was there a Supertramp in here? Supertramp? There was. Sell that to Wayne Bartow for $12. Coltrane has a bid for $150. There we go. Now it's definitely going to sell. If you want to bid, you got to go through Aaron Andrus. Prince is at $13.14. I can't believe the Smiths just has one bid for $15. That's about to sell. Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser. $24.99 for that one. Kathmandu, Al Di Meola, Electric Rendezvous, $19.99, and Mike Wild on DS for Donna Summer. Let's look at Coltrane one more time. So John Coltrane is on the Prestige label, catalog number 7105, and this is a 58 repress in mono. Roy Van Gelder, VG, it sounds much better than it looks. $150 is the bid. Median on this thing on Discogs is $200, with some selling as much as $640. The $640 one was VG Plus and signed. Now, if that was a legit signature, that would be the steal of the century. I think a really nice signed Coltrane album is like 10 grand. I think a true like JSA lettered, Beckett lettered Coltrane signed album is like 10 grand. So if I've only ever seen a handful of really nicely signed jazz albums, and they've all been fake. So if you have ever had a chance to meet John Coltrane and he signed one of your albums, which would be nobody watching this feed, if you did, I would like to see it. That's a true rarity. BS for $20, and that's the other Bob Seger being sold to Nashville Tiger. Arcadia is 5 with Jared Inc. I will do that for $6.99, right? $6.99 on Arcadia right back here. Is that, where is that? $6.99 on Arcadia. What happened to that? It's in here somewhere. Did I accidentally put it in? Wait a minute. I pulled the wrong black. There we go. That's sold. And now, Mark Weiss was next. He was going to pay full price. First thing I have here is this. Phyllis Diller. Phyllis Diller's in shrink wrap, $9.99. And we have Janet Jackson Control, Shrink and Hype. That's a nice copy. We sold one of those last night for $34.99. And Styx, Paradise Theater, $19.99. All right, so over here, Prince is Calvin. I want to make sure you know you're out on that. The Smiths, just one bid, $15. And that is officially sold for $15 to Aaron Andrus. $15 on that. And let me put that away. There is Prince. Let me grab another handful of singles over here. These are all $6.99. First thing I have is the Walker Brothers. Make It Easy on Yourself. We're going to auction Prince. The Kinks Come Dancing. The Clash, Rock the Casbah, $6.99. We'll auction that and that one. And there's Dion, Ruby Baby. Those are all $6.99. So Dion, The Clash, The Kinks, and the Walker Brothers, okay? Those are all $6.99 on those, all right? First thing we have over here is Jared Inc. said sold, and that was on Arcadia. That was sold to Jared Inc. for $6.99. Coltrane is sold to Aaron Andrus for $150. That is sold to Aaron Andrus for $150. And we have PD5. PD, $7. Next auction is Van Halen. Might as well jump. Very cool here. The flip is House of Pain. Very nice Van Halen. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Lonnie Jolly on Rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah. That is so to Lonnie Jolly. Samuel Kopage on the Walker Brothers. Samuel Kopage got the Walker Brothers. All right, what's next over here in my tab? Alan Vega, Pink Floyd. Somebody just asked about Weird Al. Where is Weird Al? Let's see. We got Minnie Riperton, King Crimson, George Strait, King Crimson, Rush, Specials, Queensryche, Oingo Boingo, Weird Al Yankovic. Even worse. Here it is. Weird Al Yankovic is an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG. It does have cover damage, so we'll have to call the cover VG minus. That's a $20 start. $20 start on that. Prince is officially sold. Prince is officially sold to Lonnie Jolly for $14. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. And then there's Van Halen. It's already at $15. And JJ, $28. Janet Jackson is sold to Mike Wilt for $28. Thank you on that one. Over here, we have Waylon. Waylon Jennings is $24.99. And we have Brian Setzer. Yep. Brian Setzer is $19.99. The Knife Feels Like Justice, Brian Setzer, and Neil Young on the Beach. Unfortunately, some cover writing, a little bit of wear, but just $36.99. So Weird Al opened at $40, and then there was a bid for $25. Van Halen's up to one person, Aaron Andrus. And now let's put up another auction, and that's Tears for Fears, Head Over Heels. That's also going to go up for a $10 start. Tears for Fears, that's now up for bid, Head Over Heels. That's a good one. Over here we have the Sugar Hill Gang. Excuse me, Eighth Wonder. Wow, Shrink and Hype, Sugar Hill Gang, $34.99. I don't think I've ever had that one before. Sugar Hill Gang. We should have had that last night for Rap Night. Force MDs, Touch and Go. That one's $19.99. And Jimmy Buffett, Coconut Telegraph. This is $19.99. Weird Al's at $75. Over here, we have Van Halen was up to one person. which was Michael McDade. I'm going to make sure Aaron Andrus is done. Also, we had Foreigner, Double Vision. Foreigner is $19.99. We have eye level, $24.99. This is eye level, $24.99, okay? First thing is Sugar Hill Gang, $34.99. We have an offer for $28. This is $34. I really don't think that's worthy much of a discount. And then over here, Force MDs, $19.99. Donna, I'll do that for $17. $34 and $17. Haven't seen those in a while. Journey Captured is $34.99. And Till Tuesday, Welcome Home. Till Tuesday, $14.99. Over here, Weird Al is at $75 with Kelly Vloddercheck. Van Halen is sold for $15 to Michael McDade. And Tears for Fears is $10 if anybody wants it. Next thing is the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager. That's $14.99. And the Guess Who, Botman, Cummins, Cale Peterson, The Way We Were, $14.99. So Jimmy B condition, Jimmy Buffett, no condition notes on this one, and a pretty nice jacket. Original on her sleeve, $19.99. And we have Eddie Grant going for broke. Eddie Grant is in Shrink and Hop, original on her sleeve, $19.99. Our next auction is Prince, How Come You Don't Call Me Anymore, and then the hit side, A side, $19.99. Prince is a $10 start, and then Tears for Fears, Ivan R. That's sold to Ivan R. Next is Point Blank second season, $14.99 for Point Blank. Also, we have Rhythm Heritage, $9.99. Jimmy Buffett is sold to Rick Hall for $15. We have Pure Prairie League firing up, a 1980 Scandinavian press. Is that what that says? Scandinavian press. Pure Prairie League fired up. They were being listened to all over the world. If I get it back in its sleeve here. Oh, no. There we go. $19.99 for that. Weird Al's at $110. Weird Al's at $130. Fred Cardinal on EG for $15. That's sold. And then over here we have Donna Summer, Another Place and Time, $9.99. Shrink and Hop. And then Kate Bush, The Whole Story, $44.99 for Kate Bush, The Whole Story, $44.99. So over here, Weird Al's at $130 with Kelly Vloddercheck. Prince has three $10 bids. Donna's still first. Everybody else is out. Okay, I think there were some great titles. There's still about 20 in here I can't believe didn't sell. 10 I really can't believe didn't sell. And we had some people interested in a few, wasn't able to strike a deal, so those are still available. Here comes our next auction, Fire Hose. This is Raging Full On. This is an 86 US OG first press, no barcode. OG first press, no barcode. EX edition, a $35 star. Sugar Hill is near mint minus and shrink wrap with hop sticker and original price tag. It has a little bit of cover damage down here, but the vinyl's really nice. Sugar Hill Gang, $34 on that. I've already knocked off the 99 cents. Should have had that one last night for our wrap auctions. Might have sold for twice that much. Who knows? Could have sold for half that much. Who knows? But I do have Foreigner inside information for $19.99. Eric Clapton August for $24. The Moments was $74.99. That one was unusual. We have Cars Heartbeat CD, a German press with hop sticker, $34. The Rolling Stones, $34. Weird Al's at $130. Tim Voldness, you've been outbid. Fire Hose, $35 start. Prince is now up for $15 with Donna. Here comes some more buy nows for $6.99. I have the Tremolos, Even the Bad Times Are Good. Vincent Edwards, See That Girl. Frankie Valli, I Make a Fool of Myself. Roger Smith, Beach Time. Bobby V, Be True to Yourself. A lot of picture sleeves there. $6.99 for all those, including the Tremolos, okay? Weird Al has a new bid with Tim Voldness for $135. Danzig offered $12 for Foreigner. Go ahead and sell this to Danzig for $12. Fire Hose is at $37. Guadalcanal Diary Jamboree, $19.99 on that one. The Hollies Greatest Hits is $19.99. Ice House is $14.99. And over here, we have the Kink State of Confusion. This is $14.99. Shrink and Hop. Kansas, Point of No Return, $19.99. Leo Kottke, Chewin' Pine, $9.99. And Foreigner, self-titled, $19.99. I know what I need to do. I got to order some food right quick. I almost forgot. I think they're still taking orders. I hope they're still taking orders. It's my... Got it. Okay, food's been ordered. See how fast that was? It's amazing, right? Paul Young, $14.99. And we have the wooden tops for $19.99. About to go through a new crate. Leonard Cohen, the best of Leonard Cohen, $39.99. Fleetwood Mac was $54. We have Culture Club for $19.99. And Al Di Meola was $19.99. Prince is officially sold to Donna for $15. Fire Hose is officially sold to JK for $37. And Weird Al is officially sold to Tim Voldness. And Weird Al is sold to Tim Voldness for $135. Let's put that away and let's put up all new auctions, okay? Going up right now, and I'm just going to read the rest of these, and if you need a price, let me know, okay? We have Phyllis Diller, we have Sticks, Waylon Jennings, we had Brian Setzer, Neil Young, Foreigner, Eye Level, Force MDs, Journey, and then Till Tuesday. Let me pause right there to put up another auction, and this is the Ramones. And this is called End of the Century. The Ramones is a 1980 U.S. Jacksonville OG, VG Plus with the original on her sleeve, and that's a $25 start for the Ramones. $25 start on that, okay? Next thing on this is Request for Rush. LC, $29. LC, $29. LC, $29. Sell this to Fred Cardinal for $29. And then Moody Blues is $14.99. We had the Guess Who. We have Point Blank, Rhythm Heritage, Pure Prairie League, Donna Summer. There was an offer for this. Donna Summer, Javi Soto, $8. Velvet Underground is $36.99. $36.99. Kate Bush, $44, and Sugar Hill Gang. So I think the only thing I didn't make a deal on was Force MDs and Sugar Hill Gang with Donna, and Phyllis Diller with Danny Thomason. Everything else is still available. And maybe we can make deals with those people on those records. Lonnie Jolly got Culture Club for $15. We have Ramones 25, 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 25, 25, 30, 30, 30, 25, 25, 30, 30, 30. Our next auction is Rush, and this is Signals. Rush is a 1982 OG, original on her sleeve, EX edition. Rush, a $25 start. That is now up for bid. Richard Yeager on a Velvet Underground. Let me pull that out of new over here. I'll give you this one, and I have more over here we'll replace it with. That's sold to him, and then that's it, okay? So, Donna, where was we at here? I told you 17, and let's see, this is marked 35. I think you offered 28. I said 34. And then this was marked 20. You said 12. I said 17. If you want to do 15 and 30, I can do that. And then Phyllis Diller, Danny said PD and PB, 13. PD and PB, $13. If that's for Point Blank and Phyllis Diller, sell those to Danny Thomason for $13, I think. PD and PB. All right, those are sold. I have filled up a crate. Let me see if I can get over here to this lower crate. I'm going to move some stuff out of the way. Kind of hard to walk around in here right now. Looks like I got my Sunday. These are all records from the same series, each one a smaller artist and found. Okay, see what we're doing there. I'm about to go through that crate, but I'm also going to go ahead and see what this crate is behind me that Paul's marked, because it's kind of right here behind me. The faster I can go through this one, the easier it will be for me to move around. Okay? All right, let me move this over here. If anybody changes their mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I am feeling a little frisky. Let's go ahead and do everything. Just sell me everything in the crate. That was fantastic. Let's do it. All right, everything in this crate is sticker price. Great time to transition. We have filled up a crate. We're about to go through a new crate, and I need a new empty crate to start filling up another crate. Now I can walk through here. And here's this, and we're good to go. Okay, so first thing we have is the Ramones End of the Century. The Ramones End of the Century is a 1980 U.S. Jacksonville OG pressing with the original on her sleeve. VG Plus condition. The Ramones is at $38. Rush Signals is a 1982 U.S. PRC a Richmond OG pressing, EX condition. It has the original on her sleeve as well. This does not have RL in the dead wax. It is a $25 start. There is no bids on Rush yet, okay? No bids on Rush yet. Everything in this crate is sticker price. I have the Beach Boys Sunflower, $49.99. The 2009 U.S. reissue, A Note from Paul, my favorite Beach Boys album. The Beach Boys, $49.99. Ramones is tied at 40. Sully has Rush at 25, another 25. Blur, Modern Life is Rubbish. Blur's a 2012 remaster, $34.99 for Blur. Modern Life is Rubbish. Here's some more 45s. These are all $6.99. We have Ronnie, The Four Seasons. We have Joe Cocker, The Letter. That's cool. Dwayne Hickman, School Dance. Speaking of the Beach Boys, Here Today and Darlin'. That's really cool. And The Platters, You Don't Say. All those singles are $6.99. That was The Platters, the Beach Boys, Dwayne Hickman, Joe Cocker, and Ronnie. All $6.99 on those. Michael McDade on Joe Cocker. I got a huge signed Joe Cocker poster over here. I started researching last night. Not ready to sell it yet, but it's coming soon. Ramones is $45. Rush is at $30. Calvin next on Joe Cocker. I have, I put that in the wrong pile. That one goes over here. This is Be Rare Bonnie by Prince Billy. Is that what that says? 2009 U.S. And this is $19.99, a 2009 U.S. Over here, we got Calvin Ward second on Joe Cocker, Fred Carnell first on Blur, and the Ramones is at 47. Drive Like Jehu, Yank Crime, a 2012 maroon marbled with red 45, $59.99, okay? Still got the Platters and the Beach Boys, Dwayne Hickman and Ronnie right over here. Ivan R. on BPB. BPB was PBB. And Paul's dropping off a crate with Dusty Springfield on the front. Nice. Fantastical. And Paul's leaving. Now I'm sad. Thanks for ruining my night.
No problem. Anytime.
See you later. I might be here tomorrow earlier in the day than normal. You might actually see my presence. Probably not, though. Drive. Sorry, I just had a complete brain collapse. I mean, my brain just collapsed. Ivan wanted Bonnie Prince Price. That's what he was trying to abbreviate there. This, or Prince Billy Price. This is $19.99. $19.99, okay? Drive Like Jehu was sold to Darren Johnson. Earl of Baltimore was second. The Ramones is at $57. And Rush, the last bid that came in on Rush, was Joseph McCormick at 30. Everybody else is out. So now we know where we're at. Jeff Halsworth says he's done. Okay, let's keep going. First thing I have is very cool. Marty Robbins, a white sport coat. EP, Marty Robbins. Paul McCartney, Spies Like Us. Brenda Lee, When You Love Me. Brenda Lee, I Wonder. And a really cool one here, The Partridge Family, I Think I Love You. Those are all $6.99 each on those. Partridge Family, Brenda Lee, Paul McCartney, and Marty Robbins, all right? There's those. Next thing over here is Ivan R. on this one. So the only thing that hadn't sold is the Beach Boys yet. Going through a great new vintage crate, Saturday night at Collectibles, going through cool stuff, and we have Tom Waits Closing Time. Tom Waits is $44.99 for Closing Time. We also have Richard Thompson starring as Henry the Human Fly. Richard Thompson's an 83 U.S. reissue, $24.99. Partridge Family sold to Melanie Jennings. That's done. And Neil Young with Crazy Horse. Everybody knows this is nowhere. This is a German press. It's a German reissue, $34.99. Marty Robbins is $6.99. We have Ivan sold on that. Denise wants Marty if Danny doesn't. And the Ramones is at $64. Easter Everywhere, 13.4 Elevators. Easter Everywhere is 180 gram. Reissue, Paul says, essential record, $24.99. Rush is officially sold to Joseph McCormick for $30. And then the Ramones is at 64 of Michael McDade. This is called Marty Robbins, a white sport coat, and other favorites. Columbia 4-track EP. I think it's 4 tracks. Should be. Very cool. $6.99 on that. End of the century 64 and now 65. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Pink Floyd. Let's see what we got going on with Dark Side of the Moon. A quad press. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was a quad. It is down here. A quad press. Dark Side of the Moon is a 1973 UKOG quad. EX++ near mint minus. A $75 star, still in shrink wrap. So a nearly flawless quad pressing of Pink Floyd. That is going to go up for a $75 star. Real Estate is $19.99. Got a very cool early cowboy related 45 EP here. This is Roy Rogers Roundup, a $10 start. Very cool EP. Now the price is written on the back. That was a very common occurrence for these cardboard EPs back in the day. They usually wrote the price on the back, and a lot of places kept the disc behind the counter. Roy Rogers Roundup, 45 extended play. That's got to be mid-50s. $10 start on that one. Danny wants Marty Robbins for $6.99. So Danny got that. Denise was second. We got Santana Freedom. Santana is $19.99. And we have for $24.99, this is Michael Ralt. Michael Ralt is $24.99. And then this is called Anna Birch, Out of the Curse. Anna Birch is a 2018 pink white vinyl on Starburst, pink and white Starburst colored vinyl. Anna Birch, $49.99. Next thing is this. Wow, what a wicked cover. Wild Nothing, Gemini, $19.99 on that. Roy Rogers at 10. I think we're done on the Ramones. Michael McDade, 67. And then Pink Floyd's a quad press. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, a 73 UK OG quadraphonic. No mention of poster. Not saying that it's missing, but also not sure if it actually came with one. Some of those certain reissues on some of those didn't really come with extras. I don't know if it's missing or if it just didn't come with it. What's next? That's almost done. Let me grab another handful of 45s here right quick. These are all $6.99. We got Jimmy Rogers Secretly. We got Jimmy Rogers Secretly. Dave Clark 5, You Got What It Takes. The Righteous Brothers, He Will Break Your Heart. The Monkees, Someday Man. There is some writing on the cover. Unfortunately, Keith Morgan wrote his name on the cover, but there you go. $6.99 on those. It's missing the post. So it came with posters. It's missing. Okay. Came with posters. It is missing. It does have a bid for $75. We got the Monkees, the Righteous Brothers, Dave Clark 5, and Jimmy Rogers on those. Okay. There's that. Over here, we got Nightmare Before Christmas picture disc. That's $19.99. And over here, we have A Whole New Sound Disney. This is a 2024 clear with black splatter. Lots of pop, punk, and alternate rock. $24.99. Disney, A Whole New Sound. Wow. Disney goes pop and punk. $24.99 on that one. Roy Rogers sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $10. That is sold. Over here, the Ramones is sold to Michael McDade. Michael McDade gets that for $67. Pink Floyd has one bid for $75. That's a final call. Next comment is Scott Oman on NM, Nightmare Before Christmas. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Mickey Mouse here. And how much was Wild Nothing? $19.99 on that one. Final call on Pink Floyd. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is George Strait's Greatest Hits. George Strait's Greatest Hits, Shrink, an 85 US Carrollton OG Club, super nice and shrink wrap. George Strait's a $35 start. Next thing we have is Oak Ridge Boys Greatest Hits. That's sealed for $14.99. And Frosty and the Fun Street Gang recorded live. Frosty is $14.99. Van Morrison Tupelo Honey. Van Morrison's $29.99. Pink Floyd is at $76 of Henry's Choice. Nashville Tiger, You've Been Outbid. Mark V sold on Wild Nothing. Let's grab another handful of 45s. I'm about to go get Elvira, not on this one. I think that's on volume 2. No Elvira on that one. Usually that's only on volume 2. Here is my next handful of 45s. This next one's going to be an auction lot, okay? So I've got Pleasant Valley Sunday and I'm a Believer. Very cool. And the flip is Words, which is a great song, and I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. 2 Monkey singles in the picture sleeves, $15 start. $15 start on that. This is sticker price stuff that Paul marked today. And then we have for $6.99, so that's a $15 start. These are $6.99. Billy Joel, Allentown. Billy Joel, Uptown Girl. Billy Joel, Tell Her About It. Sal Mineo, The Words That I Whisper. B.B. King, Habit to Me. I don't see too many B.B. King picture sleeves. And Howard Jones, new song. So these are all $6.99 each. Kelly Wlodarczyk wants Uptown Girl. And that leaves Howard Jones, B.B. King, Sal Manio, Billy Joel, and Billy Joel on those. Nashville Tigers back in on Pink Floyd at 78. Henry's Choice, You've Been Outbid. George Strait is a $35 start. Aaron Andrus wants all the other Billy Joels, so Aaron Andrus gets this one and this one. Michael McDade wants Tell Her About It. That one was Billy Joel. You were next on that one. Jay Nutra first on B.B. King, then Donna, then Calvin. And there we have that, okay? All right, next thing in here is John Prine Bruised Orange. We auctioned one of these last night. $29.99 for John Prine Bruised Orange. We also have John Abercrombie, Dave Holland, Jack DeJohnette, Gateway, $29.99. Paul Has a Note, fantastic album. I think that's the one I heard him playing one day in the back. And I was like, what the heck is that? Sounded very wild, $29.99. All right, Pink Floyd Details. Pink Floyd Details is a 1973 UK OG quadraphonic press. So a true OG quadraphonic press. EX++ near McMinus. New high bid. So not only is it an OG Pink Floyd from UK, it's also quadraphonic, and it's also at $80 of Henry's Choice right now. Jeremy Dalton's in on George Strait. The Two Monkeys, a $15 start for both of those. Next thing over here is The Doors Greatest Hits, $24.99. Everything in this crate is sticker price, no more, no less. Danny offered $20, so I'm going to counter at $29.99. Also, we have On the Edge, that's sea level, $9.99 on that, and Santana Caravanserai. Santana, $19.99. Okay, before I can walk over here, let me put Terry Reid was a no bid, $25 on Terry Reid. Let me lay that up there so that at least covers up that spot. And then we have Just Another Smith, a 1974 US. This is lounge music, $19.99. Nobody bid on the Monkeys. Those are a $15 buy now. Nice pair there. George Strait just got one bid for $35, and that's sold to Jeremy Dalton. Danny just asked the details, and I just sold it to Jeremy Dalton for $35. Now Pink Floyd 85, now Pink Floyd 90, and now our next auction is George Strait. George Strait, Merry Christmas Straight to You is an OD6. A 1986 USOG and Shrink near McMinus. That's a $35 start. Here comes some more singles. First is our next auction. No, we'll do these for buy it nows unless I find something else. I've got Cyndi Lauper, What's Going On. I've got Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart. Ricky Nelson sings, Stood Up, Waiting in School. Ricky Nelson, It's Up to You. Ricky Nelson sings again. Ricky Nelson, Summertime. And then Mick Jagger, Just Another Night. So four Ricky Nelsons, 2 Cyndi Laupers, and 1 Mick Jagger, and a partridge in a Coletco tree. These are all $6.99 each. Jagger, Nelson, Nelson's, Lauper. Those are all $6.99 each. Also, we have Hayes Carl, K-Mag Yo-Yo, and Other American Stories, a 2011 clear vinyl, no 7-inch, $29.99. What was the album you showed in the crate before The Doors? The Doors was John Abercrombie, Dave Holland, Jack DeJohnette. That's called Gateway. 1975 Jazz Fusion, $29.99. Last bit on Pink Floyd, 105. George Strait's a near mint OG, his first and original Christmas album. No bid yet. Looking for a $35 start. Just FYI, Uptown Girl got me dreaming in a uptown world. Uptown Girl. These 45s are slippery. I'm trying to keep them standing up over here in this crate to look through them. Nearly impossible, almost. Nearly impossible to keep these things standing up straight. I don't know if y'all have ever had to deal with doing this, but like when they're in a box and it's not full, nearly impossible to flip through them. It's like, that's why I'm trying to go ahead and go through them all, because my OCD's kicking in. They won't stand up straight. I'm trying to find the few more back in here we had for auction. There it is. All right. I got to keep them like this. That's the only way they'll stay now. All right, this is Queen, We Will Rock You. We Will Rock You, and We Are the Champions. Kim wrote her name on the robot's head. Other than that, really cool picture sleeve. Queen is a $10 start. All right, moving on. Right now, Pink Floyd's at 130. We got Casey Musgraves, Star-Crossed on red vinyl. Musgraves, Casey is $19.99. Jimmy Buffett, a white sport coat and pink crustacean. That is sealed. A 1975 U.S. repress, $24.99. Was Hayes Carll's a single. Hayes Carll, Kai Mag Yo-Yo, and Other American Stories is a complete full album, $29.99. Over here, we got Petra, Captured in Time and Space. 1986 12-inch green promo, $29.99. Queen has a bid for $10. George Strait has a bid for $35. James Hicks is about to get it. Over here is Jazz Fusion on the ECM. Yes, this is on ECM. It is catalog number 1061. Near mint minus on that, $29.99. Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run. An early 80s press, really nice, $19.99. And contains the hit song Only You Know, an 81 Tennessee private press rock album. From Tennessee, a private press rock album, $49.99. BMK 918 takes to Abercrombie, Holland, Jack DeJohnette. That is sold over here. If you don't want the Dennis Jackson, if you don't want the Hayes Carll, Gregory does, so that's sold to somebody one way or another. How much is the Jazz album? Already sold. Queen has a bid for $10. And then Dwayne Caldwell on Petra, that's sold to Dwayne Caldwell. And now Pink Floyd, $135. James Hicks gets George Strait for $35. Queen has one bid for $10. Final call, and Pink Floyd's at $135. Next is going to be some more quick buy now 45s. These are all $6.99. We got Richard Chamberlain from Doctors Kildare TV show. Cilla Black, Love is Just a Broken Heart. Gene Pitney, Backstage. Paul Anka, Remember Diana. Chubby Checker, The Fly. And Dick Clark, All the Hits, Volume 2. That's pretty cool. Dick Clark, those are all $6.99. Pink Floyd doesn't have any inserts. No inserts on that. Hayes Carll is sold to Gregory Roberts. That's sold. Next thing over here is Tago Mago Can. That is what Paul was listening to earlier. I walk in, I had to go to the back right away. I walked by their stereo setup, and they were blasting something that sounded really, 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 really trippy and cool. And this is what they were listening to, I'm pretty sure. Can, Tago Mago. It's an unofficial $49.99. All right, Queen got one bid. That's sold to Joe DeGaldo for $10. We Will Rock You. Pink Floyd's at $150. And this has always been a tough album to get. King Harvest, Dancing in the Moonlight. A great song. I think we all know it. This one's EX. You always see the single because it was a hit single, almost like a one-hit wonder. But this here is a fantastic, it's a pretty good album. I mean, most of us just know Dancing in the Moonlight. King Harvest, $25 start. Can, over here is sold to Brent Robley. Hayes was near mint minus. Brent got Can. Pink Floyd's at $150. And we have Fox Brothers, Jesus Was a Country Man. That's a 1980 U.S. gospel album for $9.99. And We Worship, Belmont Songs of Praise, $9.99 on that. Here comes some more 45s right quick. These are all $6.99. We have Richard Chamberlain, They Long to Be Close to You. David Lee Roth, California Girls. Dale Shannon, Runaway. Rick Nelson, I Need You. Johnny Cash, The Ways of a Woman in Love. And those are all $6.99. And so is Girls Just Wanna Have Fun. Cyndi Lauper, $6.99. Fred Carnell next on Can. Joe DeGaldo wants some Jesus. This one right here. Joe DeGaldo gets some Jesus. Jerry Torres on David Lee Roth. So did Jerry Torres. That left me with Cyndi Lauper, Johnny Cash, Ricky Nelson, Del Shannon, and Richard Chamberlain. Those are all $6.99. Okay. More about the Fox LP. The Fox LP. Did I already get sold? Fox. That's just sold. David Lee Roth second. Kelly Volodarchik on Girls Just Wanna Have Fun. Danny next on David Lee Roth. Danny next on Cyndi Lauper. Pink Floyd is moving to a final call. High bid, Nashville Tiger, $150. I'm going to make sure Henry Choice is out. King Harvest is a $25 start. No bid yet. Next over here is Symphonic Ultimatum Symphonic Extremities. A 2019 remaster, a random metal record coming out of nowhere, I think. $19.99 on that. All right, what else do we have over here? I have over here. Nope. Oh, I got Japanese singles up front behind the counter. Let me go get those. But first, let me show one more record out of here. We have, I grabbed one I don't know the name of. What? $14.99. Fantasy Factory Ode to Life. A 1996 UK Space Rock Sock, $14.99. Fred Carnell, David Lee Roth, and Cindy. You were third and third. Fred Carnell wants Delaware Shannon. Delaware Shannon. Okay. You were third on Raw, third on Cyndi Lauper. Not for sure what Delaware Shannon is. Pink Floyd is a 1973 UK OG quad pressing. 73 UK OG quad pressing. And it's at $153. The Art of Lovin', $24.99. This is called The Art of Lovin'. Self-titled, it appears. Ivan R. on Fantasy Factory, that's sold to Ivan R. And Tortoise, Millions Now Living Will Never Die. Reissue. Paul Has a Note, great album, $29.99. What just happened? I know what happened. I thought about a Monster energy drink. Hold on, I'm stretching. You may not can tell it, but I'm stretching. I almost got too focused. He's trying to get Dale Shannon runaway. Dale Shannon. Delaware Shannon. I didn't know his first name was Delaware, Fred. I'm messing with you, of course. Is his first name Delaware? That'd be a pretty cool name. Delaware Williams. Delaware Shannon is sold to Fred Carnell. And now, there's no inserts or posters with Pink Floyd. I think I got almost such in the zone for about the last 10 minutes. I paused and I snapped back into reality, and then I got dizzy. King Harvest is a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now. No bid for King Harvest Dancing in the Moonlight. I think the copy I bought at one time, I think I bought it when we were out of town on a bond trip in a record store in Texas, and I paid $59.99 for mine, and it was pretty similar. That one's $25, so evidently nobody cares about King Harvest album as much as I do. Pink Floyd's at $153. We have Incantation, Upon the Throne of Apocalypse, a 2019 clear vinyl remaster, $44.99, and then what do we have here? $14.99 for Side Trips 5, $14.99, and this is Bikini Kill, a 2021 white and clear split remaster, $29.99 on Bikini Kill. Next thing over here, these are all $6.99. The first one I have is Flat and Scruggs, Foggy Mountain Breakdown, John and Robin, You Don't Care, The Prisonaires, Just Walking in the Rain, Tom Petty, You Got Lucky, Boogie Nights, Heat Wave, and Garland Green, Jealous Kind of Fella. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Also, Damned, that's 2004 clear vinyl, $34.99, and The Cardigans Life. The Cardigans is $39.99. That was Garland Green, Boogie Nights, Tom Petty, Prisonaires, John and Robin, and Foggy Mountain Breakdown. The last bit on Pink Floyd was Nashville Tiger at $153. He's had it for the last 3 minutes. It's had 2 more questions. It's a final call. It's a 73 OG quad, shrink, imported hop sticker, no inserts, near mint minus, final call, $153, all done. It's up to one person or anybody else. The clock is ticking, though, $153. Next thing over here is Aaron Andrus on Tom Petty. That was one of the singles. Sold to Aaron Andrus for $6.99. Susie was next. Troy Overmeyer on The Damned. Mark Vease next on Tom Petty. Melanie next on Tom Petty. And we have Flat and Scruggs. We have John and Robin. The Prisonaires is on Sun. The Flip is Baby Please. Is that a reissue of something really early from Sun? A Third Man reissue? I think that's a Third Man reissue of a really, really rare Sun 45. And there's Boogie Nights and there's Garland Green. Okay? Promegranate. I take turns. I'm on Monsters. Maybe maybe this upcoming spring I'll get back on V8s. My body can pretty much build immunity to that stuff, and I kind of have to rotate it. All right, let me move some stuff around back here. Let's get some stuff done. I got to get something else to drink. Otherwise, the show is going to be a complete failure. And then we're just all going to have to go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. I love the movie The Fugitive with Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones. That's an epic. That's epic. It's really, really epic. Hope everybody's had a chance to watch that. I'm going to get a Monster. I'm going to get these Japanese records. My food is out here sitting on this bar stool. The bar stool that I threw out here in the parking lot because I got mad it was in my way. So I threw the bar stool out in the parking lot, and then they set my food on top of it. They's probably like, why is there a bar stool right out here in the middle of the parking lot? Okay, lots to do, lots to go through. The store was officially open today. We opened the store today for the first time in almost 2 weeks because of what y'all did to us last Sunday buying everything. It looks pretty dang bare up there. The store's pretty empty. I'm sure Saturday customers came in the store that don't watch these live streams. I mean, you got to think, a lot of people walk in our store, they're just travelers out of Nashville and walk-in traffic. They're like, hey, let's stop by that collectible store. I've never been in there. They obviously don't know what we do here every night and the volume when we sell. So they walk in our store and they're like, man, that place didn't have anything. They must be going out of business or something. That's what our store looks like right now. They have no idea what we do here every night. So here we go. This is sold. No more bids. And this is sold. And thank you. And this is sold to Nashville Tiger for $153. Now, I've got a new injury drink. I've got these other singles. I think we're about to do this, okay? Up at the top, we sold the following. We sold The Damned. We sold Tom Petty. Ivan R. on Bikini Kill. And then over here, have I seen Rocky yet? Never seen Rocky. And then over here, what is the title of The Prisoners? Not for sure. Never seen Terminator. Cardigan's good. And we're down at the bottom. Okay? So here we go. I'm touching my toes. Everybody do it with me. Oh! There went my knees. Y'all probably heard them pop. Pop, pop. That means they're back into place now. And we're ready for more action. The Cardigans Life, a 2009 reissue, $39.99. I don't think that's currently available to order. Next auction is the Specials. The Specials is going up for bid. It's an early to mid-'80s U.S. reissue. The exact year is unknown, but the barcode and the addition of the bonus tracks Gangsters indicates a reissue. It has the original company sleeve, EX edition, a $25 start. Rick Barrion wants the Sun 45. That's sold to Rick Barrion for $6.99. And let's go ahead and grab another handful right quick of singles. These are also all $6.99. Nice. Betty Everett, Take Me. We have Otis Redding, You Made a Man Out of Me. We have the Skyliners, Pennies from Heaven. We have the Click, Superman. We have Gary Lewis, This Diamond Ring. Gary Lewis, Everybody Loves a Clown. Gary Lewis, She's Just My Style. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Okay, and that is the following. Gary Lewis, Gary Lewis, Gary Lewis, The Click, the Skyliners, Otis Redding, and Betty Everett. The Specials is a $25 start. Our next auction is going to be Queensryche. Let's go ahead and put up Queensryche, an 84 U.S. Winchester OG with the original on her sleeve, VG Plus. Queensryche is a $25 start. If I didn't already have this next single, whatever I laid it, I would definitely not be putting it up for sale. My gracious, look what we have here. This is Led Zeppelin, Over the Hills and Far Away in Dancing Days. A Japanese Led Zeppelin single. Extremely nice. A $25 start for Led Zeppelin. Unbelievable. Japanese single, all right? So the Carnigan's still available. Lonnie Jolly on Boogie Nights. That was from earlier. I must have not pulled that for him. Should be right here. Boogie Nights is sold to Lonnie Jolly, okay? Rick Barrion wants Gary Lewis, This Diamond Ring. That is right here. That's sold to him for $6.99, okay? All right, so these are all sticker price. Yeah, these are new arrivals that Paul marked today. Sticker price. He dropped off another one. I think what I might do, we've done Paul, John, Paul. Let's do another John, then Laura, and then the other Paul crates. And then there's still 3 Paul, or excuse me, there's still 3 John crates, Laura, Paul. So 5, we still got 5 crates to go through, and I think Laura's marking more too. So here we go. We have the Beach Boys Sunflower for $49. The Cardigans was $39. We have Tom Waits for $44.99. We have Richard Thompson for $24.99. Neil Young, everybody knows this is nowhere, $34. I'm not for sure if anybody's marked metal, it's been Laura. She might can phone in. It looked like more of a mixed crate. There was 2 or 3 metal records in here though that didn't get claimed. Easter Everywhere is $24. Real Estate is $19. We have Santana for $19. We have over here Michael Ralt. Michael Ralt is $24. We have Early Bird Edition, and Early Bird Edition is of Anna Birch, $49.99 on that. Frosty the Snowman, $14. Can't believe no one got that. Van Morrison, $29. Oak Ridge Boys is sealed, $14. The Doors is $24, and John Prine was $29. So quick update. We laid down the specials, Queens Rock and Led Zeppelin. Queens Rock $25, Led Zeppelin $30, Queens Rock $30, Queens Rock $35, Queens Rock $30. Have not sold Mariah Carey. Nope. Specials has 1 bid for $25, Led Zeppelin $35, Led Zeppelin $40, Led Zeppelin $45. So Led Zeppelin $45. Over here, Queens Rock is tied at $30. Aaron Andrus is in first, and the specials has 1 bid for $25. The Cardigans is still available. It's called Life. It's a 2019 reissue near mint, $39.99 for the Cardigans. Also, Sea Level on the Edge, $9.99 on that one. Santana Caravanserai was $19.99. Just Another Smith, a 1974 US, $19.99. Casey Musgraves is $19.99, red vinyl. And Jimmy Buffett is sealed, $24.99. Bruce Springsteen is $19.99. Queens Rock $35. Now Queens Rock is at $40. Well, this one was $49.99, and the $49.99 is called In Search Change Tour. What exactly is this again? This is Chance In Search, which is a Private Press Tennessee rock album, $49.99. We Worship, Belmont Songs of Praise, $9.99. Symphonic Exciter. No, it's called Ultimatum Symphonic Extremities, $19.99 on that. And then The Art of Lovin', $24.99. Tortoise is $29.99. Incarnation was $44.99. Upon the Throne of the Apocalypse, 2019 clear vinyl remaster. And this one was Side Tops 5. What's that say? Side Trips 5, $14.99. All right, next thing over here is the following. Led Zeppelin had a bid for 45 and then 46 and then 50. Queens Rock 45, Queens Rock 50. Out on Led Zeppelin, out on Queens Rock. The specials is sold to James Allen. 1 bid, $25. $25 on this. Boom, okay? And then Rick Berrien needs to put back Gary Lewis, and he says he's willing to pay the $10,000 restocking fee. That's okay. I'll only charge you $20. We can negotiate that fee, though. $20,000 is the fee right now. And then Led Zeppelin, the last bid on Led Zeppelin was Aaron Andrus at $50, okay? That is Aaron Andrus at $50, and then there's Queens Rock at $50, okay? There's this, and let's go through some more singles. We're about to go through a new crate. Robert Palmer, You Are in My System. The Everly Brothers, Bye Bye Love. Bye Bye Happiness. Kylie Minogue, I Should Be So Lucky. Kylie Minogue, It's No Secret. Chubby Checker, The Twist. Mike Posteen from Magnum P.I. Dwayne Eddy, Ring of Fire. And then let's go ahead and put up a Prince auction. So Prince is going up for bid right now. This is Purple Rain. It's a $10 start. Purple Rain is on purple vinyl. $10 start on that. So we had Dwayne Eddy, Ring of Fire, sold to Kelly Volodarchik. Kylie Volodarchik also on Kylie Minogue. There is It's No Secret and I Should Be So Lucky. Let me know on that one. And then let's go back to the top. So the last bid on Queens Rock was $50 of Aaron Andrus. He also has Led Zeppelin for $50. Both of those auctions are at $50. And then the first question over here is, how much is Side Trips? Robert, that is $14.99. Real Estate price. Tortoise info, Tortoise is Millions Now Living Will Never Die, a reissue near mint, $29.99. And then how much is Real Estate? Real estate here around Lebanon and Nashville is expensive. I mean, millions of dollars for a little tiny building. But the Real Estate in the Crate, is that a name of a title, I'm assuming? Real Estate. Real Estate, you can buy this one for just $19.99. $19.99. Okay? And then Carol Puckett on Chubby Checker. That's sold to Carol Puckett. Kelly Vladchik got both Kylie Minogue. Michael Medade wants to Gary Lewis. And Prince has a bid for 10. And Side Trips is sold to Robert. Okay? That left my post theme for Magnum P.I. Everly Brothers, Bye, Bye Love, Bye Bye Happiness, and Robert Palmer, You Are in My System. All right, Led Zeppelin then is officially sold, and Led Zeppelin is officially sold to Aaron Andrews for $50. Looks like he also has Queensryche for $50. I'm going to sell that as soon as I tag Mark Weiss on Real Estate. And then over here, Tortoise is the only thing still left if Ivan decides he wants that. Quick look at Prince. Prince is Purple Rain on purple vinyl. That has bids for 10 and 12. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Queensryche sold to Aaron Andrews for $50. Ivan R says, okay, I'll take it. I'll keep the streak going. Sold to Ivan R. There we go. Anybody else on anything else in there? If not, we're changing crates. Changing crates. Let's put up a couple more auctions right quick, though. First thing we'll have is Oingo Boingo, Only a Lad. Oingo Boingo is an 81 USOG Terre Haute original inner sleeve, VG condition, original inner sleeve, $25 start. Prince is at 12. Bye, bye, love. Bye, bye, happiness. I think I'm gonna hit and done. I think I'm gonna bye, bye, love. Bye, bye, happiness. All right, let's go through the check condition crate, then the Laura crate, and then the Paul crate, and then John crate, John crate. For those about to ride, fire we salute. Here we go. These are all check condition. So everything in this crate is like check condition. If I say this condition, then it's that price. If I say this condition, then it's that price, okay? Here we go. Both of the George Straits already sold. Magnum P.I. is sold to Vladimir, and Prince is at $25 with Bob McKinney. Oingo Boingo's now up for bid. We have Ted Nugent with the original cover. Look at that. See those colors? Multicolor. That's the original logo for that one. First cover, VG Plus, $19.99. Meatloaf on vocals. We have John Coltrane Ballads, a 1974 press. Coltrane Ballads with McCoy Tyner, Jimmy Garrison, VG Plus, $39.99. And then Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? VG original label, Tricolor Steamboat, VG $19.99, okay? That means Oingo Boingo's about to be a bot now for $25 because no one has bid. Let's pull out something else over here to sell. And this one is the Replacements, Tim. Nice. 1985 USOG, super clean, near mint minus. Track A6 Swinging Party is one of the best songs the Replacements ever recorded. That is Tim. Near mint, a $55 start. Ivan R. and Ted Nugent, that sold. Prince is sold to Bob McKinney for $25. Nashville Tiger gets Jimi Hendrix. That leaves John Coltrane. Johnny Paycheck, Slide Off Your Satin Sheets. Johnny Paycheck is VG Plus $19.99. And Fog Hat Full for the City, VG $9.99. Give me 1 second over here. All right, first thing we have is Michael Medade on Fog Hat. And then the Replacements has a bid for $55. These are buy it now or best offer. Styx Cornerstone, VG Plus $14.99. Also Supertramp, Even in the Quietest of Moments, VG $9.99. Supertramp, Even in the Quietest of Moments. And Van Halen, Women and Children First, VG Plus $29.99. And the Cradle Will Rock. So Oingo Boingo has a bid for $25. The Replacements $55. Next auction is Prince, Let's Go Crazy, and Erotic City. Prince is going to go up for a $10 start. Let's Go Crazy and Erotic City, $10 start on that. That's now up for bid. And we also have, this is a picture disc, New England. New England picture disc, $6.99. Gene Pitney, 24 hours from Tulsa, $6.99. Gary Lewis, sure, gonna miss her. And then Frank and Moon Zappa, Valley Girl. And Fats Domino, I'm walking, I'm in the mood for love. $6.99 on those. All those I just laid down are $6.99. So Fats Domino, $6.99. So is Frank Zappa, Gary Lewis, Gene Pitney, and the New England picture disc. Prince, a $10 start. Oingo Boingo has bids for $25. Jim B has bid $26. Wayne Bartow got Supertramp, give a little bit. Mark Weiss on Van Halen. Prince has a bid for $15. Coltrane is VG Plus. $39.99 in 1974. Wow, the replacements just has one bid with JK for $55. Final call. Zap over here for $6.99 department is sold to Ivan R. That's sold to Ivan R for $6.99. And we also have the best of the James Gang. VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Norman Greenbaum going up to the Spirit in the Sky. The cover has pretty noticeable discoloration and foxing. The vinyl's VG OG, $14.99. So the first bidder over here on Oingo Boingo for $25 was Rick Berrien. Jim B bid $26. Now Prince is at $20. And now the replacements is a final call for $55. Von Gillespie gets the New England picture disc. That left Gene Pitney, Gary Lewis, and Fats Domino. Here I am, and I'm in love again. Fats Domino. Leonard Skinner, Street Survivors. This is EX, $32.99. Second cover, no barcode, but it does have an order form with it. That's EX, $32.99. Aaron Andrus on Norman Greenbaum. James Gang sold to Earl of Baltimore. And we have Foghat Stone Blue, VG, $9.99. And Prince in the bin, Purple Rain, VG, $19.99. No promo on the replacements. No, Tim is OG, just super nice, near mint minus. Not a promo, 85 specialty press. I'm assuming, Rick Berrien, you do not want to bid on Oingo Boingo. I'm about to sell it to Jim B for $26, which would be a shame. We have Rosin and Collins Band, This Is the Way. The flight of the free bird continues. Why is there a Leonard Skinner? Oh, is that's some kind? Oh, because it's Rosin and Collins. There's a hop sticker advertising that Leonard Skinner record that came out. That's weird. VG Plus, $14.99 on that. Mark Weiss on LS, and that's for Leonard Skinner right here. That's sold to Mark Weiss. And then Christopher Yoakum on LS. That was Leonard Skinner. Rick Berrien's out. Okay, so Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey, VG Plus, $19.99 for Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey. Prince Purple Rain is sold to Bob McKinney for $20. Or excuse me, Prince Let's Go Crazy. Jim B gets Oingo Boingo for $26. And Jim B is popping champagne. He is like, good gracious, I'll take it. Holy crap, $26. And the replacements over here, $55. He's also popping champagne. Who's popping champagne? JK is popping champagne. Collecco's got records on sale tonight, 90% off. That's sold to him for $55. Supertramp, Famous Last Words, $14.99, VG Plus condition. Foghat Night Shift, VG Plus, $9.99. 90% off auction prices tonight. Next auction is going to go up right now, Mariah Carey. This is a 1991 U.S. Carrollton OG, Emotions. Original on her sleeve, EX edition. $25 start. Cover has a little bit of wear and tear. Does have the original on her sleeve. $25 start on that one. Next is Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited. VG condition, $14.99 on Dylan. And we have the Rolling Stone Some Girls. That's also VG, $14.99. I figured Mariah Carey would bring what? Close to $100, $200, $300. Next auction is going to go up right now. The Stranglers, Off the Beaten Track. The Stranglers is an 86 UKOG compilation of their B-sides and singles. VG Plus, $15 start on that. Mariah, $15 start. And Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, VG, $14.99. Dang, how many Prince records do y'all have? I'd say at any given time this year, we've probably sold, what, 2,000 or 3,000 albums by Prince and 45s. Our next auction is Prince, $19.99. Prince, $19.99 is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Prince, and then for buy now, we got Madonna for $6.99, Adam Wade for $6.99, Bobby Darin for $6.99, Lone Justice for $6.99. All those I just laid down are $6.99. Prince is a $10 start. So we have Lone Justice, Bobby Darin, Adam Wade, and Madonna, Material Girl. Moving over here at the top, we put down Mariah Carey, $25, Mariah Carey, $25, Mariah Carey, $35, Lonnie Jolly off for $12 for the Stones. Sell that to Lonnie Jolly for $12. Kelly Vloddercheck on LP. LP for Kelly Vloddercheck was what was LP? Lone. That was a mistype. Okay. Mariah Carey, $14. Michael McDade, Alice Cooper, $15. Lace and Whiskey is sold to Michael McDade for $15. Next thing over here, Queen's Rock is already sold. Aaron Andrews gets Madonna for $6.99, and Aaron Andrews is in on Prince for $10. Elton John, Captain Fantastic. This is just a single pocket reissue. VG dollars. VG dollars, $9.99 condition. $9.99 VG condition. Please explain the Dylan record. This is Highway 61 Revisited. It's a 70s reissue, made sometime in the mid-70s, VG condition, $14.99. The Stranglers does not have a bid yet. Over here, we have a 1986 UKOG VG Plus condition. The Stranglers is a $15 start, no bid yet. Prince is at $15, and over here, Mariah Carey's at $40. Mark Weiss is out, and Jeff Halsworth, you're out. Donna has it for $40, final call. ZZ Top DeGuelo is VG condition, $14.99. Elton John Honky Chateau is VG Plus, $14.99. And Supertramp Breakfast in America, Gone Hollywood, Goodbye Stranger, So Logical That You Buy That Record, $17.99. Greg Ken Band Conspiracy with the hit song Jeopardy, EX $17.99. Eric B. and Rakim is sold. Everything last night sold. Everything tonight's going to sell. Before we sign off, I would start bidding now. I would bid high, and I would bid often. Steppenwolf 7 is in VG condition, $9.99. Prince is at $17. ZZ Top is sold for $10 to Scully Mac. That's gone. Prince is now at $20. Van Halen 2 is EX $42.99. And AC/DC's VG Plus $29.99. And Kiss Love Gun, EX $49.99 for Kiss Love Gun. So this is OG 77 Pittman. No inserts other than the inner sleeve. Kiss, $49.99. There it is. ZZ Top 10 sold. Prince 20. That's a high bid. Strangler 16 high bid. And then over here we have Prince, a new bid for 23. Wayne Bartow, Supertramp 12 sold. And Mariah Carey is officially sold to Donna. Donna. This is sold to Donna over here for $40. All right, so my invoice will show 90% off. Yeah, where you won that Oingo Boingo record for $26 and it was supposed to sell for $190, your invoice will say Oingo Boingo GMB $26 in parentheses. That was after 90% off. All right, that's sold over here. This is a buy now best offer crate. Prince 25. Van Halen was EX $42.99. This is OG. It does have the original inner sleeve with it. And then over here we have AC/DC VG Plus $29.99. For those about to rock fire, we salute you. There's an offer on Dylan for $10 with Daniel R. Vo. And I'm assuming the other person who asked is passing. So Danielle gets Dylan for 10. And then Tom Petty and Dylan. Dylan's already sold. Tom Petty is still available. VG, $14.99. Gregor, if you don't want AC/DC, Aaron Andrews wants it. Prince is at $25. Let me know, Aaron, if you want backing on Prince. And the Stranglers is sold to Chris Knapp for $16. Let's put up new auctions coming up right now. New auctions right now. I'm about to put up new auctions right now. Don't forget about all these insane Japanese singles. Trying to finish this first box of singles here first, though. And we have Asia for $6.99 Go. The Eurythmics, Here Comes the Rain Again. The Shock and Blue, I'm Your Venus, I'm Your Desire, something else. Sweet Dreams are made of this, the Eurythmics. The Drifters, Mexican Divorce, and The Haunted House. Those are all $6.99, okay? Prince is sold over here. Prince is sold to Bob McKinney for $25. Our next auction is Prince. Prince is When Doves Cry. This is going to go up for a $10 start. What's Kiss? Kiss is Love Gun. OG EX Condition VG Jacket, $49.99. AC/DC is sold to Aaron Andrus. Van Halen, 10. Van Halen Pass. We have Ivan and Eurythmics. Let me know if you want Sweet Dreams, or let me know if you want Here Comes the Rain Again, or let me know if you want both of them. Joe DeGaldo's next. Kelly Vladarchuk on Haunted House. And that leaves the Drifters, Asia, and the Shock and Blue, Venus, okay? There's that. Anybody else on anything in here? Let me make sure we're caught up and we're good to go. Prince has bids for 10 and 12. What is the Tom Petty? This is Damn the Torpedoes. This is the 4th copy we've had tonight. VG Condition, $14.99. Rick Barron on Venus. Ivan R gets both Eurythmics. Those are all sold. Now this Prince has bids for 10 and 12. Let's go ahead and show our next auction, which is going up right now. And that next auction is this. We have John Lee Hooker live at Soul Dad Prison. Hooker. John Lee Hooker. John Lee Hooker is a 72 USOG VG Plus condition, $25 start. Okay, so Van Halen is, this was OG EX condition, $42.99 with the original on our sleeve, James. All right, let's go back over here. We kind of have a pending offer on Tom Petty. Somebody offered such and such and such and such together, then one of them sold. And over here, John Lee Hooker, Prince, and here we go. Not much left in the check condition bin. First is Johnny Paycheck, slide off your satin sheets, VG Plus, $19.99. Sticks Cornerstone is VG Plus, $14.99. John Coltrane is VG Plus, $39.99. And now, Van Halen, EX $42.99, make offer. This is a Saturday night deal crate. Foghat VG $9.99, Purple Rain VG $19.99, full album. Ross and Collins Band with Leonard Skinner hype sticker I've never seen, VG Plus $14.99. Supertramp VG Plus $14.99. Foghat VG Plus $9.99. Elton John VG $9.99. Elton John VG Plus $14.99. Greg Ken Band EX $17.99. Steppenwolf VG $9.99. And Kiss Love Gun EX $49.99. And Tom Petty is sold for $10 to Dennis Jackson. Prince, the last bid on Prince was $13. Bob McKinney has it for $15. All right, Van Halen, $30. John Lee Hooker has a bid for $10. Can I show Coltrane again? What is the Coltrane? John Coltrane Quartet Ballads. This is a 1977, 1974 pressing, VG Plus $39.99. Hooker has a bid for $25. And Van Halen is sold for $30 to Cameron Koenig. Sold. All right, we're going to go through another crate right now. Don't wait till tomorrow. Elton's $14.14. Ivan R, $14.14. Sold. Michael McDade, we've already sold Van Halen, but Foghat's still in here if you want to make an offer. It is priced VG Plus $9.99. Earl of Baltimore offered $35 for Van Halen. I've already sold it for $30. Sean Costley wants Coltrane. He asked about it. He gets it. John Lee Hooker's about to sell one bid. We've already sold Elton John. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Big Lebowski. The Big Lebowski, their new film that does Fargo teams. This is a Euro reissue, no year listed on Discogs, but one commenter of the pressing said this was bought around 2013. Big Lebowski, $30 start, okay? Michael McDade gets Foghat for $8, and then Prince Purple Rain, $14 for both. Oh, $14 for both. What was these marked? These were marked VG Plus $14.99 and VG 9. I will say both of these for $17. I will say both of these for $17. So what about Prince in the crate? Prince in the crate was marked VG $19.99. James Chilcott, I'll take $15 for that. The Prince singles at $20. The Supertramp Famous Last Words was VG. Well, John didn't actually put a grade, but I'm going to call, I mean, it's pretty nice. He might have put this in the wrong crate. We'll call it VG Plus. VG Plus $14.99. And Kiss is an OG 1977 Pittman. EX $49.99. So other than the pending stuff, right now we have Kiss, Steppenwolf, Greg Ken, Rosin Collins, Foghat, Sticks, and Johnny Paycheck. Now, the Foghat that I sold you, Michael McDade, there was 2 Foghats. I sold you Night Shift. You never did specifically say, I'm assuming you wanted Night Shift. Okay, the Prince single is sold to Bob McKinney for $20. Kiss is OG. John Lee Hooker, surprisingly, just one bid. This is sold for $25 to George Scher. That's gone. Carol Puckett, first of all, sell both of these Elton Johns for $17 to Ivan R. Carol Puckett gets Supertramp for $10, and Prince is sold to James Chilcott for $15. The Big Lebowski soundtrack does not have a bid, $30 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is A Tribe Called Quest. Oh my gosh. A 1996 USOG Gold Stamp promo. A Tribe Called Quest beats rhymes and life. A $55 start. Here's what's left in this crate. We had Johnny Paycheck, Slide Off Your Satin Cheeks, VG Plus, $19.99. Sticks Cornerstone, VG Plus 4. We've almost sold everything in this John crate. A few more offers and a few more claims, and we have cleaned out an entire crate here. Foghat, the other one, Stone Blue. Yeah, VG $9.99. We have Rosden and Collins Band, This Is the Way, VG Plus $14.99. Greg Kihn Band, Conspiracy, EX $17.99. Steppenwolf is called Steppenwolf 7, VG $9.99. And Love Gun is sold to Michael Wood for $43. We're not too far away from selling out this entire check condition crate. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is a Japanese 7-inch single. A Japanese 7-inch single. Oh my gosh. Jet. Woo, woo, woo. Jet. And the flip is Let Me Roll It. That one's just as good as Jet. Wings, Paul McCartney, Jet. A $15 star. Japanese 7-inch single. How cool is that? Macca. I'm through the first 2 episodes of the Beatles anthology. It's going to take me about a week probably to watch it all in little 30-minute increments when I'm walking. So pretty good so far. I've never had the chance to watch it all. Anybody else? If not, we're moving on. Next crate coming up. Jet. Woo, woo, woo. Jet. I can almost remember the... All right, let's see what this crate holds over here. Let me squat down and flip through it right quick. Interesting stuff here. Lower's marked. Ooh, let me see what pressing this is. Oh, that's such a good album. Someone's going to have a treat tonight. Laura's got an interesting series here. All right, and then Leuven, and then some check condition. All right, here we go. I'm about to stand back up. I've squatted down. My back likes the relief. It was like, oh, thank you, Chad. Gravity isn't holding up your 300-pound gut anymore. That feels pretty good on my back. It's like, otherwise you're standing and gravity is working against me. I'll watch the second one tonight. I just finished episode 2. They just came to America, right, Tony? Episode 3 picks up. They just got off the plane at JFK Airport. Their lives are about to change even bigger. Man, what about that footage? And Ringo Starr's trying to leave his apartment. He's in London in '63 during the first wave of Beatlemania over there. Ringo's leaving his apartment, and those people are just attacking him. I mean, they're literally like climbing on the walls trying to look through his windows. And he walks out and he just gets attacked. I mean, they're just like attacking him. No wonder those guys don't like going out in public. I mean, I couldn't imagine. It's just like they were pulling on his hair and everything. All right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. That doesn't happen to me in Lebanon. No, I have to leave. I go out our back door here and I put on a hoodie so people can't see me. All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reintroduce A Tribe Called Quest because this should get a bid. I'm going to make the Big Lebowski a buy it now for $30. Big Lebowski, $30 buy it now. Jet has a bid for $15. Macca. Peter Haas has that for $15. And then A Tribe Called Quest, Beats, Rhymes, and Rhymes. What is this one called? Beats, Rhymes, and Life. At 96 OG, a rap album, $55 start, hop sticker, and there's no bid. Jet, final call for $15. We got a new crate here, Laura's priced. I'm about to eat another cookie. We're going to go through these sticker price. I'm also sipping on a Monster and eating cookies. Here we go. I like watching, the one more thing about the anthology, as an autograph collector, especially now as a Beatles autograph collector, man, this man here at 84 years old, just people constantly trying to shove stuff in his face for him to sign it. No wonder he don't want to sign it. I can understand it. I support it. He's like, I'm not signing autographs anymore for anybody. He's had paper shoved in his face since he's been about 25 years old. Anywhere he goes outside, they're just trying to cram album jackets and papers in his face to sign. Imagine that every time you've left your house for 60 years. 60 years, there's people just cramming stuff right in front of you trying to get you to sign it. I'd be like, I'm done. Thank y'all for the fandom. I'm going to have a security detail. I'm not signing anything. Mark V's on big, it would get tired after about a week. Imagine like 60 years of people like cramming stuff in your face trying to get you to sign it. Big Lebowski is sold to Mark V's for $25. No, Ringo said the same thing. He's like, I've had enough. I'm 80-something years old. I am done with this. Tribe Called Quest is near mint. Yep. Tribe Called Quest is near mint. Super clean. There's that. He will sign in private, but not walking outside of a building anymore. Yeah. He's been signing those art prints, and he'll do some stuff, but not too much. Not too much. So, yeah, I saw a video not too long. He went over to London to get that award, and he did come outside, and he did sign a few things, but he don't sign Beatles album jackets at all anymore. So, he does not sign Beatles album jackets hardly at all. It has to be somebody, an insider. But I've heard like people in his traveling band, like they don't even ask him. You know, it's kind of like he's had enough, but I think he does it on his own terms, which is understandable. I'm only signing on my terms and conditions, which is what most people, like sports people, do. They're going to do it on their own time. Okay, we have Washed Out Life of Leisure, EX, $54.99, a 2010 reissue, limited to 1,000, synth pop and chill wave. EX, $54.99, Washed Out Life of Leisure. EX $54.99. The Brian Jonestown Massacre. EX $22.99. Jerry Stone says the Rhino hi-fi pressing is awesome, and he's listening to it while watching his Black Sabbath light. Jerry Stone is rocking out to some Ozzy right now. We got Black Sabbath lights going. Jerry's got his lights turned off. He is rocking to some Black Sabbath right now. We got Tribe at $60. Jet is sold for $15. We need to get some of these in new sleeves, by the way. That's sold to Peter Haas for $15. Thank you. Also, we have the Olivia Trimmer Control. Looks like Laura's marked some great stuff here. EX $59.99, a 2000 USOG Lo-Fi Indie Experimental. So Brian Jonestown Massacre sold to JK. Craig Thomas second. We got Washed Out and Olivia Trimmer Control. Next thing in here going up for auction right now is Bob Marley. No, let's do Cleopatra Jones. Cleopatra Jones, Joe Simon and Millie Jackson. Shrink and Hop sticker. 73 OG VG original inner sleeve. $15 start. I think we're done on Tribe. Sean Miller, you're out. No, Sean Miller's back in. And then here we go. We also have Wild Bale Dreamland. This is an indie pop album, EX1299. Laura and Paul. Actually, I was just about to say, I love it when all three of them's here, marking records, because we have a wide variety. So my perfect scenario is when John, Paul, and Laura's all here marking records. Even if we don't have new vinyl, we have a lot of cool stuff to show. All right, I got a lot of cool Beatles singles to sell. Perfect. I got Beatles fresh on my mind. Some of y'all are probably rolling your eyes right about now. We got George Harrison, Ding Dong, and I Don't Care Anymore. That's with the Japanese picture sleeve. That one I don't see too often. $15 start on George Harrison. That's now up for bid, okay? By the way, these are all sticker price. Tribe is at $6.2. Cleopatra Jones, $15. Jim B on Wild Bale. That's sold to Jim B. And Cleopatra Jones, $20, now $22. Over here, we had Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style, EX $24.99 for Snoop, and the Louvin Brothers handpicked songs, 55 to 62. And this is EX $24.99. Chad, can you get the Paranoid Deluxe CD and Paranoid album cover box? There is a Paranoid Deluxe box set that's in print, but I don't know if it's in stock right now. Snoop is not an OG record. Snoop is a 2001, though. Wow, 2001 reissue. 2001. There we have it. And then Tribe. Okay, so Tribe is at 62 with Sean Miller. Matt JK54 on YouTube. You're out, just FYI. Cleopatra Jones is at 22. Lonnie Jolly's out. George Harrison's a $15 start. All right, before I show that, let me lead this note from Laura. So these records right here I'm about to show, she said these are all records from the same series. Each one is by a smaller artist who have found fans in some famous places. Or excuse me, have found fans in some famous faces. Is that what that says? Each Obi has a review by more established artists like Shirley Manson and Sean Ono Lennon. Okay. So, you know what these are. They're kind of more lesser-known artists, but they have reviews by well-known people. So this one's $9.99. Cotton Pony, Boys in the Attic. Cotton Pony, Boys in the Attic, $9.99. Okay? Next one is Teo Ta, Louisa Brina, and Liquificator. I think is what that says. $9.99 on that. That's Latin music. Latin music on that one. The poster, not box. I have the box. Yeah, so not too long ago, Black Sabbath issued some more deluxe packaging, and I never did post those for pre-order because there's been so much Black Sabbath stuff coming out. The Rhinos, in particular, plus all the other issues. So I never did order any of those, but I think they're still in stock and still in print. Okay, George Harrison is a buy it now for $15. Tribe is sold. Tribe is sold over here to, wow, my bad. It got a new bid. Now it's sold. So can you remind me, I can only see your handle. I recognize your profile. Can you remind me, Matt, what your name normally says on YouTube? Because this is now sold to you for $65. Cleopatra Jones is sold to Donna for $25. And Garrett Cypert wants Doggy Style. Okay. Coltrane sold earlier, one bid, $150. Our next auction is Minnie Riperton, Perfect Angel. Minnie Riperton is a 1974 U.S. Santa Maria OG, $25 start on Minnie Riperton. Next Japanese single. Let's try George again, but boy, this is a good one. What is Life from All Things Must Pass, George Harrison. Beautiful Japanese single. The flip on that one is Apple Scruffs. $15 start. $15 start. Matthew Cabot. Okay? Matthew Cabot. Thank you. Gotcha. You got Tribe. All right, let's go through this other series here. This one is an indie pop album called Marina. Her last name is Fages. Fages. I'm not sure how to say that. Epica and Fantastica. That's $9.99. And then Counterfeit Madison, Neo Soul Counterfeit Madison, $9.99. And Kelman Duran, an abstract experimental electronic, that's $9.99. Of 1,000 Faces Astronomica, $9.99. And Zach Rosen Circles, folk rock lo-fi. So that's some kind of series of lesser known artists, all from the same label. Probably will be some experimental stuff there for you. Minnie Riperton has a bid for $25. George Harrison, What Is Life? Down, 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 down. Tell me who is my life. Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues, an 83 U.S. Allied OG, nice copy with inner sleeve, $35 start. This is $34.99. I believe this is under the name, well, it looks like a DIIV. I don't know if that's DIV or D2V or however they want that read, but it's $34.99. And then we have this sealed, $34.99, 2010 reissue, great experimental krautrock, $24.99 for Can. And that's a reissue of Can self-titled. These are all sticker price. These are all sticker price, no more, no less on these. We have The Breeders, Last Splash. The Breeders is $22.99, 2018 reissue. And we have Wimps, Garbage People. This is sealed on green vinyl, $19.99. George Harrison, What Is Life? Is a buy it now for $15. Minnie Riperton got one bid for $25, and that is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $25. Talking Heads just got introduced. It's pronounced Dive. There we go. Thank you on that. $35 start on Talking Heads. Our next auction is King Crimson Earthbound. King Crimson Earthbound is a 72 UKOG, original under sleeve, super clean. I love this. $30 start on King Crimson. Check on Black Sabbath. I didn't see it in our catalog. I know for sure they don't have it, but I will work on that. Okay. Link Ray. Link Ray's a 2017 reissue, limited to 400 on orange vinyl, $44.99. And this is called $24.99. This is Weird War. If you can't beat 'em, bottom. Weird War. If you can't beat 'em, bottom. $24.99. 2004 OG indie rock album. Okay. There's Link Ray as a reissue. We had an OG copy of that the other night. And there it is. Okay. Next, price on the Breeders. The Breeders Last Splash was $22.99. So no takers on George Harrison. No takers on George Harrison. So that means our next auction is George Harrison, My Sweet Lord. Isn't it a pity? Another Japanese single, $15 start on that. That's now up for bid. Okay. Chad, do you know if and when you'll order sleep token blankets? I ordered one just because I figured some of y'all was interested, even though no one wanted on a waiting list. I ordered one, if not two. I honestly have a feeling they're somewhere back here, and I just don't know where, because they may have already shipped. If not, they'll be here Monday, Tuesday. No, that's Iron Maiden. I see a couple blankets, but it's ones we've already shown before. Okay, Pam Murray on the Breeders. And how much is Dive? Dive is $34.99. I think we have Dark Side of the Moon in stock over here. We've got Megadeth and Iron Maiden. Give me 1 second, I'll show them over here. I gotta move some stuff behind me because I've got to get to our next box of 45s. Squim, which is Steve Mason, on this. Jim B sold on this. And Striper is $34.99. That's black vinyl. Not for sure if we're ever going to be able to get gold vinyl. What is the King Crimson Earthbound? King Crimson Earthbound is a 1972 UKOG near mint. $30 start. All right. Moving on. I have the Feminine Complex, Live and Love. This is the one I was talking about earlier when I was reading through the crate. So good. The Record Store Day exclusive, pink vinyl, $34.99. The Feminine Complex, Live and Love, $34.99. We have Gap Dream. What a wild cover. Gap Dream is a garage site glam album, $14.99 for Gap Dream. The Clean Vehicle. The Clean is $39.99, a 2013 reissue of a 1990 alternate rock album, $39.99. And we have Stereolab Aluminum Tunes. Stereolab is a 1998 USOG, $54.99. An amazing lure crate. Really cool stuff in here. First, though, George Harrison, a $15 buy it now. Talking Heads, a no bid, a $35 buy it now. And King Crimson, a $30 buy it now. No bid on George Harrison. No bid on Talking Heads. No bid on King Crimson Earthbound. These are all buy it nows. B-I-N, B-I-N, B-I-N. All right, let me move all these right over here. Where's that box of King Crimson Soda Mike Quadrini? I have an Ivan R. Get Stereo Lab. Okay, what else do I need to do? Garrett Gets Talking Heads for $30. All right, Ivan R. next on that. I'm going to turn off this slide over here for a second so y'all can get a good look at the Black Sabbath signs. I got 2 Black Sabbath signs in stock, $59.99. There should be a big box of sleeves over here somewhere. Yeah, we try to re-sleeve everything. Let me grab a few of these. I'm going to go ahead and put these in sleeves. I'll let them re-sleeve some of the other ones. Isn't it a pity? That shot during the Beatles Get Back a movie, and George quits the band, and they start playing Isn't It a Pity? And the camera's on Paul McCartney. He starts crying. Whew. Golly. Emotional. An emotional scene. George just gets up. He goes, I think I'll leave the band now. I think I'll leave the band now. He just gets up and walks out. All right. Jim Davis. Great decision on the Feminine Complex. I'm telling y'all, there's a couple songs on this album that are incredible. Absolutely incredible. The Feminine Complex, Live and Love. We're not even close to being done tonight. Kurt Vile, Walking on a Pretty Days. Kurt Vile, 2013 OG, limited to 5,000 worldwide, blue vinyl, $39.99. Plaid Room exclusive, Holy Hive, Funk Neo Soul pink vinyl, $14.99. And over here, Sometimes a Cloud is Just a Cloud, Fruit Bats. Fruit Bats is signed with poster, $29.99. Did I get a Sabbath waiting list? Yes. Ron Mustaine, you did. Okay. Chad, I'm wearing my bob wig with highlights as I call the Department of Consumer Affairs to report the false advertisement of the Striper Go Vinyl. And nothing they could do about it. I've paid for it, yes, so I speak to the manager. There you go. Yeah, something happened with the Go Vinyl Striper. Maybe one day we'll get a true answer, but sounds like a technical dispute. Sounds like something happened with pricing, which is sad over a Christmas album, but that's business as usual in the world of music. The soft pack strapped, The soft pack is $9.99. And Kelly Vladerchek on fruit bats. Okay, my crate is full. Let me swap out crates. Holy moly, this thing's heavy. Plus, my forearms are sore from trying to lift weights so I can look jacked when I'm doing these sales. You know, I got to make sure I have very strong forearms to lift these records up. Right now, it feels like they could fall off at any moment. Ow. Okay, well, I've got a whole box of Prince records. Just when y'all think I was done selling Prince records, we're nowhere close. This whole box is full of Prince records, okay? So just when y'all thought we were done, and everybody's like, dang, Chad's got the world's largest Prince collection. Here we go. Prince, you got the look. Prince is a $10 start. That's now for bid. It's got a little bit of a paper pull there. $10 start on that. Denise said, oh, baby. Please remain calm, Denise. The Pharaohs in the basement. The Pharaohs in the basement. A 2020 Record Store Day exclusive. Jazz, Funk, Soul. $19.99. And then Live in Loveland. Delvin Lamar, Oregon Trio. Jimmy James, David McGraw. 2022 Record Store Day. Pink vinyl. $29.99. All right, let's go ahead. So there's Prince. Let's put up some more LPs over here. Give me 1 second. And the next one is the following. This is Bootsy's Rubber Band. This boot is made for funkin'. This is sealed, a 1979 OG, sealed with hop sticker. A $25 start. Bootsy's Rubber Band. That's a $25 start. Prince is a $10 start. And then this is here. This is Skull Session, Oliver Nelson. Jazz Funk on yellow vinyl, $29.99. And Neil Francis in Plain Sight. That's Blues Boogie Funk, 2021, $19.99. Pharaohs is sold to Ron Mustaine. That is sold. And then over here we have, for $19.99, Spoon, Lucifer on the Moon. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and take all these 45s that have sold tonight. I'm going to take all those right over here. So give me a second. Right now, I still got a whole other Paul crate to go through. Laura's working on marking stuff still. There's still 2 John crates over here. And that's what's going on. So I'm trying to also move some stuff around because I've already made a mess back here behind me so I can get the other stuff tonight. Right now, Prince has a bid for $11. Right now, bid on $11. Ryan Mustaine on Oliver Nelson, which was right here. And then let's put up another auction. This is New Order. Wow, forgot about this one. New Order is OG2. An 85 U.S. Carrollton OG Club with the original under sleeve EX, original under sleeve. New Order, $35 start. Chad, question for you. So will next Monday not be a Kiss auction night? Would it be the first since June? I think come Monday, Laura will have the main answer to that. It's officially going to be start mixed kisses. All right, because I don't think we have enough premium, like mind-blowing Kiss stuff to do a whole night. We still got dozens and dozens and dozens. Like, we still have a whole crate of Kiss Alives, I think. So, we're probably still going to have Kiss, but not like, it's probably going to go back to normal programming with some Kiss. So, it's probably going to be mixed. I have De La Soul, 3 Feet High and Rising. De La Soul is $64.99. Strange Boys Behave. This is a 2010 OG Blues Rock, $14.99. Bonnie Prince Billy, Summer in the Southeast. Folk Rock, 2005 OG, $39.99. And this is a very risque cover. This is $59.99. 2011 OG Limited 900. But the question is, who is it? Washed out within and without. Washed out within and without. $59.99. Okay? Over here. Prince. Prince is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $11. Thank you on that. And then over here, New Order has a bid for 35, and Robin just bid 13 on Prince. Unfortunately, you just missed it. But fortunately, somebody can grab this for the minimum bid of $25, Bootsy's rubber band. All right, this crate's definitely worthy of another read-through now that I've figured out what a lot of them are. Sometimes I read through these and I'm having to try to literally figure them out on the fly. With that being said, let me scoot some stuff around and try to make sense of some messes I've made over here. So, plus I don't want to lose any crates like I have in the last couple nights and be like, well, I honestly, guys, have lost an entire crate of records. That's happened a couple times this week. So there's those. And then I was taking all the new stuff for tonight and stacking it over here. Yep. Okay, there's an empty crate. And here's an empty crate, which is good. Empty crates are signs of success. We want to be successful. Our mission statement here at CollectCo is sell records. Okay? No Obi on New Order. This is not a Japanese. This is an 85 U.S. Carrollton OG club copy. This is a U.S. original club. Jim Davis has it for 35, the only bidder. Now we're going to put up another single. I got some Beatles stuff over here I haven't ran yet. This is an interesting one here. My Love, another Paul McCartney. There's Linda. Very interesting one there. My Love Does It Good. $15 start on that. Okay. This is a whole crate of Japanese Beatles and Beatles solo stuff we're about to start auctioning. I got to set that right there temporarily because I need this empty box to put the 45s we've already shown in. And I'm going to take this entire thing right here up front and lay it up here. All this needs to be put out in the store. Okay. No more lonely night. Okay. Right. Put this over here. Right. The OG, oh, you're talking about, yeah, so it sounds like Laura's thinking that the clubs possibly didn't come with an Obi. I don't know for certain, but it sounds like possibly the clubs didn't come with an Obi, but that could be up for another discussion. Okay. New Order has one bid for 35. New Order has a new bid for 36.38. Wings, My Love is a $15 start. The next auction is Nico, and this is the same Nico as in the Velvet Underground and Nico. This is one of her solo albums on the Verve label, same label Velvet Underground was at. This is a pretty pricey one. A 67 OG misprint. The track These Days is mistakenly titled These Girls on the side A label. Unfortunately, though, it is VG minus. It has a feelable mark on side A that causes some pretty noticeable background noise and pops, but did not skip. The median on this record is $125. Some have sold as much as $230. A really, really destroyed copy that skipped 6 times even sold for $20. So literally a damaged copy of this sold for as low as for as much as $20 for the low. That's pretty crazy. That means this record, some people will take this record in any condition just to have a copy. That sounds like it's pretty dang desirable. Nico Chelsea Girl, VG minus, $40 start. New Orders at 38. That's where we're at right now on those, okay? So next thing we're going to do, we're going to start reading through these. I have more print stuff over here. Let's do Pop Life. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Prince Pop Life. $10 start. And before we do anything else, I'm going to show you all of tonight's no bids. The very first one is actually on the back wall. And this is Bang Bang, Your Terry Reid. That is a 68 U.S. Pittman OG VG Plus condition, $25 on Terry Reid. And then we had Dancing in the Moonlight, King Harvest, a 72 U.S. Hollywood press, $25, EX VG cover, and Bootsy's Rubber Band. This is sealed with hop sticker, $25. We had two Monkeys 45s, I'm a Believer and Pleasant Valley Sunday, both of them for $15. And then George Harrison 15, George Harrison 15, George Harrison 15. What is Life, My Sweet Lord, and I Don't Care Anymore, Ding Dong. And Ding Dong, those are two different songs. Ding Dong and I Don't Care Anymore. All righty. Making headway. Let me throw my backpack out of the way. Also trying to make space so just so we can get into other and show other stuff. I'm going to put my backpack temporarily right there. I don't need it where I had it anymore. Those need to go on Ed's desk. I'll do that later because I'm about to put these singles right here so I can flip through them easier. All right. There's the print stuff. Let me take these crates over here. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Chris Knapp on Bootsy for $25. Now, this was a pretty insane crate. We need to read through this one more time now that I'm more familiar with what's in here. These are all new arrivals, Laura priced, sticker price. Washed Out, Life of Leisure, EX $54.99. The Olivia Trimmer Control, EX $59.99. The Leuven Brothers Handpicked Songs, EX $24.99. Cotton Pony, Boys in the Attic, $9.99. Tao Ta, Luzabrina, $9.99. Marina Fages, Fages, or Fags. It could be Fages. I don't think so, though. Counterfeit Madison, $9.99. Kelman Duran, $9.99. Land of a Thousand Faces, Astronomica, and Zach Rosen Circles, $9.99. Now, I went through all those fast. That's all from the same series. They're all numbered, kind of lesser-known artists, okay? Next thing is Natasha Pickett on Washed Out. That's sold to Natasha Pickett. Wings is a no bid. My Love is a $15 buy it now. Nico is at 47 with JK, and New Orders at 41. Prince doesn't have a bid yet. Yes, it does. Lonnie Jolly has Prince for $10. Final call on that. So that's a whole series there. Those are all $9.99 each. Leuven Brothers and the Olivia Trimmer Control present singles and beyond. Over here we had Can, which was Krautrock, experimental Krautrock, sealed for $24.99. And then we have Wimps, Garbage People. This is sealed on green vinyl, $19.99. And we have Link Ray, limited edition colored vinyl, $44.99. Over here, next thing is Knoxville Girl and Pills I Took on the Leuven Brothers. Knoxville Girl, yes. Pills I Took, I don't see that one on here. EX $24.99. Nico has a new bid for $50. Next is Gap Dream, Shine Your Light. Gap Dream is $14.99. And then The Clean Vehicle. The Clean is a 1990 alternate rock album, reissued $39.99 on that. And Natasha says I'm going too fast. Kurt Vile, Awaken on a Pretty Days. Kurt Vile is $39.99. Let me go back from fifth gear maybe to second right quick. Gregory Roberts on Leuven Brothers. That's sold to Gregory Roberts. And we had the Soft Pack Strapped. Alternate rock. It's not actually a challenge to go through these fast, too fast. $9.99 on that. And then we had Delman Lamar Organ Trio. Live in Loveland, $29.99. And Neil Francis in plain sight. Neil Francis is $19.99. This is Spoon, Lucifer on the Moon, $19.99. So Lonnie Jolly, you do get prints for $10. Nico's at $52 with JK. Are we done on new order? I think we are. Jim Davis, $41. Time for some more. De La Soul, that's the Vinyl Me Please edition. De La Soul is $64.99. Strange Boys Behave, that's $14.99. Natasha on Softpack. And yes, I do plan on putting any leftovers like these kind in a whole video. That's usually worthy of a video just because everybody can watch it, go research stuff, and then, you know, etc. Jason Phillips, Holy Hive. Holy Hive. Are you sure that didn't already get claimed? Let's see here. Strange Boys. What was Natasha just bought? Holy Hive. That was Spoon. Live in Loveland. Holy Hive. That might have already been sold. Holy Hive. Yeah, that's Natasha already bought that. She bought that earlier. Bonnie Prince Billy, Summer in the Southeast, $39.99. And this is $59.99 for Washed Out. There's another Washed Out. Nico is really up to Samuel Copage. New Order is sold. And New Order is sold to Jim Davis for $41. Okay, late last night, I actually went through all the leftover flip crates. All the leftover flip crates from this past week, you know, the $6.99, $9.99 stuff. We actually did a bundle deal. I did a bundle deal on the leftover $6.99, and then I put all the leftover $14.99 into the new crate. So this is going to take like 10 seconds for me to do this. But first thing is Natasha on the other Washed Out, and now Nico 65. So I've got like 7 on-sale records to show you before I go into this next crate that Paul's marked. Let me go ahead and introduce another auction. And the next auction is one from the high-end tab, and that's Alan Vega. Alan Vega is a 1980 USOG. Super clean is the note. That means the vinyl's near mint minus. That's a $55 start. Nico's is $65. Nico is VG minus. Unfortunately, it does have a feelable mark. It causes some pretty noticeable background noise and pops, but it did not skip. Okay, so it's a lower grade copy, but still within range at its current price, even in that condition. So $65 on that one. Alan Vega's a $55 start. Nico's at $65. Anybody else on anything in there? I'm going to keep these kind of next to me for a second. Just because there might be somebody want to see something again, which won't be a problem. And then here is some 1999 records. Kind of a final call on these. These were already discounted at $19.99, including a Japanese pressing of the Pretenders 2. A Japanese pressing of the Pretenders 2. Oh, wow. Did he miss that? Oh, my gosh. Sorry, I'm also watching this football game. Ohio State just shanked their field goal. Oh, my gosh. Is anybody else watching this? Oh, my gosh. That makes my stomach hurt. The Pretenders is $19.99. This is a Japanese pressing. And Demue Bigore, Godless Savage Garden. This is on Coke Bottle Green and Black Marble Vinyl, $19.99. So these were originally $38.99. Now they're $19.99. Demue Bigore, $19.99 on that. The Pretenders 2 is $19.99. Also $19.99 is Houdini, Back to Black, $19.99 on Houdini. Neil Young was $19.99. Tool Opiate is $19.99, and Carole King Tapestry. Tapestry was originally $24. Tool was originally $24. Neil Young was originally $34. Houdini was originally $34. The Pretenders was a Japanese pressing. Demue Bigore was originally $38. Mike Owen wants the Pretenders, $19.99. J.J. Cale marked down for $19.99. And then Anthrax for $19.99. So up at the top, Nico, the last bid was Victor Garrett, $75. Samuel Copage, you're out. Alan Vega is a $55 start. And we're marking this down to $10. Elvis is $9.99. Elvis sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. All right, Michael McDade gets Anthrax for $19.99. Yeah, I think our kicker cost us 2 games, and our season would be a lot different. All we had to do was make a field goal to beat Georgia, and the whole college football map would have been rewrote. And then here we are out of the playoffs, and they just won the SEC championship. Isn't that crazy? We had them beat. All we had to do is make a field goal. And now they're going to lose. Wow, this is going to be wild. A lot of drama in the college football world today. J.J. Kell, Joseph McCormick gets Elvis for $9.99. I think we're done on Nico. It's up to one person on that one. Anybody else here? $19.99. J.J. Kell, Carole King Tapestry, Tool, Neil Young, Houdini, Demuth. And like I said, those are all on sale. That's all been marked down. That was originally $34, and those are either $5, $15, $15, or $14 off. So take advantage of that, or actually more than that, 14, yeah, 14, 15, some big discounts on some of those. I wanted to knock those out right quick because those needed to be done. That way I can free up some space here. Boy, that middle slot there is hot. Everything I've put back there is sold. Looks like we got to find some more. Okay, now we're ready for a new crate. We're making progress back here. We are selling, we are tagging, we are packing. J.J. Kell was near mint minus. Near mint minus. Here we go. Let me go by the top. Natasha left me a question. I did not see that. What was the female singer started with the M in the beginning of the collection? All right. There was Olivia Trimmer. You're probably talking about Marina. This one right here. This is, her first name is Marina. Her last name is Fages. It's indie pop. $9.99 numbered. All right, Joseph got that. A J.J. Kell was originally $34. It was marked down to $19. And nobody bid on Alan Vega. Alan Vega is a $55 buy it now. Okay. Alan Vega. Nico Chelsea Girl is a 67 USOG. VG minus. High bid's $80. Next auction is the Feelies. Feelies. A 1980 USOG. The note from Laura says, fantastic 80s jangle pop indie record. Highly recommend. Original on her sleeve. VG. The Feelies. A $30 start. Marina is sold to Natasha for $9.99. Okay, our next auction is Prince. When Doves Cry, $10 start. J.J. Kell was $34.99. A Mercury Holland Press, UK, near mint, marked down to $19.99. SpongeBob SquarePants on SpongeBob SquarePants yellow vinyl, $29.99. Music from the movie and more. And SpongeBob has a new movie coming out next week or in a couple weeks. $29.99 for SpongeBob. We have 5 in stock. SpongeBob is $29.99. We have 5 in stock. Where's my monster and where's my cookie? Tim Wheat, Memphis, came in the store today. Tim Wheat from Memphis. Who is Tim Wheat? Thank you, Tim Wheat, for visiting our store today from Memphis. Okay, I feel better. Those cookies are like a shot in the arm. Lonnie Jolly, Prince, $11, sold. Nico's at $85. Samuel Copeland, you're out. The Feelies just got introduced, $20 start on that. These are new arrivals, and y'all couldn't hear me say it because my mic was muted and I was chewing with a mouthful of cookies. Laura just dropped off another new crate. So we got a Paul crate, 2 John crates, and a Laura crate to go through. Holy moly. I had to get some pistachios in me too. Because, as my grandma used to say, you got to do something to get that sweet taste out of your mouth. So now I got that sweet taste out of my mouth. And I don't know who came up with the invention of pistachios, but whoever they are, I'm sure they're a stone cold billionaire right now. Because whoever came up with that invention, man. All right, here we go. New arrival sticker price. The Smiths. We're off to a great start. The Smiths is a 2009 remaster, $29.99. Also, Iggy Pop. Iggy Pop is a 2020 Record Store Day pink vinyl, $19.99. Sacred Bones presents Toto Mayor Volume 2. That is $9.99. The Feelies. The Feelies is a 1980 USOG VG condition, and this is a $30 start. $30 start. Nico is between 2 people, Victor Guerra and Samuel Kopich. Samuel has bid $95. Victor Guerra, you're out. Next thing is Earl of Baltimore gets the Smiths. Sold, the Earl of Baltimore. Next is the Life Aquatic Studio Sessions featuring Sehu Jorge. I don't know if I read that correctly, but it's an unofficial on clear vinyl, $49.99. Wow, he's got a gun strapped to him. Wow, $49.99 over here. Next thing is Raspberry Beret. Raspberry Beret. This is a $10 start, another Prince single, $10 start. Nico has a new bid for $100. Next thing is Havasu, Pedro the Lion, a 2002 number test pressing, $89.99. We have Frank Black and the Catholics, One More Road for the Hit. This is $19.99. And Weedle's Groove, Seattle Funk, Modern Soul and Boogie, Volume 2, 72 to 87, $24.99. Wow, Nico's still getting bids. Nobody been on the Feelies. This is sold for a buy it now for $30. This is a BIN for $30, the Feelies. Prince has a bid for $10 with Donna. That's now going to once and going to twice with Donna. That's now going to once and going to twice with Donna. John Stevens on Frank. And now Nico's at 110. All right. Next auction is this. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Natty Dread. Bob Marley and the Nailers, Natty Dread. This is an 81 U.S. Winchester reissue with the original under sleeve. $5 start on that. Okay. Next thing is Mike Owen put Geeky, and then he put Feely. So Steve Worley wanted J.J. Cale. I forgot to pull that for you. Steve Worley got J.J. Cale for $19.99. You caught me during my snack break. That's sold to Steve Worley for $19.99. Dead Milkman's gone. Mike Owen, is that a claim on the Feelies? If so, it will be up to James Allen. But James, if he is claiming the Feelies, it will be $30, okay? Bob Marley has a bid for $5, and Nico is between 2 people. Victor's out. Samuel has it for $110. I think we may be done. We have, what? We have Off 2 Hallucinations. Off 2 is a 1969 German poster sleeve. Wow, this is from 69. I thought it was going to be something from like 2006. That is $19.99 off. Over here, we have Kenny Rogers and the first edition live in Vegas, 72. Wow, Kenny Rogers in Vegas. How about that? $19.99. That'd been a cool show to go to. He says sell with the Mike. So Mike does get the Feelies for $30, okay? Mike, that's sold to you for $30. Prince is officially sold to Donna. And Donna, you get Prince for $10. Nico is done then. So does Samuel Kopich for $110. Bob Marley has hit $25. Let's move that down and let's find some more auctions over here. Okay? First thing I'm going to do is put up Israel Ron Eliron. What? Let me read that again. This is a 1974 USOG. This pressing is the only physical release of this album. It's a jazz psych album, VG Plus, $20. Double Life, recorded at Jericho Club. This is obviously in Hebrew. Israel's Ron Eliron. That is a $20 start. Some kind of psych jazz album there. Psych jazz. Wow. Okay. Everything in here is sticker price. No more, no less. Brand spanking new stuff. Our next auction is going to be our last 4 Prince singles. We're going to sell them all together. Last 4 Prince singles. Let's Go Crazy. When Doves Cry. I Could Never Take Another Place. And You Got This. VG Sleeves. Wear and Tear. VG Plus Vinyl. $10 start for the last 4. $10 start for the last 4. Okay. We got Bob 75, Bob 26, Bob 28. They're talking about Marley. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire. $14.99. The Baby Huey Story, The Living Legend. Nice. A 2009 reissue, Baby Huey, $39.99. And over here is the Lightman Plus One, Energy Center Control. A 2018 remaster, Vinyl Me Please Classics, $29.99. All 4 of the prints being sold together, 10, 15, 10, 18. King Bullard version, Songs of the Bose label or BOS label, a 2013, $19.99. The Earl of Baltimore gets Bob Marley for $28. The Israel's Ron Eliron is a $25 start, no bid yet. We're going to move that over there. Jazz Funk album. Our next one is Gang of 4, an 83 U.S. Carrollton OG Club, VG Plus condition. Gang of 4 is a $10 start. It has an original inner sleeve. Gang of 4, a $10 start. Michael McDade wants Ron. That's the auction. $25 start. That's still up for bid. I'm about to make it a bot now, but if you for sure want it, he did bid $25. The New Possibility, John Fahey's guitar solo Christmas album. This is 70s or 80s. New Possibility, John Fahey. Guitar Christmas album. I always mess up and call that solo. Guitar Soli. Christmas album. That is $14.99 on that. Okay? Everything here is buy it now. Sticker price. No more, no less. We're going to do a John crate right quick, which has a lot of classic rock and stuff like that. Then a Laura crate. And then we still got another John crate to do after that. So we'll be showing new stuff till after 11 o'clock Central Time tonight. Great. I love it. It's Saturday night. Everybody should be able to stay up late and see what we got coming. We have the OCs. This is called Drop. The OCs is $19.99. Sean Miller wants the Iggy Pop from earlier. That's so to Sean Miller. And James Vasquez on the Kenny Rogers from a few back. All right, those are gone. Some really cool titles. I mean, this is stuff we just never see too often. Ron is sold to Michael McDade for $25. Gang of 4 is a $10 start, and these Prince singles are being sold together. Donna has them right now at $28. Over here, we have STR FKR, which looks like Star Blanker. I'm not for sure how they want that read. STR FKR Miracle Mile 2013 OG green and red. $44.99. Gang of 4 has a bid for $15. Yeah, these are, in fact, sticker price. Yeah. These are all brand new arrivals. Okay. Now, about to change gears a little bit. Let me move all that stuff in there. Okay, so I have random 45 I forgot to show. We'll make that just a buy it now. Grease, John Travolta, Living in John, You're the One I Want, $6.99. $6.99 on that. Here's a couple pieces of bubble wrap I need to take to the shipping department. We don't have to worry about that right now, so let me just lay those right there. Bubble wrap. Don't forget, I got 2 or 3 high-end no bids still left from Thursday night. They're actually laying right over here next to me. We've got a couple high-end no bids, and I'm about to show them to you right now. But first thing, Samuel Kopich on John Fahey. Chris Gardner gets Grease for $6.99. And we're about to sell Prince for $28. I'm going to make sure Lonnie Jolly's done. So don't forget, I still got this signed Mastodon drumhead. It's signed by everybody, including Brett Hines, who recently passed away. It's JSL authenticated. It's good. And it's in the original box that the drumhead came in. And that one was $275. $275. JSA authenticated. Okay? If you didn't know I still had that, I do. That was one of the big tickets that didn't sell Thursday night for Metal Night. So, Mastodon drumhead, shockingly, surprisingly, still available. Let's keep showing some records in here. We got Spoon, Girls Can Tell. Spoon is a 2001 U.S. first press. $59.99 for Spoon. And Silver Jews. Silver Jews is $24.99. Donna gets these 4 Prince singles for $28. Gang of 4 is sold to John Stevens for $15. The reason I'm doing this is I'm trying to get to a new crate of new auctions to put up because it's only 10:30, and we have officially sold every advertised auction. We still got to do more, and I have more over here. I just kind of got to get to them. I'm having to move some stuff around. So here is the Metallica Master of Puppets box, $795. Thursday night, I was pretty firm on it. I turned down an offer for $740 and $750. I still have it for $795. Metallica Master of Puppets box set, $795. I think the cheapest on Discogs was $1,000, and I think the cheapest on eBay was $2,000. So $795, pretty much, very much in range if you're looking for that. Okay. Next thing is Roxy Music. Roxy Music is $19.99. Also, we have Danielson, Snap Out of It. Danielson is a 2018 red with yellow splatter with etching. With etching, I think is what that says. $9.99. Wow, what a crazy... So they etched it on one side maybe, or did something to make it look colored vinyl with etching. I don't see that too often. $9.99. And then Mike Owen on Roxy Music. That's sold to him. Okay. We have a Japanese pressing I'm going to reduce the price of. And that's 2 right here. We're going to get these down all the way to $15 starts. We have the best of Sha Na Na. We have the best of Sha Na Na. And we have Billy Joe Glass Houses. These are Japanese pressings. Billy Joe Glass Houses and the best of Sha Na Na. Near mint Japanese pressings, just a $15 start. $15 start on that. Mike Owen got Roxy Music. Von Gillespie was next. And Deerhoof Mountain Movers. Deerhoof is a 2017 blue and white swirl, sealed, $24.99. Over here, Joan of Arc. He's got the whole world. This land is your land in his hands. 2016 numbered, orange and clear green split, $19.99 on that. 2 Japanese pressings, $15 starts there. Also, we have Deep States. Deep States is a 2021 numbered yellow-orange vinyl with flexi disc, $34.99. And the OC's Grave Blockers EP, a 2009 remaster, Creeping Moss Edition, $24.99. Sha Na Na, $15. And Billy Joel, $15. Those are $15 starts, going once, going twice. Sha Na Na does have a bid. Country Funk, 69 to 75. We had the other volume earlier tonight. This is a 2012, $49.99. And Electric Blues, Chicago style. Junior Wells, Eddie Taylor, Billy Boy Arnold. That's VG, $9.99. Over here, we have Makeup Sound Verite. Makeup is a 1997 US OG Garage VG Plus, $34.99. And Kip Hannaran, Desire Develops an Edge. Kip Hannaran is an 83 US Afro-Cuban Jazz Fusion EX, $27.99. Wow, there's some cool, unique stuff in these bins. Lonnie Liston Smith, Loveland, a 78 US VG Plus, $19.99. And this is McCoy Tyner, VG Plus, $14.99. This is Chicago Blues, soda Von Gillespie. Sha Na Na, one bid, soda James Vasquez, $15. And now Billy Joel's Tide, Mike Owen, $15, Mark V's, $15. The other Japanese is actually a soundtrack. It is the soundtrack to the movie Nashville. Near Mint with Obi, a $5 start. A $5 start on Nashville. That's now up a $5 start. Makeup, Awesome DC, Great Band LP. And as soon as you said that, Makeup is sold to JK on Twitch. No commission, though, for Craig Thomas. We have Tom Harrell, Aurora. This is a 76 US Fusion album. VG Plus, $15.99. Von Gillespie on JOA. JOA was... what was Joan of Arc? That's soda Von Gillespie. Nashville 5, Nashville 5. Joe Delgado bid first. George Burleson, these are all sticker price. If you do want McCoy Tyner, if you do want this, it will be $14.99. Somebody else claimed it. Billy Joel's at 18 with Lonnie Jolly. The Starlight Depression, Go Kill Mice. A 2000 USOG Garage EX, $9.99. And King Arison, the Magic Man. King Arison is a 76 US VG Plus, $19.99. Leroy Hudson, the Man. This is EX, $37.99, a 74 USOG. And Dusty Springfield in Memphis Plus. Nice. So this has Son of a Preacher Man on it. EX, $27.99. Billy Ray was a preacher's son and when daddy. 85 UK, $27.99. So up at the top, Billy Joel 16, George Burleson's pending on McCoy Tyner. Nash has a bid for 5, Billy Joe 20, Nash 6, Billy Joe 18, Billy Joe 20, Nashville 8, Nashville 9, Nashville 10. George Burleson does get McCoy Tyner at sticker. And we have Deerhoof price. That was a little bit further back, but I still have it. Deerhoof is sealed, $24.99. Okay. That crate's definitely not worthy of another read-through. It's also worthy of me stretching my leg right quick. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay. And now Billy Joel's at 21. Final call Nashville. Just making sure Joseph McCormick doesn't win a bid. I'm just now realizing Laura was the one who was bidding on that one. So $10 on Nash, the Nashville soundtrack. Laura's bidding on that. Just now really realize that. And then ST on Deerhoof. That's sold. Okay. Here we go. Let's read through these one more time quickly. So we got a lot more to put up. We got Scared or Sacred Bones. That's $9.99. The Life Aquatic, Sehu Jorge, $49.99. Havasu, Pedro the Lion, $89.99. Weedle's Groove, Seattle Funk, Modern Soul, and Boogie, 72 to 87, Volume 2, $24.99. Off Hallucinations, 69 German, poster sleeve, $19.99. Maha Vishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire, $14.99. Baby Huey Story, Living Legend, $39.99. So Billy Joel's at 21 with Lonnie Jolly. And who else was bidding? Mark Weiss, you're out. Laura, this is sold to you for $10, the Nashville soundtrack. Billy Joel has a new bid for 23. And then Lightman Plus One, Energy Center Control, $29.99. ST on Funk, the Seattle Funk looking compilation. That is sold. And then we're going to put up another Japanese pressing here. This is a price reduction. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, $25 start. Very nice. Tom Sullivan on Baby Huey. Fantastic crate here. And we got more where this came from. King Bullard version, Songs of the Boss label, BOS, $19.99. And then we have the OC's Drop. You're talking about this one right here. This is sold to Tom Sullivan. This one was the STR FKR, $44.99. And then we have Spoon, Girls Can Tell, $59.99 for Spoon. And that was OG 2001 first press. Billy Joel is sold for $23 to Mark Weiss. Clapton's a $25 start. I shot the sheriff, but he did not, just so y'all know, he in fact did not shoot the deputy. All right, here's a couple of Japanese from last night that I'm going to reduce the price of. So low, you have to bid on them. Creedence Clearwater Gold, Near Mint Minus with Obi, $15 start. Great compilation there. We also have Silver Jews, $24.99 for that. This is Snap, Out of It. AOUTTDVT, Out of It. And this one was $9.99. Over here is Deep States, $34.99. Deep States. The OCs, here's another OC. So, Tom, there's two. This one's called Grave Blockers EP 24. I tagged you for the one that was called Drop. So, you might want one, you might want the other. Let me know. And then Silver Jews is sold to ST. 25 on Clapton, 15 on CCR. And then Country Funk, 69 to 75, $49.99. Lucas Patterson on Sehu Jorge. This is sold to Lucas Patterson, $49.99. So I think Tom Sullivan wants both OCs, it looks like. I think he wants both of those then. We can do that. Kip Hannaran, Desire Develops an Edge. EX $27.99 for Kip Hannaran. Lonnie Liston Smith, Loveland, a 78 US, VG Plus $19.99. Tom Harrell, Aurora, a 76 Fusion, VG Plus $59.99. The Starlight Desperation, Go Kill Mice, EX $9.99. And then the last three in here are the following. King Arison, The Magic Man, VG Plus $19.99. Leroy Hudson, The Man, that's EX $37.99. And Dusty Springfield in Memphis Plus, 85 UK with bonus tracks, EX $27.99. The Maha Vishnu was Birds of Fire, $14.99. Okay? CCR is a no bid, $15. Clapton's a no bid, $25. Let's get to a new crate. Buy it now, best offer. Give me 1 second over here. Wow, Kiss in the White House. I had to open up Facebook to check on something, and I see Kiss. I forgot about that. Kiss being honored big time. James Handy. What is Maha? Maha is mine. So did James Handy. Von Gillespie on Dusty Springfield. Billy Ray was a preacher man and went dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Started talking. Big time honor for Kiss. Shout it, shout it, shout it out loud. Shout it, shout it, shout it out loud. All right, let's go through this crate over here. Buy it now or best offer. Let's do it. Down, bomb, beat it, bomb, bomb. All right, this one, then another lower crate, and then I have another crate like this that John has marked. It looks like he's got some pretty dang cool stuff in here. And let's knock it out. Buy it now, best offer, okay? No, it was, it looks like Paul Stanley. Looks like Paul Stanley, Gene, Peter, their wives, and then I think Ace Frehley's daughter was there. I think Ace Frehley's daughter showed up. So they were only honoring or invited OG members, it looks like. I mean, I guess the Kiss brand was being honored, but mostly for that original lineup, it looks like. Jazz wants Life Aquatic. I'm assuming that was in the last crate. Life Aquatic. Was that something in the last crate, Grog, or did I miss something? All right, these are all buy it now, best offer. Over here, Steve Cropper, with a little help from my friends. He just passed away earlier this week. This is his solo album on Volt Records, OG, $29.99. Steve Cropper, with a little help from my friends. Swamp Dog, unmusied. Swamp Dog is $14.99. And then we have Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. That has a different label. $34.99. Swamp Dog, sold to Jeremy Bryant. Over here, we got Steve Miller, the Joker. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. Yeah. Some people call me the Gangster of Love. Some people call me Chad Williams. Because I sell records every night. The Best of Bob Marley, Legend, $34.99. These are all EX are better and buy it now or best offer. Sultans of Swing, in shrink wrap, VG Plus, $34.99. And Heart Magazine, $19.99 on Heart Magazine. And Jay Giles Band, Freeze Frame. Jay Giles is $19.99, and James Gang Rides Again. The cover does have discoloration, $17.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And you may be asking yourself, my gosh, Chad, how many more crazy records are you going to pull out the auction tonight? I'm honestly starting to hallucinate. I can't see straight. I'm breathing heavily. You've got me all in a mess over here. And I'm like, well, just sit back and relax. Sit back and relax. I got some really budget autographs over here we can run. Hadn't chipped away on this crate in a long time, but I got some really cool signed albums that I just really need to move for basic minimum bid. Basically, you can pay for the JSA authentication. So I got John Stewart, signed by John Stewart, Fire in the Wind. Gold stamp promo, John Stewart, a $15 start. A $15 start. This is John Stewart, Fire in the Wind. Dale's Pittsburgh collection. White label promo, nice. JSC authenticated, a $15 start for John Stewart. It's good to go. These are buy it now, best offer. George Burleson on SC for $20. Steve Cropper, looks like you're the only offer. Sold to George Burleson for $20. CCR Gold is still available for $15. Fox Digital offered $15 for Heart. Sold. Sean Miller gets Dire Straits. Sold. And then over here, can I claim the Tom Harrell Fusion from the last crate? You can. And yeah, the bonus crate has The bonus crate has rock and stuff. I'm about to get to that one. I'm trying to clean up over here. I've got autographs. I've got Kiss stuff, which I don't know if anybody's ready for that or not. It's not Monday. Try to only hold that stuff literally till Monday. I do have the Kiss comic, though. I've got the Kiss comic for $225. $225 for the Kiss comic. Legend is sold to Jason Forterat. I will do that one for $28, Jason. John Stewart, a $15 start. Okay, and here's the no bids from the other night. I'm still trying to sell these. Don Evans, Satisfaction, $145. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judge's Ruth. Lyle Lovett is $95. Sgt. Pepper's Mo-Fi, $145. And John Lennon Imagine, $75. And Attila, Billy Joel, $75. Forterat on this for $28 sold. The Joker Steve Miller Band was $19.99. CCR has got to be $15. So last night, BMK, this was a $35 start. I put it up for $15 thinking it would get bids maybe past $20. So I got to have $15 for this, okay? I got to have $15 for this. That was $35 last night. Same thing for Clapton. It's been reduced to $25. It was $35 last night. Okay? Next thing over here, 28, Tom Sullivan on Attila. Now it's gone. Attila is sold for $75. Bob Marley's already sold. The Joker for $15. The Kiss comic is $225. I'm trying to go through all the no-bid stuff from this week. We've got quite the pile. Probably more we've ever had. 2 Japanese, $15.25. All the stuff I just laid down, including Mo-Fi, Beatles, John Lennon, a rare Lyle Lovett, whatever else that other one was, which was pretty rare. Terry Reid, King Harvest, and Alan Vega. And then a stack of Japanese 45s. Chad, is the Imagine Apple release with the poster? No. This one is the Mo-Fi pressing. This is a 1984 U.S. Mo-Fi near mint, $75. We had one with the poster last night, I think, or 2 nights ago. Already sold. Okay. BMK, if you don't want CCR, Larry Gonzalez wants it. If not, Von Gillespie wants it. What's my best on Sgt. Pepper's? Chris Knapp also wants CCR. Man, can I just rerun that one for auction? This crate here is buy it now best offer. The Osmonds, Crazy Horses. The Osmonds is $29.99. And then Billy Idol is $26.99. Now 7 people want CCR. Must have been some people take a nap earlier or something. BMK passes for $15. Now there's 7 other people who want it. So the next person is in line is Larry Gonzalez. Okay? Larry Gonzalez. Sold for $15. It went from 35 to 15, and now to 10, and now to 15. Sold to Larry Gonzalez. Billy Idol was sold to Chris Gardner for $22. Nobody bid on the autographed John Stewart, $15. No less. That was the final price reduction. That pays for the cost of the JSA certification, which we have to sometimes have these done in bulk. So a lot of times I'm just trying to get my money back out in the certification. So if you sent this off right now, it would cost you by mail, postage, fee, and insurance back and there. It would cost you more. It would cost you twice that much, 3 times that much. $15 for the signed John Stewart. Let's go through all these again. So John Stewart is $15, signed, JSA authenticated. John Lennon Imagine is an 84 Mo-Fi near mint, $75. Alan Vega is a 1980 USOG near mint, $55. King Harvest Dancing in the Moonlight is a 72 US Hollywood EX, $25. VG minus cover. Bang Bang, Your Terry Reid, a 68 Pittman OG VG plus, $25. Sgt. Pepper's near mint, $145. I will take $125 for this, and I'll go shoot myself in the foot It's near mint. It's supposed to start at 145 and go up. Now it's going down. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judges Ruth. This is $95. This same record in same condition has sold for as much as $255 on Discogs. Let me go shoot myself in the foot again. Don Evans, Satisfaction, sealed, $145. None for sale. 332 people have it in their want list. Eric Clapton is $25. $461 Ocean Boulevard. Jim B was 8th on CCR. Thin Lizzy's an OG pressing. Clapton's $25. King Harvest is sold for $20 to Phil Freeman. Todd Snyder, not for sure. Terry Reed sold for $25 to Michael McDade. Okay, those are all still available. Hopefully that stack is about to shrink. Is gold on Jon Stewart. The track listing on Jon Stewart is Fire in the Wind, Rocket in My Own Sweet Time, On You Like the Wind, The Runner, Morning Thunder, Promise the Wind, Boston Lady, 18 Wheels, The Last Hurrah, The Wild Side of You. $15. Signed. The man literally held the album and signed his name to it. The other no bids tonight. Paul McCartney and Wings, My Love, $15. George Harrison, Ding Dong. George Harrison, My Sweet Lord. George Harrison, What Is Life, all $15. And both Monkeys for $15. Pleasant Valley and I'm a Believer. No discount on Jon Stewart. It's actually about to start going up. So you can buy it now for $15, or in 20 minutes it's going to be $25. Mark Weiss on Sgt. Pepper's for $125. $125. Danny missed the initial statement. Jon Stewart will be no less than 15 ever, even at the end of the world when my life depends on it. Okay, so here's what's left in here. Jailbreak is not an OG pressing. It's an early 80s Mercury, not barcoded, $34.99. We have Jailbreak, The Osmonds, James Gang, and Jay Giles. Let's just restart the crate. Jay Giles Freeze Frame, $19.99. James Gang Rides Again, Funk 49, $17.99. The Osmonds is $29.99. Jailbreak Thin Lizzy, $34.99. Jon Stewart is sold to Danny Thomason for $15. That's a steal of a JSA autograph. Like I said, I just got my money back out of the authentication fee on that one. Huey Lewis Sports, $19.99. These are all no condition notes. Donna Summer, $9.99. I still got a lower crate to go through and another John crate after this one. Styx, Miracles. There is some cover damage at the bottom. Styx is $19.99. And Donna Summer, All Systems Go, $9.99 for Donna Summer. Okay, now if anybody's like, dang, I wanted that Jon Stewart autograph. Why didn't I buy it sooner? By the way, Jon Stewart was in a band called the Kingston Trio, okay? Here's another Jon Stewart. Signals Through the Glass, the songs of Jon Stewart and Buffy Ford. Also Jon Stewart signed, $15. Jon Stewart, Dream Babies Go to Hollywood, also $15. More Jon Stewart autographs, $15. All JSA authenticated, $15. Jon Stewart, Dream Babies Go to Hollywood, Clip Corner, Original Inner Sleeve, and Near Mint. These are from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. He literally probably bought these, had John sign them, and then they've been put away since. And then here's the other one. Jon Stewart, Signals Through the Glass, the songs of Jon Stewart and Buffy Ford, also signed, beautiful capital pressing, okay? There's two more different Jon Stewart signs, autographed, okay? $15 on those. Let's put those in new sleeves. I have 2 crates full of signed albums over here. Some are $15, some are $7,500. And everything in between. Some are $15, some are $7,500, and everything in between. Some albums can get signed and it literally does not increase the value. Some albums can get signed and it increases the value by 8,000%. There's the signature on yours, Danny. There's the signatures on the two. They're pretty much identical. Not personalized, nice. Okay. Next thing is over here, Jason Thomas wants the Eric Clapton for $25. Sold for $25. And then we have James Gang sold a Grumpy Moose for $12. We're moving right along. I'm trying to find more auctions, but give me a second. The Osmonds Phase 3 shrink wrap with poster, $19.99. Miami Sound Machine Primitive Love, $14.99 on Miami Sound Machine. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, 4-Way Street, live, $34.99. And Diva, the original soundtrack, Diva, $19.99. And Jackson Browne, The Pretender, super nice, paste-on photo, super clean, The Pretender, $14.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. All right, well, next in the stack is this gigantic pile of Chevy Chase and Shirley Eaton autographs. I think y'all have seen these plenty of times, but I do have signed Chevy Chase, signed Shirley Eaton photographs. That's what that entire stack is. I've got plenty of them. All right, here's our next auction. The Amazing Bud Powell, okay? So this, the last time we had this was a long time ago. It got buried over here in a miscellaneous pile. It's a 66 U.S. reissue mono. The Amazing Bud Powell with Fats Navarro, Sonny Rollins, Roy Haynes, Max Roach. The back cover is upside down. The back cover paste on is upside down. And Laura said there was no mention of any misprint on Discogs, so it could be a one of one. The last time we had this, it was supposed to be VG Plus, $85 start. I'm going to put Bud Powell up for a $55 start. The Amazing Bud Powell, VG Plus, upside down cover. Over here, Ryan Eaton wants John Stewart, the one with the blonde. This one right here. That is sold to Ryan Eaton for $15. Thank you on that one. And then Crosby, Stills, and Nash Live sold to Tom Sullivan for $24. Thank you on that one. Next is Joe Jackson, Night and Day. Joe Jackson's $19.99. We have Jar, Magnetic Fields. That is $9.99 for Jar and the Beatles White Album. This is probably a purple Capitol label. It's an Apple pressing. Nice. It's an Apple reissue. No serial numbered, not embossed, but it has the poster and photos. It is complete, $64.99. And Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. Leonard Skinner does have some discoloration on the cover, $34.99 on that. So Chevy Chase autographs, Shirley Eaton autographs. I'm literally a national supplier of Shirley Eaton autographs. And it looks like Chevy Chase at this rate too. I got to get some of those photographed and posted in a group. Here is another signed album, Papa John Creech. Hi Dale, Papa John from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Dale even kept the Pittsburgh obituary when Papa John Creech passed away at age 76. Signed to Dale. Dale's Pittsburgh collection was a once-in-a-lifetime acquisition we acquired. A man named Dale in Pittsburgh had nearly 5,000 signed albums and about 5,000 vintage bootlegs. Possibly one of the biggest collections of signed albums and bootlegs I know of, especially obtained in person. $15 start. I still got probably 100 signed albums left from his collection, maybe 200. Including John Prine and Gene Clark and Neil Young. I've still got Eric Clapton's, John Mayall's. We still got a bunch of them. I still got a bunch over here that's never been shown, including that one. $15 start, Papa John Creech. The vinyl on Leonard Skinner has no condition notes. It's EX or better. The cover is probably VG because of discoloration and staining. $34.99 on that one. Traffic. Shoot at the Fantasy Factory, $19.99. Also a VG cover, but no condition notes on the vinyl. And Journey Frontiers, a UK, $24.99. $24.99. That's a beautiful UK copy. Billy Joel, An Innocent Man, $14.99 on that one. And Billy Squier, Emotions in Motion. Billy Squier, $9.99. I want to let you know, when they brought back the Dale's Pittsburgh collection, and I started opening tubs, and it was never before I had ever went through a tub of records and like everything was autographed. And just knowing they were real, it just was like surreal going through them all. I mean, I remember hitting the Allman Brothers section, and there was about this many Allman Brothers, and they were all signed by Greg Allman or other members of the Allman Brothers. No Dwayne, of course. Dwayne Allman is very, very rare. But I remember just going through those like, oh my God. You know, because I mean, I knew they were like $1,000 records, $500 records. I was like, this is insane. Same thing for the Neil Youngs, and it's just been... It's insane. I wish I had it all back. I've distributed it all over the country and honestly the world. Some of that stuff I wish I'd never sold, because now I'll get online to buy some of it back or look at prices 3, 4, 5 times what I sold it for. And you can't really get deals on it. A lot of these signed albums people have listed, and they're kind of like me. They're like, well, here's the price for a signed Eric Clapton album. You're not going to get them to, you're not going to find them. He's not signing much. Here's the price, take it or leave it. So it's really hard to get deals on that stuff. Or you get stuck with a fake, and that's what most people end up buying, is they end up with a fake and they don't realize it. Journey is sold to Mike Quadrini for $20. Papa John Creech is at $20. Billy Joe is sold for $10. And Bud Powell is sold to Donna for $65. So the good thing about this collection, I think everybody was willing to buy them up, as they know it came literally from the, especially even if they were personalized. I mean, because that way you know Dale was in front of Papa John Creech. He handed him that album and he signed it. Or he handed him a stack of albums. Pretty amazing. Pure Prairie League, Something in the Night, $14.99 for Pure Prairie League. And Culture Club, I'll tumble for you. Culture Club is $14.99. And Foreigner Head Games in shrink, $19.99 for Foreigner Head Games. Okay, we're going to get this thing sold. This is brand new and sealed Metal Church box set. The shrink wrap is torn though. So we got this in and it was torn, and nobody likes torn shrink wrap. So this was originally supposed to be $170 new. The shrink wrap is torn. It's brand new Metal Church, reforged, the remastered collection, 99 to 2003, a $75 start. $75 start on Metal Church. It is sealed, but the shrink is torn. Let's call it this. It's new, but the shrink is torn. $75, almost more than half off. $75 start. I waited too long to send it back. It got buried. I'm very bad about not sending back returns, and then I end up having to take losses on them. $75 start. Now up for bid. Mark Weiss on Head Games. That's sold to him. Papa John Creech is at $22. And we have the Guess Who, Share the Land. $19.99 on the Guess Who. Sticks, The Grand Illusion. $19.99 on Sticks, The Grand Illusion. And Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe, a UK copy, $24.99. So Papa John is up to one person. Michael Hamburger, let me know if you want to bid more than $22. Autograph collecting's a whole different world, almost completely different than record collecting. And I've told anybody, if anybody's interested, or before you buy something really expensive, I can advise you on authenticity. There's only a couple companies I trust, and sometimes they can make mistakes too. Best thing to do is get into all these groups, and you can get in enough groups on Facebook with collectors, and even if something is authenticated by JSA, PSA, I still like having other people look at it so we're all sure before you add a $3,000 signed album in your collection. The market of collectors and dealers will all agree, yes, it's real. Because, and if it gets up for debate, I would pass on it. And I see people do that all the time. There's groups where they say, hey, what's y'all's opinion? And some people's like, fake, 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 fake. There might be some people say real fake. And if it starts getting debated, at that point, you want to pass. You probably don't want to buy it. So personally, I collect stuff when there's without a doubt among a group of collectors and dealers, everybody agrees this is authentic. And when you get to that point on something before you spend $1,000 or whatever, you're going to have to say, everybody agrees in all forms, this is authentic. And at that point, I'm like, okay, I'm going to pull the trigger. I feel confident. If it starts getting questionable or too good to be true, I don't sell it, I don't buy it, and I pass on it. So Papa is at 22, CC's at 9, and CC was Culture Club. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. Mark Weiss on Alan Parsons. Papa 23. Metal Church has a bid for 75, and Papa 25. We have Joe's Garage, a Holland press for $36.99. And then Traffic won the Eagle Flies. $14.99 for Traffic. Phil Collins, no jacket required. That's a sealed original copy for $24. And check this out. Otis Redding and Carla Thomas, King and Queen, $39.99. And this is in a MoFi sleeve. John hates these. Our very own John, he thinks these are the devil. And he refuses to put them behind the jacket. He said, he said, I'm not doing that. I'll let you do it, but I'm not doing that. $39.99. There is cover damage along the bottom. $39.99. Was there a book in Alan Parsons? It's heavy enough, it feels like it. Yeah, there's a book in here. There was, but it's already sold to Mark Weiss and Mike Owens on the sealed Phil Collins. And Papa John Creech is sold to George Burleson for $25. That's already a new sleeve. Yep, that's sold to him for $25. And Joe's Garage was a Holland $36.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Okay, over here, I think this is something to do with Miles Davis. But at first you think it's like a French vocalist. Miles Davis, Grand Prix du Disque 1958. This is a 2021 French limited edition reissue, a 10-inch mono, photo insert, near mint. And when we tagged this several months ago, there was none listed for sale. Miles Davis, a $25 start. Lower crate is on deck right now. So Metal Church is got Masterpiece, The Weight of the World, A Light in the Dark, This Present Wasteland, and Generation Nothing. Okay, that's sealed. It has one bid for $75. Now, Jim Davis on Otis Redding, Carla Thomas. There's that. And we're going to read through these. We just sold half of this John crate. Actually, wow, 2/3 of it. That was a good one. Let's read through this one more time. Buy it now, best offer. J. Giles Freeze Frame, $19.99. The Osmonds is $29.99. Miles Davis, $25. Jailbreak Thin Lizzy, $34.99. Grog has Miles Davis for $27. Final Call on Metal Church for $75. Huey Lewis, $19.99. Donna Summer, $9.99. Styx Miracles was $19.99. And Donna Summer, All Systems Go, $9.99. Miles Davis was near mint minus. Miles Davis, $9.99. We have the Osmonds Phase 3, $19.99. And the Primitive Love Miami Sound Machine, $14.99. Also, Diva is $19.99. Chad, you have clean cloths. I have cleaning cloths for $5.99. You betcha. Right here, $5.99, cleaning cloths. I have them in stock. Our next auction is Elvis Presley. Are you lonesome tonight? And I gotta know. Elvis Presley, are you lonesome tonight? And I gotta go. VG Plus condition, $10 start on that. Also, we have the following: Jackson Brown Pretender, $14.99. Joe Jackson Night and Day, $19.99. Jar, $9.99. We have the Beatles White Album, $64.99. There's a new bid on the Metal Church box at $80. Miles Davis is at $35. And Elvis is a $10 start. Over here, we have Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy, $34.99. We have Traffic, Shoot at the Fancy Factory, $19.99. George Burleson wants a cleaning cloth. So did George Burleson. We have Billy Squire, Emotions in Motion for $9.99. And Pure Prairie League is $14.99. Mike Owen wants a pack of inner sleeves. He's talking about MoFi. I'll go ahead and put one in the crate. Does anybody else want a pack of MoFi inner sleeves? Packs of 50 are $26.99. Now the Metal Church. It's brand new, just the shrink is torn. I promise. Somebody didn't put the shrink back on it. It was torn. No one's ever opened that. This should be 2025. I think this is brand new. 2025 sealed. It was new earlier this year. They were $170. That one's never been opened. Miles Davis is at $40. Metal Church $82. Miles Davis $42. And then we had the Guess Who for $19.99. Styx Grand Illusion. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. And then over here, this is Traffic, $14.99. And then over here, we have Joe's Garage, Axe 1, a Holland press, $36.99. Joe's Garage. Metal Church 87, Metal Church 82, Metal Church 95, Miles Davis 40, Miles Davis 42. I'm swapping out crates. My crate is full, my sold crate. We're bringing over the lower crate, and then there's another John crate after that. And then we'll start going through. Usually on Saturday nights, I do final call for new vinyl. A lot of people like to get as much as they can on their
order for $8 unlimited shipping. We also do some discount crates. And of course, we'll be going through Miscellaneous and other whatnots and tchotchkes and blah-da-da-das. And I know y'all are kind of like me. Y'all love the blah-da-da-das and the doochie-da-doos. Okay? And we'll go through all the poppity-pops and the rumpity-bumps. And if y'all are kind of like me, I know y'all love some doochie-da-dooch and some pot-da-da-dots. Okay? Here we go. One more night. One more night. One more night. One more night. Christina Curtis. I will sell you Thin Lizzy for $25. It's marked 34, $25, and it's yours. Metal Church is at $92. Miles Davis is at $46. Nobody bid on Elvis, a $10 buy it now. One more night. One more night. Paul Brothers has Metal Church at $95. He does. $95, $90, $90, $92. Y'all are going backwards. Paul has it for $95. Miles Davis is a 2021 French limited edition reissue 10-inch mono. Thin Lizzy sold for $25 to Christina Curtis. Boys are back in town. Boys and back in town. Dum, 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 dum. Boys are back in town. Boys are back in town. Boom, boom, bum, bum, bum. Guess who just got back today? Tonight there's gonna be a jailbreak. $6.99. Folks, we have Frank Costanza's TV Guide with Elvis Presley, and it comes with a mini CD of That's All Right. Who took my TV Guide? $6.99. A Seinfeld collectible. TV Guide, Elvis, $6.99. Metal Church is at $105. Miles Davis, last bid. Last bid was Donna at $55. Are we done? Now we're at $60. Metal Church is at $105. Pure Prairie League, $10. Sold. Where's Regina at? Come on, Regina. Come on, Regina. These are new arrivals from Laura, sticker price. The Velvet Underground. This is a 2008 reissue, $24.99. The OCs, the $24.99. Laura loves the OCs, $24.99. Miles Davis, 63, 63, 65. Are we done on Metal Church? Hammer Up, Paul Brothers, 105. Now 107. Coffee, Clean Hug. Coffee is experimental rock on white vinyl, $9.99. Al Roker. There you go. I was waiting for somebody to say that. They're both chubby weathermen. We have Star Effer. Okay, that's a Star Effer. That is synth pop indie rock, $17.99. We have Helvita. That's alternate rock, $14.99. And the B-52's Cosmic Thing on Rainbow Swirl Splatter. That has Love Shack Baby, $39.99. Miles Davis sold to Donna for $65. Metal Church sold for $107 to Victor Guerra. Nice. Fantastic. Next auction, a blowout. This is literally a blowout. This is a mind blower. I have, originally, this was supposed to be a $50 start and go up. It's a sealed Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jimmy Vaughan, the Vaughan Brothers. A 1990 U.S. retail copy, $1 start. $1 start. Let the bidding begin. And go. Next auction. I don't know what this is. Next auction. Oxys. Oxys is a 2001 U.S. blue vinyl, near mint, a $20 start. Japan, I don't know what that says. $20 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan has one bid for $1. These are all new arrival sticker price. Next is Lana Del Rey, right? $37.99. The guy on the cover is Jack Nicholson's grandson, Duke Nicholson. Laura loves Lana Del Rey, $37.99. Jack Nicholson's grandson. The Shining. We have Q and Not You Power. Indie rock, post-punk, post-hardcore, $19.99. Nick Marco on SE. And SE was for something in this crate, possibly. So right now, my chat is showing Stevie Ray Vaughan 1, Stevie Ray Vaughan 2, Stevie Ray Vaughan 15, Stevie Ray Vaughan 5, Stevie Ray Vaughan's 25, Stevie Ray Vaughan 4, Stevie Ray Vaughan 15, Stevie Ray Vaughan 20, Stevie Ray Vaughan 20, Stephen Ray Vaughan 20, Stephen Ray Vaughan 20, Stephen Ray Vaughan 10, Stephen Ray Vaughan 25, Stevie Ray Vaughan 20, Stephen Ray Vaughan 15, Stevie Ray Vaughan 20, Stevie Ray Vaughan 30. Elvis single, Soda Tyson Morgan for $8. Oxys is a $20 start. Fox Digital put $1.50. That was almost funny the way that popped up, just because it's way out of order, and I've never seen anybody bid $1.50, but that was pretty hilarious. Okay, here we have Garth Brooks. This is Garth Brooks, The First 5 Years, written and recorded by Garth Brooks. The first book ever by Garth Brooks. 240 pages of Garth's memories. 5 albums with over 50 songs, new 19 or unreleased versions, and over 150 never seen photographs. Okay, so when you buy this, you're going to get a Garth Brooks book, 19 new or unreleased demos across a 5-album, 50-song CD release. I kind of need to see what these sell for. I was about to just throw it up for auction, but let me kind of, maybe I need to get a comp on this. I've never seen this before. Let me scan it right quick. I didn't even know what this was. Okay, this is a $10 start. Garth Brooks, The First 5 Years. $10 start. Okay. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38. Oxys is a buy it now for $20 if anybody wants it. Okay? $20 buy it now for Oxys. Garth Brooks is a $10 start. There it is. I'm going to touch my toes. Hold on. Oh, that's a good one. I can hear my tendons moving around inside of my kneecap. I know that sounded pretty graphic, but that's what happened. I heard when my knees pop like they do, it's a tendon moving back into place. That's what I was officially told. It's my tendon snapping or something, but I'm okay. They said I'm okay. I had everything checked. I used Grok. Grok told me I was fine. So Elvis is sold for $5 to Tyson Morgan, and the Vaughn Brothers is at $40. Y'all were almost up to the original minimum bid, okay? $10 start on the Garth Brooks. B-52s is right back here. B-52s is Cosmic Thing. This is a 2018 Record Store Day on really cool tie-dyed colored vinyl, $39.99. The Black Sabbath light is $59.99. We got 2 in stock. We have Tropical FUCK Storm. This is sealed, $19.99. Alternate Rock Experimental Post-Punk, orange vinyl, $19.99. Mike Codrini said he'll take the B-52s. Did you ask about it? You did. All right, there's that. Over here, we have Mike Owen second. This is Pedro the Lion, blue vinyl indie rock. This is a lower crate. We've never been through these before. So these are all new arrivals, sticker price, okay? New arrival sticker price. I've gone through all that stuff, all these auctions, to basically get to possibly a bonus crate over here that I'm still trying to figure out where it is. And no, wait a minute. Here's Oxes. No, wait a minute. Here's the tag for Oxes. Oxes is supposed to be $10. $20 on Oxes. Oxes Arab on radar, looks EX or better, $10. So what did this go to? 2001 US reissue. I bet this is Buller Alice. Is this blue vinyl? Yeah. Okay, so here's the tag for Borealis. Sons of the Sea. Borealis. They made 100 on blue and 400 on black. It's a reissue. Looks like something from the 70s based on these Jeffrey Dahmer glasses, maybe late 70s. And this is a $20 buy it now on that one, okay? There you have it. Okay, next thing over here, we have Vaughn Brothers. The last bid was Grumpy Moose at $40. Garth 10. Garth 10. Mike Codrini got B-52s. Garth 15. Garth 10. Mike Owen second on B-52s. Danny said he would bid 20 on Garth if I set it on fire live on this table. Next thing, will anybody be at the store tomorrow? Tanner possibly. Paul definitely. There will be somebody here. If you set it up, they can let you in. I think they would love if you came picked up your truckload of action figures, Paul, because we're about to sell you more tomorrow night when I do another store sale. Pedro the Lion, Dwayne $14.99, ST on Velvet Underground. So Garth is honestly, realistically at 15 with James Vasquez. I cannot set that on fire, but I will sell you this record right here, and this record right here is My Morning Jacket, $24.99. I've never seen so much Garth hate in the comments all of a sudden. You'd think we'd brought out a Taylor Swift record. We have the Walkman Lobson. This is Indie Rock, $14.99. Dwayne Caldwell on Pedro the Lion. And we have the Red Hot Chili Peppers Freaky Style, a 2009 press, $29.99 on that. Ryan Eaton was second on Pedro. Hammers up on the Vaughn Brothers. Hammers up on the Vaughn Brothers. One more night. All right, I'm making gains over here. We're showing stuff, we're tagging stuff, sorting stuff, organizing stuff, selling stuff, demoralizing stuff, degrading stuff, upgrading stuff, opening stuff, smelling of stuff. We have Purple Rain. This is sealed, $24.99. Purple Rain sealed, $24.99. And we have Kishi Bashi Immigrant, spelled with an E. Alternate Rock Indie Pop Bluegrass, $24.99. Okay. Next is Garth CDs. Give me 1 second. Michael Madej, Garth 18. Okay, so Vaughn Brothers is sold for $40, and that was sold to Grumpy Moose for $40. Thank you on that. That's sold for $40. And next thing we had was Garth. So yeah, this is a book. It's called The Anthology, Part 1. He was basically packaging 5 albums and this. So it's 5 CDs with 52 songs, 19 unreleased. And there's a book, an autobiography? An autobiography. And yeah, it originally cost new $40. The high bid right now is $20 with James Vasquez. Okay? Now, moving on in this crate, before I put up anything else, we have Jay Fernandez, Many Levels of Laughter, $9.99. And then over here, we have supposed to come by today, and then was there something else? So that's got 52 tracks, 5 CDs, and it's an autobiography. Yeah, you can't argue with Garth. Imagine when I put out anthology, Garth Brooks. It's going to say Chad Williams, the first 10 years. Written and recorded by Chad Williams. It's going to be sound clips of these shows. It's going to be my autobiography, and it's going to be a Collectibles exclusive. Chad Williams, the anthology, just like the Beatles. You know, you got to give them credit. You know, here's another Jon Stewart for $15. Cannons in the Rain, signed by Jon Stewart, $15. Garth is at 22. Denise wants Borealis for 20. So did Denise for $20. Okay. Garth Brooks, $23. Black Sabbath Light is $59.99. Here we go. We have, what is going on here? This is an experimental electronic chiptune. First time I ever heard that genre used. Chiptune, $9.99. This is called Sakura Samaba Malastabas. Okay, let me try that one again. Sakwata, nope. SAQQ, Shaq Masters. I'm not for sure what that says. $9.99. Also, Pet Town, Erie, Wanda, with signed insert. Psych Indie Pop, $24.99. Vampire Weekend, Contra, with poster. Indie Rock, Note from Laura, great album. So for clarification right now, Garth Brooks has a high bid with Michael McDade over here. James Vasquez, $23 on Garth Brooks. $23. I'm telling you right now, everybody else is out. Garth is at $23. Everybody else is out. If you're not him, you don't have it, you're losing, and you're going to wake up in the morning and you're going to be like, good gosh, I had it right there in front of me. Why didn't I just go ahead and bid when I had the chance? I have an autographed poster going up for bid. Okay? An autographed poster going up for bid. So this will come shipped, rolled in a tube. Possibly flat. I'm going to have to take it out of the frame unless you pick it up locally. I love when people pick up locally, but I think we have about 10 local people watching right now, and there's 218 people watching, so very few locals watching. Most people's going to need it shipped. Now, JSA told me the value to do the letter, which would cost somewhere between $75 and $100, would far surpass possibly the value of this. So it's better just to sell it raw, but all the autographs are authentic. I knew they were authentic. I wanted to get a letter so we could name all the autographs, but it really wasn't worth it, okay? But there's some pretty cool ones in here. Here's the most noticeable one, Guy Clark. I mean, if you did a cut and just cut that out of the poster, that'd be pretty cool. You could frame it with an album. I don't know if you want to destroy it. Here's another good one, Rodney Crowell. What happened to him? Rodney Crowell, Nancy Griffith, Victoria Shaw. Most of the people on here, there is a pretty noticeable name that was played here, but he didn't sign it, and that's John Prine. Now, if John Prine had signed it, it would have probably been worth having authenticated. But a lot of big country names on here. They're all authentic. This is going to be a $45 start, okay? Delbert McClinton. Delbert McClinton's on here. Guy Clark, Nancy Griffith, Rodney Crowell. $45 start. $45 start. So local, I will leave it in the frame. It's the Harlan Howard birthday bash. It's a Harlan Howard birthday bash poster. Okay? $45 start, and it will come either shipped rolled in a tube or flat. It may be a thick poster like cardboard, and we may have to ship it flat. I don't know. I've never popped it out of the frame. This came from... where did this come from? This came from Fred Goodwin. Yeah, this came from Fred Goodwin. Yep. Fred Goodwin had this. He had it hanging in his house, I think. He must have... Probably something they auctioned off, you know, after the show or something. Okay? So 45 on that. It's got some cool signatures on it. You could honestly destroy it and have some cool cuts and do some cool framing, et cetera, et cetera. I've seen people do that before. That's how a lot of people do get cuts. They cut it out of something that's not really part of something else that's not as, you get what I'm saying. Okay, Adam Bernardi says, how much is Vampire? $22.99. Next thing is over here. Garth has a new bid for $23. And Q and U if still available. Okay, that is still available because I know I hadn't pulled that. That's over here. That's sold to Darren Johnson. Do you have any Dan Fogelberg posters or autographs? Don't think so on autographs. Don't know on posters, but I don't recall any to my knowledge. Psychic Temple, Houses of the Holy. Not Led Zeppelin. This is Psychic Temple, a 2020 OG Psych record, $24.99. And Brace the Wave, Indie Rock, $19.99. And Eunice, the Blue Djinn Dance, Electronic World Music, $9.99 on that. And Forest Follows at Home. That's Indie Rock on green vinyl, 23. Yeah, James, I was about to say that. Let me clean my screen off. James Vasquez already had it for 23. So Sully, you tied him. He already had it for $23. We have Good F-U-C-K. Alternate Rock, $14.99. A lot of indie and alternate rock in this crate. A lot of modern stuff. We hadn't had stuff like this in a while. Dumb Numbers. Dumb Numbers is $14.99. Also indie rock. Where's Natasha at when we need her? And Vetiver, or Vetiver. What is this? Vetiver, Thing of the Past. Folk rock, $24.99. So one of the big collections Paul just bought was full of indie stuff. Indie and obscure titles. Now, we have people ask for that all the time. It's going to take the right couple people watching, and some of them buy like all of it. So otherwise, it's going to be like, what the heck is this? The Inevitable Past is the Future Forgotten. 2010 OG Indie Rock. These crates always blow my mind, though, because look at this. There has been so far in this entire crate, other than Chili Peppers, My Morning Jacket, Prince, Lana Del Rey, OCs. So out of all those, I only know 5 of them. The other ones I've never heard of and I've never had before. Once again, it goes to show you the vastness of music out there. I go through albums 8 hours a night. Every night, when I'm not here, I'm also going through records and thinking about records and ordering records. All these artists that I've never heard of, but obviously have produced music that at some point or another somebody has bought. It's almost amazing the amount of music out there is to listen to. Incredible. Adam Bernardi on Vampire. Absolutely incredible. I mean, I limit myself to like this much, and I'm still trying to... I get so focused on like 2 or 3 groups, and then I forget about everything else that's out there. It's pretty incredible. We have War Paint, the full. This is $17.99 shoegaze. Also over here, we have the Smiths, Strange Ways Here We Come, $27.99. And we have Rolling Blackout CF, Hope Downs, Indie Rock, Blue Vinyl, $19.99. I'd say what, in the last 25 years, how many new bands have been started? Or let's say in the last 15, probably thousands. There's no telling. And they have, some of them have huge discographies. Darren Johnson on War Paint. Garth Brooks is sold to James Vasquez, 25. Sully, since you're the backup bidder, I have one more if you want it for $25. Same price as his. There's one more, and I only have one more. So Sully, let me know on that. And if you pass, I'll ask for anybody else to claim it right now. If anybody wants this poster, $45 shipped. I'd love for somebody to come pick it up locally. Hint, hint, Paul Brothers. But there it is for $45. All kinds of signatures on that. That's from Fred Goodwin's collection. He got that out of Nashville. We also have the OCs. The OC single collection is $29.99. And we have New Order. This is 1981 Factus. Everything's gone green. 2014 Record Store Day, $39.99. So who was next on Garth? Before him was somebody, but now there's one extra if anybody wants it for $25, okay? Sully's going to pass. He was the backup bidder, so $25 if anybody wants it. Tyson Morgan says, I'll take that last striper while I can get it. So did Tyson Morgan, okay? That was my last copy. I'm going to take all this in here, and wow, the last record, New Order. All right. Wow, we had already filled up a whole table of Miscellaneous tonight. We love some Miscellaneous. It looks like I got to find something else to put back there. Scott Oman takes the last Garth Brooks. All right, let me go take this right back here on this table then. What other things can we dig out on this wonderful Saturday night? Let's go through another crate. I'm going to just go ahead and go right into the next one. Actually, let me read these one more time. Let's read these one more time. Where's the next potential auction at? Oh, yeah, I forgot about this crate. Okay. The OCs, $24.99. Coffee, Clean Hug, $9.99. Star Effer, $17.99. Helvetia, This Devastating Map, $14.99. Lana Del Rey, $37.99. Tropical F-Storm, Deer States, sealed, $19.99. My Morning Jacket, blue vinyl, $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up. Where's that crate at? Aha, I think I finally made my way to it over here. Except is an 86 USOG, near mint minus, has the original lyric insert, inner sleeve, $20 start on that. Harlan Howard signatures, 30 shipped. Hold it till I have another poster to ship with it. Chad, there was a pre-sale on an upcoming release for Pink Floyd, Wish You Here. We've already got that posted. Box set, the smaller box set, and the colored vinyl, all three pre-orders are posted in Whole Lot of Records. Danny, I get what you're saying. The problem is, I mean, yeah, we'd have to get another flat poster. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe I can say something tonight to go with it. Otherwise, it's going to cost like $18 to ship it flat, probably. Really problematic selling posters. Plus, I got some people wanting to go on wait list for I was doing rolled posters during the Black Friday sale for $15 shipped. Ed's been telling me the postage on some of them have been costing $11 and $12 plus the tube. So a couple of those rolled posters I've sold for $15, we're better off not selling them, like just not sell them at all. So I got a little excited on some of those posters on Black Friday or the Sunday before. Or maybe it's Tanner told me. I think Tanner was like, some of the postage on those posters called, like one person's tube, they had one poster for $14.99 shipped and the postage was $14.78. And I'm like, dang. So, I mean, we basically lost the poster, the cost of the poster, the time, the tube. We've been better off not selling it. The Walkman Lipsman is $14.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers Freaky Style, $29.99. But the good thing about $8 shipping, if we charge y'all cost for all this, oh my gosh, there'd be some very unhappy people when they got their postage bill. Oh my gosh. Prince, sealed, $24.99 for Purple Rain. There's another Purple Rain. Kishi Bashi, $24.99. And then Jay Fernandez, Many Levels of Laughter, $9.99. And we have Sakura Mastabas, that's $9.99. What is the Accept album? Russian Roulette, $20 start, near mint minus. And we have Pete Town, Erie Wanda, $24.99. I don't know if this is I don't know if it's rollable. I got to take it out of the frame. It's one of these screw down connector type frames. I don't know if it's a piece of cardboard or if it's something pretty thin. You know, if it's something kind of thick, then we got to ship it flat. But even so, in a short tube, that's still going to be $10 or $15 to ship. So I'd rather, you know, I thought 45 was pretty fair, meaning we're going to have to pay postage. Red Hot, these are all sticker price in here. We have Psychic Temple, House of the Holy, $24.99 on that. Brace the Wave, $19.99. Eunice, the Blue Jin Dance, $9.99. And then over here, Forest Follows, $12.99. Tom Sullivan said Pepper's Freaky. Okay, Pepper's Freaky. He's trying to buy this. This is sold to Tom Sullivan for $29.99. Accept has a bid for $20. Good FUCK, $14.99. Thank you, Robert Barnett. Dumb Numbers is $14.99. We have Vetiver, Thing of the Past, $24.99. The Inevitable Past is the Future Forgotten, $14.99. The Smiths, Strange Ways Here We Come, $27.99. Rolling Blackout CF, $19.99. The OCs is $29.99. And New Order was $39.99. These are all sticker price. Accept is at $20 with Michael McDade. Final call. Accept is at $20, Michael McDade. Final call. All right, we got another crate to do. Buy it now or best offer. All right. Aussie. Still got them. Signed. $12,700 million. No, $1,275. Whoops. Aussie's getting a little slippery on me. I laid them up there just so I could move this other crate. I'm about to put them over here on top of this other thing. I have a pile going of really expensive stuff to photograph and sell otherwise. Preview no bids. I'll have to do that in a second because there's about 10 minutes worth of them. There's a lot. But we'll get started with this crate. Buy it now, best offer. I plan on having this about 2 or 3 more days probably. Or it's going to be sold. Let me know if anybody wants to make an offer. $1,275. It would look pretty dang sweet. Framed. You could frame it next to a Bark at the Moon album jacket. That would be a pretty sweet... If I frame this with an album jacket, an Aussie Bark at the Moon album jacket, framed with that next to it, I would probably ask $2,500 for it. Because the framing would cost $500. The cost to have it all displayed and have like a little plate made. But then you'd have a Hall of Fame piece for your music room. Think about it that way. I always try to get everybody's imagination working with these autographs. Eddie Rabbit, To Dale, my best, Eddie Rabbit. Signed Eddie Rabbit, JSA authenticated, a $15 start. To Dale, my best, Eddie Rabbit. Signed, $15 start. Michael McDade gets accept for $20. Eddie Rabbit's a $15 start. Okay. Let's put another signed or another sealed album back there. James Vasquez, give me 1 second. We'll go through all the no bids because I need to clean them back up anyway. Next thing over here is, where's my records at? Here we go. I have Megadeth, Rust in Peace, $36.99. All right, these are all bought now, best offer. Signed Eddie Rabbit, JSL authenticated, to Dale, my best Eddie Rabbit, $15 start. The House Martians, the people who grinned themselves to death, $19.99. These are all new vintage records, buy it now or best offer. New edition, $19.99 for new edition. Original on the sleeve. Just because they're best offer doesn't mean that they need a discount. Just saying. New edition. We have over here Hooters, One Way From Home, in shrink wrap with hop sticker, original on the sleeve. Hooters is $14.99. And Urgent, Thinking Out Loud. Urgent is sealed, unopened, with hop sticker, punch hole, $14.99. And then $29.99 for John Lennon, Live Piece Toronto, $29.99. The House Martians is sold to John Stevens for $15. New edition. Oh, golly. I've got a serious nail problem. He got trimmed, and then it's about to... Very painful. CC Allen, new edition, $15. I'll go ahead and do the opposite of what I said and discount it anyway. Here are tonight's no bids, quickly. Oxes, $10. Autographed John Stewart, Cannons in the Rain, $15. Wings, My Love, Paul McCartney, $15. George Harrison, Ding Dong, $15. George Harrison, My Sweet Lord, $15. George Harrison, What Is Life, $15. And the Monkees, Pleasant Valley, and I'm a Believer, $15 for both of them. John Stewart, autograph, $15, Signals Through the Glass. Don Evans, Satisfaction, rare reggae album, sealed, $145. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judge's Ruth, $95. This same record in the same condition has sold for as much as $255. Alan Vega, a 1980 U.S. near mint, $55. John Lennon Imagine, 1984 U.S. MoFi, $75. That's actually no bids from tonight and last night. That's everything from this week, honestly. That's only no bids from this week. Most of those tonight. Okay? Eddie Rabbit, final call for $15. Leo Kottke, $9.99. Whitney by Whitney Houston, I Just Want to Dance with Somebody, $24.99. Late at night at Collectibles, when nobody else is here and I'm by myself, I blast that on the speakers and I run around the store in my socks and underwear dancing and singing. I Just Want to Dance with Somebody, $24.99. Lisa and Cult Jam, that's in shrink and hop sticker, $19.99. And The Pursuit of Happiness is $34.99. Gold stamp promo, and U2, The Unforgettable Fire, $34.99. Lyle Lovett, $75. Given you're the only person that's ever shown interest, I'll go ahead and sell it to you before I put it on Discogs for $300 or best offer. Gregory gets it for $75. Mike Torres wants George Harrison, My Sweet Lord, $15. Considering I bought the first John Stewart, I'd offer $10 on the one just sold. I'm going to keep all the signed albums at $15, including Eddie Rabbit, $15 on that. Signed Eddie Rabbit, JSC authenticated. Danny, I'm already literally... The cost to have these authenticated, you're getting them at below wholesale. You're getting them literally in negative red money at $15. I know what you're saying. I understand. I gotta have $15 for these signed JSA albums. I got to. I got to have $15. You're getting them for well below. I mean, you couldn't get them anywhere close to authenticated for that. This is visually a VG copy, but playback probably going to be around a VG plus. Elvis Presley, a $10 start. That was the only Eddie Rabbit. Sold to Wayne Bartow for $15. Okay? Donna says her offer for Sugar Hill Gang and Force are still open. I think I told you I'd come down some more. I don't know if you were watching. I would do Sugar Hill for $30, and I would do Force for $15. Okay? We have What's in a Tank Diesel, $14.99. Hank Williams Jr. Whiskey Benton Hellbound, $24.99. And Cher's Greatest Hits, $19.99 for Cher. Cher's Greatest Hits. Elvis Presley has a bid for $10. All right, moving right along. I have the, I'm going to look, hold on a second. This one is, okay, this is the Kingston Trio. This is the Kingston Trio signed by John Stewart to Fred and by Bob Shane, another member of the Kingston Trio. JSA authenticated, $15 start. The Kingston Trio signed by Bob Shane and John Stewart. John Stewart had to sign it twice. It looks like his gold pen was going out. So he signed it in gold, and then he signed it again in black. Okay? $15 start on John Stewart and Bob Shane, signed Kingston Trio. Adam Bernardi, $50 on John Lennon, Imagine MoFi. I will sell this to you for $60. That'd be $15 off the minimum bid. Okay? I need to get this in a sleeve. It's killing me. Let me get this in a sleeve. Elvis has a bid for 10. Kevin Reese, you just missed the complete recap of no bids. Hold on one second. Let me show some more records. You just got on right when I went through them again. You asked the most popular question of the night about this time. What are all the no bids? Because everybody knows if something laying over here hasn't got a bid, it's a good record, and for some reason somebody's not watching and it didn't sell. And that's why everybody's always interested in no bids, because they know if I'm putting something over here and we took the time to clean it, research it, advertise it, and run it for auction, it's a good record. And usually the starting bid is like the minimum price, and it's supposed to go up. And so when some of these are laying over here, they're like, uh-oh, Chad's got some good records over here for cheap. And there's a good chance I can even get a better deal on them. This is sold to Ada Bernardi, John Lennon Imagine, for $60. So, Wings, My Love, $15. George Harrison, Ding Dong, $15. George Harrison, What Is Life, $15. The Monkees, I'm a Believer, and Pleasant Valley Sunday, $15. Alan Vega, a 1980 USOG, $55. Don Evans, 1980 sealed, $145. Autograph John Stewart, JSA authenticated, $15. Autograph John Stewart, JSA authenticated, $15. Oxes, Arab on radar, $10. That are the no bids. Those are the no bids. So that means all the starting bids, if you're able to get it below that, that means you have got something well below market price. That means you've gotten something very much, if Laura has researched this and be like, okay, well, this is a $150, $175 album. Let's start it at $95, and then you get it for $80. That means you've probably got it half of retail price. George Harrison, What Is Life? Sold for $15. Elvis Presley got one bid, sold to Burt Jordan for $10. And somebody's got a chance at getting another signed album, John Stewart, Bob Shane, Kingston Trio, JSA authenticated, $15. That's also going in the no bid pile. And I just took them off the table. They're back here behind me now. I'm going to hide them for a second. but I'd love for somebody to buy everything that's left. Everything in here, this is new vintage stuff. Buy it now or best offer. Mama Cass Elliott, make your own kind of music. That's a good one. $9.99. Mama Cass. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid. This is a German press. $19.99 for APP. And Stray Cats, Built for Speed. Stray Cats, $24.99. Howard Jones, Dream into Action. $24.99. Great album. Got most of his hits on one album there. Howard Jones, $24.99. Our next autograph is the Kingston Trio, signed by Bob Shane. Stereo concert, the Kingston Trio. Curious of the condition of the disc. Flip back cover, Fred Goodwin collection. The disc is VG minus. We'll just make that let me lay some down that I can do buy it nows. No reason to put them up for auction. Yeah, here we go. So there's another Kingston Trio signed by John Stewart, and then there's one signed by Bob Shane. 15.15. Those aren't personalized. And then I have the other one I just showed. So $15 on those. We have Bob Seger, Like a Rock. Bob Seger's $24.99. Zara 1, The Domino Effect, $14.99 on that. And Howard Jones is $20, so to Chadwick Smith. The Indy 45s has disappeared. I don't know what's happened to them. And I'm very much looking forward to what I'm going to do in this back room tomorrow. I'm like excited to come to work tomorrow. I'm going to transform this place. I'm going to put up caution tape. And I'm going to make it where no one can get into certain zones around me here. I'm going to put up caution tape. And I'm going to buy rope. And I'm going to say, listen, no one is allowed within these ropes anytime during the day. I'm going to have a no fly zone. Meaning I'm going to put something here and no one is allowed to come in this area. We possibly could have a show tomorrow. I've got to clean up and I've got to organize. I've had 2 crates gone missing, 2 boxes of 45s go missing, and John loves to dig through 45s. If he finds out there's 45s in this building, he will climb and jump over stuff to get to them. And so when we get in 45s, I'm just ready to start putting them up for auction. Of course, everybody here, word gets out, we got new records inside this building and everybody wants to look through them. And I'm like, no, we're just going to sell them right now the way they are. And then they get sorted and then they get lost. And then I have no auctions to run. And I'm like, listen, guys, we don't even have to go through this stuff. I just got to start laying them down and putting them up for auction. They'll all sell, they'll all get bids. But John loves to go through 45s. I've seen him take risk of his health trying to climb over stuff to get the 45s because he's a collector and he wants to know what's in every box, or he will honestly lose sleep. Just like Paul having to dig through the new collection. Paul, I know you're out there. They're like, man, we got to go through these records before Chad does. Otherwise, he's going to keep stuff or he's going to start selling stuff. And we got to go through it first. So there's like a big power struggle here on how fast they can go through stuff before I sell it. Because I've sold stuff before. They're like, dang, I didn't even know we had that. And I'm like, sorry, I got to it first. It's sold. Customers come first. Danny Thomason on Bob Seger for $18. That's sold. Next thing over here is this. We have Spandau Ballet, True, $24.99. Info on Zara 1. Zara 1, The Domino Effect. It does have a hop sticker. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. Toto 4 is $24.99. That's why I'm going to try to show as much as I can. I'm going to end this sale. I'm going to go home and make crates, and I'm going to remodel the store tomorrow. If I have a sale, great. If I don't have a sale, that means we're going to have a good one on Monday whenever I got this place redesigned. And I'm going to take aerial photos and I'm going to send maps and I'm going to be like, listen, guys, no one is allowed to remove or add anything into this area ever. You cannot move or add anything into this area. M-Tomb is $19.99. The Car, Shake It Up, $26.99. Poco Legend is $9.99. And The Undertones, The Sin of Pride, an 83 UK, $24.99. Toto was $24.99. Shrink, original under sleeve, Bless the Rains, Down in Africa. Two more autographs, Bob Shane and John Stewart. Yeah, I can't wait. Oh, y'all, there's so much. I need to go to our overhead cam. Let's see, is it working tonight? Hold on a second. Let's see here. Top cam. Is this thing working? Okay. Yeah, I need to just show y'all here in a second what I'm talking about. It's like, it'll probably take me all Sunday. I might be here even up into the morning hours. It'll probably take me, oh, yeah. I could start right now and do 36 hours straight, and it wouldn't make a dent. So, 25 for Poco and Toto. I will do Toto for this, and 15 and this. So we got an offer for 15 just for this. So this would be 15. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, sell both of those to Sully for $25. That's done. Okay, and then we have Blondie Auto America for $24.99. Ah, my favorite part. Yeah, look at the chaos. So right over here is where we start. That table's where I take miscellaneous. That room with the light off, that's our autographs. You can see all the framed postcards, tubs. That's full of autographs. That's all signed posters. Right here behind me is where I keep just auctions and catch-alls. That little wooden shelf is full of autographs I had never got to. And then right here is where I'm talking about it's just chaotic. It's just T-shirts and racks and tubs. And then over here, this table, and they got all, look at all that. It's just going to be like, I'm having like anxiety looking at all this. I'm like, golly, there's this stuff. You can't even see that other room over there. And this is what I'm trying to dig through and work around every night. And I'm like, okay, something's got to change. The other day, I had this place looking pretty nice. But as the owner of Collectco, I'm going to establish some rules back here for our back room, and it's going to get pretty tight. Or Chad is going to start having to put out some like reprimations. The best of Eric Clapton, $34.99. Witch Entombed. There is nothing in here called Entombed. There's M-Tomb, not Entombed. There's M-Tomb, and that's $19.99. And then over here we have Jefferson Airplane Early Flight, $24.99. Derringer, If I Weren't So Romantic, I'd Shoot You. That's what I'm about to do to this back room. I'm about to just start shooting stuff. We have Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $14.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $14.99. And Supertramp, Free as a Bird. Supertramp is $19.99. REO Speedwagon, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Who Are You? And look at this, it's on red vinyl. The Who Are You? $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Yes, buy it now or best offer. The Kinks, Give the People What They Want. The Kinks is $14.99. The Eagles, Desperado, $34.99. What year is The Undertones? The Undertones is this. The Undertones is 1983 UK, $24.99 on that. M-Tomb is right over here. It's in shrink with hop sticker, $19.99. Epic Records, $19.99. Also, Chicago. Chicago is sealed, $14.99. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love, $14.99 for Jackson Brown. Leonard Skinner, Gold and Platinum, $34.99. Our next Elvis single is going to go up right now. This is Elvis Presley, I Need Your Love Tonight, As Fool Such As I. Really cool. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. Elvis Presley in the picture sleeve, $10 start. 20 for the Undertones. That is sold to William Drugovich. Sean Miller on The Who for $25. That is sold to him. Quick claims, done. And then over here we had Eddie and the Cruiser soundtrack, $19.99 for that. Eric Clapton, Timepieces Volume 2, live in the 70s. A UK copy, $34.99. Poco, this one's called Inamorata. Poco is 14. I think that's the title of the new Metallica song. Poco is 14. Inamorata, $14.99. Linda Ronstadt's $9.99. Leo Kottke 5. Sounds like I'm going to counteroffer. Sounds like I'm going to counteroffer to 7. This one right back here, right? $7 on this. M Tomb is sold to Donna for $14. This is sold to Donna for $14. Elvis has a bid with Regina for $10. Queen, A Day at the Races, $34.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash, Deja Vu, $34.99. And the Fix Phantoms is in shrink wrap, $19.99. $19.99. Probably could sell stuff off this video, this overhead camera, couldn't I? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna get the dump trailer out here. I'm a very organized person, so very clean, neat. So this kind of like festers the back of my brain. George Burleson gets Leo Kottke for 7. Eddie and the Cruisers, this one I will do for $15. $15 on this one, Mr. Michael McDade. Crates, oh, I stack them 15 foot tall when they're empty. I've got on ladders and stacked them as high as I can to save space. When they're full of records, we don't stack them any more than 5 high. So, yeah, when they're full, I don't stack them any more than 5 high. When they're empty, I get them as tall as I can without it becoming a hazard. And that's another thing. You know, owning a business, you got to have channels, walkways clear and concise. So, it's a problem. I'm literally probably gonna have a sledgehammer in here tonight or tomorrow. I'm gonna tear down these walls over here. Yeah, I'm literally gonna have a hard hat and a sledgehammer in here tomorrow. Walls are coming down, columns are coming out. We got to get ready for a new year. If we're gonna add and do 25–40% more in sales than we did last year, this place is going to have to look a lot different. Sold to $15 to Michael McDade. Okay, Elvis is sold for $10 to Regina Tabor. Oh yeah, it's almost something relaxing about going through a big mess and organizing it. Load-bearing walls, yeah. I'm going to put in levels with pillows. I want one big open room. Okay, let me see what we can do for the rest of the night. I'm almost sidetracked by my project now. I'm almost ready to stop the show because I really need to rest and then come in here tomorrow when I have help. I'm probably going to have help and probably be bossing around like Paul and John and Laura and Tanner and having them carry stuff and, you know, do stuff like that. Meet your goals this year. Yeah, we surpassed those ahead of pace back in August. So we've already set next year's goals, and we need to hire about 3 or 4 people. I've realized we're going to have to hire somebody to help me with pre-orders and new vinyl. We basically going to have to hire a warehouse manager to help basically keep this stuff in line. I'd hate to know you have to pay a full-time employee just to organize stuff, but that's literally a job out there. There's people who get paid literally to organize and keep warehouses clean. So we've got to a big enough company now. We got to hire that. Our shipping department, we need one more logistical helper. And then I want to grow our business in other areas. I want to sell more coins and silver. I want to sell more autographs and posters, and I basically can't do it myself. So when I get to the point where I'm pretty tapped out, I didn't think I could sell any more records this year by myself, and I have. If I do it again next year, it'll be a miracle. If we don't hire anyone else to help me sell records and we sell more, it will literally be a miracle, because I didn't think I could sell more this year. I was obviously going to try, and I have. I've done it all myself, but it's almost killed me health-wise. It's probably a couple times I've been so exhausted, it's made me sick. I've worked so hard trying to meet goals. So I think we're ready to hire about 2 or 3 people. We've got to that level, and for growth, we need probably by next spring, if we don't have 4 more people on staff right now, if we don't get close to 20 employees, then we're going to be behind. So, yeah, I just got to get it. I know I sell more because I'm the only one willing to go 8 and 10 hours, and I can do it fast, and obviously I can sell more. They do a great job for a fill-in, but I figured if I could do something else making more money while they're selling, it would help grow. But they do a great job, but I just go so fast and I go for so long, I sell more than them, but they do a great job when they are here. So I think when they're filling in, if I could be doing something else very profitable for the company that also doesn't like nearly kill me every day, that would help. Which Kingston autographs did you have? I got 3 different signed Kingston trios. I got 1 signed by Bob Shane. I got 1 signed by John Stewart, and I got 1 signed by John Stewart and Bob Shane, but it's personalized to Fred with a messed up pen. So he signed 2 Fred, then he overlapped it, and then he signed twice, and that one. So John Stewart, Bob Shane, or just Bob Shane, or just John Stewart. So, yeah. It's been fun growing a business. It's exhausting. If you listen to anybody talk about it, it's an exhausting feat to go from basically 0 and to this point. It's been about 5 years of nonstop work. This past couple years have probably been the most grueling because we've seen like growth exponentially, and trying to manage it and get new customers. Make sure we keep all of our great customers like y'all happy and satisfied. That's a challenge, because as you grow, you can't neglect anybody. You got to keep good stuff coming in. The whole market's grown in general. There's more new releases. There's more pre-orders. There's more people wanting more titles. It used to be just kind of us looking for rock and metal. Now we're trying to look for everything, jazz, and keep it all balanced. And 8 hours is never enough. I could start earlier, I could go later. It still wouldn't be enough time. So finding a way to sell more through a website, through our group, there's all kinds of options. So we'll figure those out next year. All right, I'm going to read the titles left in here. If anybody wants a price, this is the last crate of brand new stuff. We started 6 hours ago going through new crates. We went through, I think, 3 Laura crates, 3 John crates, or 4 John crates and 3 Paul crates. That's a lot of new stuff they marked today. Shout out to them, and all of our shipping staff, and all of our customer service people, and all of our logistics team, and everybody else, even Seth, who comes in a couple of days a week at 5 a.m. to get stuff done. Otherwise, we would be behind. So shout out to all those people. Let's read through this stuff, and I've obviously got a busy day ahead tomorrow, as y'all have heard me lay out. I've also got about 1,000 things I want to list on eBay before the end of the year. Sports cards and Funkos and stuff we're just trying to liquidate to help with profit jumps. And that's going to be time consuming. That's going to take a lot of my time too. But I was going to get started tomorrow, but this project's probably going to take most of my time. We have Hooters One Way Home, Urgent Thinking Out Loud, John Lennon Live Peace, Whitney Houston Whitney, Lisa Lisa and Colt Jam, The Pursuit of Happiness, U2 Unforgettable Fire, Diesel Watts in the Tank, Hank Williams Jr. Whiskey Been Held Bound, Cher's Greatest Hits, Mama Cass Elliott, Make Your Own Kind of Music, Alan Parsons Pyramid, Stray Cats Built for Speed, Spandau Ballet True, Zara One The Domino Effect, The Car Shake It Up, Blondie Auto American, Timepieces The Best of Eric Clapton, Jefferson Airplane Early Flight, Rick Derringer If I Weren't So Romantic I'd Shoot You, Emerson Lake and Palmer Self-Titled, Ooh, What a Lucky Man He Was. That's a good one. Hadn't seen that one in a while. Just $14.99 for ELP. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Spandau Ballet should be 24. Yeah, $24.99 for True. Supertramp Free as a Bird. REO Speedwagon. The Kinks Give the People What They Want. Eagles Desperado. Chicago is sealed $14.99. Jackson Brown Lawyers in Love. Leonard Skinner. Eric Clapton Volume 2 timepieces, Poco, Linda Ronstadt, Queen, Cross Stills and Nash, and The Fix, Phantoms. Price on Lisa Lisa and Is All Cried Out on It. Let's find that. That was back here, wasn't it? Lisa Lisa. The hop sticker says, the new album from Lisa and Colt Jam features smash single Head to Toe and Someone to Love Me For Me. The track listing is Everything Will Be Fine, Head to Toe, Facing the Crowd, Someone to Love Me For Me, duet with Full Force. Talking Nonsense, I Promise You, A Fool Is Born Every Day, Lost in Emotion, and Playing with Fire. Make offers. Okay? So 12-12, 156 people watching. A lot of people started getting off when I started rambling, and they probably thought the show was over. In fact, it's not over. Here is a really good autograph. This is signed by John Mayall. And honestly, JSA could not identify the other signatures on here. We don't know what was up with it, but they looked at it closely. It's nobody that played on the album, so it's got some unidentifiable autographs on it. Maybe it's somebody who played with him at a gig or something, but that is obviously John Mayall, and it's signed, and it's a $45 starting bid, maybe one of our last autographs tonight. Now, I have Bill Monroe autographs, and he is pretty expensive. He doesn't take a full letter, but Bill Monroe, I have about 7. Most of them are on eBay right now for between $500 and $800, depending on what odd album. Most of them are signed on the front and really nice. This is one of the cheapest Bill Monroe autographs I can offer. It's signed on the back. Best wishes, Bill Monroe, $475 or best offer. Now, the other ones I've probably got 6 or 7, including a couple photos and other things he signed. They're $500 plus or best offer. I've sold some. I can get that kind of money. You got to wait for the right buyer. I mean, I might have them 2 or 3 years. Some of these autographs I've had for 2 or 3 years now, and they finally sold. You got to wait. It's very esoteric. You've got to wait for one person in the world to get online and say, I'm looking for a Bill Monroe autograph. That doesn't happen every day. Every day there's somebody on there looking for Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison. They find out they're expensive and they don't buy them. Or they could be looking for somebody like Tom Cruise or Matt Damon, and they sell on there on a regular basis. Some things we have to wait for the right person at the right time. And hopefully that person's watching right now, Bill Monroe. That's the only one I don't have officially listed on eBay. There's a lot on there that's not authenticated. Probably some are authentic, probably some are forgeries. But when you get them JSA stamped, they seem to go up 2 or 3 times in value. So there's that. $475 for him. Spandau is $15 to Sully. $15 for Sully, and that was Spandau sold. Alan Parsons was right here, and Alan Parsons, which one was left in here? That was Pyramid. That was, in fact, a German press, 1999. John Mayall's a $55 star, beautiful German vinyl. Yep. Okay. Let's see what we should do here. I know I need a bottle of water, that's for sure. Well, we took a big chunk out of our no bids. There's not a whole lot left tonight now that we're at the very end. Sorry y'all had to hear that. Okay. Let's see what we can come up with. Alan Parsons. I would do that one for 14. 14 on that one. The Poco album is called Inamorata. I-N-A-M-O-R-T, excuse me. Inamorata, yeah. I-N-A-M-O-R-A-T-A. A German press, $14.99. See if we can find a half-off crate to do. Maybe a half-off vintage to end the night. That might be good. I go through some miscellaneous to help me kickstart my cleaning project. If y'all want to see me kickstart some vintage over here. Let me see what else these messages say right quick. Yeah, I can find some probably cassettes. Um, let me see here. Sully said he'll take Alan Parsons for 14. Done. And here we go. Light me up that Jimmy Page guitar. It's already been tagged. John Mayall's $55 if anybody wants it. And I got Kingston Trio for $15 each if anybody wants those, okay? All righty. I have already tagged you for Jimmy Page. Your name's already been put on it. It's laying over here. Okay. John Mayall and H8 signatures for 65. So John Mayall was 55, and the poster was 45. That's $100. So John Mayall 45 and poster 45, $90. Okay. Sorry. Is anybody even still watching? All right, let's do this crate half off. This might be wake up some last minute claims, and then we'll see what happens over here. All right, so what we'll do, sell Danny Thomason. So we need to put in this poster for $45. All right, so let's just tag him the Mayall for $35. This is sold to him for $35. Danny Thomason, and then tag him this sign poster, $45 shipped, and take it out of the frame, okay? Sell that to him, $45, and mark that, take out of frame, okay? So that's done, sold, or actually, no, that doesn't equal that. That doesn't equal right. We'll say $40 on the poster and $35 on John Mayall. There we go. So $35 on John Mayall, $40 on that. All right, let's go through a half off, literally nonsense crate. We'll see who's still paying attention right now. We'll see who's paying attention right now. Okay, last crate, and then I've got to start, well, I've got to get to work, okay? Because I really can't get to anything else right now that I want to sell. I can't get to it. It's where I have to stop the show to move stuff around. Last night, I spent probably a half hour during the sale moving stuff around to get to the next batch. We sold all that. It'd take me probably another half hour of me pausing, moving all this stuff around to once again get to the next batch. So how about we just go through this crate half off? I think this is literally a nonsense crate from December 2nd. So a half off nonsense crate at $12.30. So this stuff was from 5 days ago. It's only been shown once, best offer. Now it's half off, and here we go. First thing is the Police Synchronicity. $12.50 for the Police Synchronicity. Cheap Trick 101. Cheap Trick is $10. This has the original sleeve in it. Cheap Trick is $10 for 101. Crosby, Stills & Nash Allies. $10 on Crosby, Stills & Nash. This also has the original under sleeve. No condition notes, $10. CSN Allies, $10 on that. we have Tres Hombres ZZ Top, $17.50 for ZZ Top Tres Hombres. Wham, make it big. Original under sleeve, $17.50. Ken Foster on the Police, sold. Wayne Bartow, $6.99 for the Poco from the last crate. Sold to Wayne Bartow, $6.99. Chris Frazier on TH. Chris Frazier on TH, and that is something. What was TH, Chris? Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. This is $15. It does have cover damage, just $15 on Joan Jett. There goes the Neighborhood Joe Walsh, $10 on that. Chris Frazier was trying to get ZZ Top. That's so to Chris Frazier. Thank you on that one. Holly Johnson, this is Blast. Is that what that says? Blast, yep, sealed. $12.50 on that. Also over here, we got Steppenwolf at your birthday party, $10 on that. Next is Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks, Everybody's Rockin', $12.50. Also, XTC White Music. XTC is just $12.50. Next thing is John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow. John Cougar is $10. Love and Money, All You Need Is. This is $7.50. And then Against the Wind, Bob Seger in shrink wrap, $10 on that. Sean Miller said Wayne, and he must be talking to Wayne Bartow. Also, we have XTC Drums and Wires. Wow, back-to-back XTC. That one is $17.50. And Fleetwood Mac Live. Fleetwood Mac is $17.50. Elton John Jump Up, shrink wrap and hop sticker, $10 outside. And then Dinah Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits. That is sealed for $15. Jim Davis, you got dibs on either XTC. So your pick on either one of those XTCs right here. Your pick on that. And then Charles Siebert on BS. And that's for Bob Seger. Sully was next. Robert Palmer Heavy Nova. Robert Palmer is $10. And 38 Special Strength of Numbers, $12.50. Brewer and Shipley Tarkio. Brewer and Shipley is $10. And Blind Faith is VG, $7.50. Uh-oh, might be getting in the check condition. That's even over here. And then over here, we have Burt Jordan on Supremes. Burt Jordan on Supremes. That's so to Burt Jordan sealed for just $15. Next is Foghat Live, VG Plus $7.50, and the Rolling Stones Black and Blue, VG $6.50. I'll do both of the monkeys for $10. You're talking about the 45s earlier. B&S Brewer and Shipley sold to Sully. Jim Davis gets both XTC albums at the half off price. That's pretty crazy. And then in the no bid pile, the two monkeys for $10. Two monkeys for 10. Monkeys for 10. Those are sold for $10 to Charles Siebert. Sold. Thank you. $10. We have Michael Jackson Thriller. VG $7.50. And the monkeys. Here's the monkeys in the crate. We had the monkeys over here. Here's the monkeys in the crate. VG Plus $7.50. Yes Tormato is VG Condition $5. Culture Club Color by Numbers. That's VG $6.50. The Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat. That's VG Plus $10 on the Go-Go's. Beauty and the Beat. VG Plus $10 on that. Also, we have Robin Trower In City Dreams. VG Plus $7.50. Classic 80s Rock on Thriller. That's so to Classic 80s Rock. The Monkees. Yes. Culture Club. Go-Go's Robin Trower. Crosby, Stills and Nash. Deja Vu. Great titles in here. VG Plus $12.50. Victor Guerra on the Go-Go's. Cameron, you were second on MJ. Cheech and Chong Los Cochinos, VG Plus $10. Josh Brown first on Yes Tormato. And another Cheech and Chong, Sleeping Beauty. No condition notes $15. Cher is no condition notes $12.50. And Chicago 17 is $7.50. Jim Davis next on the Go-Go's. That one's already sold. We also have Ted Nugent Free for All. Ted Nugent is $10. And Sade Diamond. Wow, another Sade. $25 on that one. Near mint. Burt Jordan, you have two dibs on Cheech and Chong's. He says he wants both. That was easy. Those are sold to Burt Jordan, and then ZZ Top Eliminator. She's got legs. She knows how to use it. Bruce Springsteen is $10. The Police and Yada Mandata is $12.50, and the Allman Brothers live at the Fillmore. Red Polydor label, $17.50. 2LP non-gatefold jacket. Cher is called Cher. It's Cher by Cher. It's a 60s record on Imperial Records, and that is $12.50. Survivor Premonition. Survivor is $12.50, and Black Uhuru. Black Uhuru, 81 UK. $20 on that. XTC Orange and Lemons, wow. Half off of $59.99. So that's now just $30, half off of $59.99. ZZ Top was $17.50. That was half off of the $34.99. And Burt Jordan gets the Almond Brothers. That's so to Burt Jordan. We have Village People Renaissance. Village People is $10. Alabama The Touch is $7.50. Victor Guerra getting XTC for $30. Jason Fornerat on TC. I bet he was trying to get XTC. Already sold. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Neil Young is $17.50 for Rust Never Sleeps. We also have Elton John, Victim of Love, sealed, an unopened copy for $12.50. And we also have X. Wow, X in the half-off crate. Now it's $20. It was $39.99. X, more fun in the new world. $20. Bob Seger live, 9 tonight. $12.50 on Bob Seger and Badfinger Airwaves, $10. Shakedown getting sealed. Elton John. Leslie was second on that one. Also, Elvis Costello, King of America, $12.50 on that one. Fame, Rock and Roll World, sealed for $12.50. James Allen getting X. And then we had Neil Young, On the Beach, $17.50. We're obviously going to read through those again. That's what we call a blitz, a speed run. Okay. Here we go. J Neutral on Neil Young. ZZ Top had no condition notes. Yep. $17.50. It was a clean copy. I know there's some people interested. First person has dibs is Mike Quadrini. Then Chris Frazier. Inner sleeve. Yeah, it's nice. Couple scuffs. Sleeve scuffing is what we call that. Ooh. Let me touch my toes. Nice. Here we go. Cheap Trick, one-on-one. $10 on Cheap Trick. Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies, $10. These are no more, no less. Buy them now or possibly see them for more or less in the morning discount crate. Or same price. Neil Young, $17.50. What is King of America and Fame? Fame is the soundtrack, Rock and Roll World. That is sealed for $12.50. King of America is Elvis Costello. That's Elvis Costello. That's $12.50. Chris Frazier does get ZZ Top. That's sold. Victor Guerra gets Flash Run. Oh, no, he's just saying a Flash Run. Flash half off sale. That's right. Joan Jett. I love rock and roll. Clean vinyl, but a VG minus cover. Joan Jett, $15 on that. And then There Goes the Neighborhood, Joe Walsh. $10 on Joe Walsh. Blast, Holly Johnson, sealed for $12.50. And we have Steppenwolf, At Your Birthday Party, $10 on that. Next thing is Neil Young, Everybody's Rocking, $12.50. And John Cougar Scarecrow, $10. Fame, $9. Fame is $12.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Is Joan Jett signed? Yes, and JSC authenticated. Love and Mercy, All You Need is $7.50. Fleetwood Mac Live is $17.50. Elton John Jump Up, $10. Also, Robert Palmer Heavy Nova, $10. And 38 Special Strength of Numbers, $12.50. Tom, these are half off, no more, no less. He wants Fame and Elvis Costello. Sold. And over here, we have Elvis Costello. And those are both sold to Tom Sullivan. Cameron Koenig on Joe Walsh. That is sold to him right here. That is sold. And we have Blind Faith, VG, $7.50. We have Foghat Live, VG Plus, $7.50. The Rolling Stones is VG, $6.50. The Monkees is VG Plus, $7.50. Culture Club is VG, $6.50. Robin Trower, VG Plus, $7.50. CSN, VG Plus, $12.50. Chicago 17, $7.50. 38 Special right back here, sold to Sully. Done. See you later. Ted Nugent, $10. Don't forget about Sade for $25. Do what? We have Bruce Springsteen for $10. Do what? The Police is $12.50. Cher is $12.50. Survivor is $12.50. Black Uhuru is $20. Village People's $10. We have Alabama for $7.50. Neil Young is $17.50. Bob Seger's $12.50. And Badfinger is $10. And then There Goes Mark wants Robin Trower and the Police. There's the Police. And we're also going to pull them Robin Trower. That's sold to There Goes Mark. Next is C.C. Allen on Sade. That's sold to C.C. for just $25. And then Ted Nugent Free for All is sold to Tom Sullivan. I didn't get Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Here we go. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps is sold to Jay Nutra. Everything in this crate is sticker price, no more, no less. So Wayne Bartow, if you want the, for example, Wayne Bartow, if you want Blind Faith, it was originally $15, now $7.50. And then if you want Steppenwolf, it was originally $20, now $10. So those two originally were $35. You can pick them up right now for $10 and $7.50. Okay? And then I'll take the black Uhuru. This is sold to Victor Guerra. Weight is Joan Jett side. No, every time I show this Joan Jett, Mega Blast asked if it's autographed, and it confuses everybody, and it honestly causes great disruption, mass confusion, and hysteria. That's why every time I show this record, Mega Blast to say, is Joan Jett autographed? And then everybody gets really confused, and it causes mass hysteria. And that's why Mega Blast does it every time I show it, because it gets people really confused. It causes mass hysteria and confusion and chaos. And every time I show that, Mega Blast to go, is that autographed? And then it causes mass confusion, hysteria, and confusion. Chad, if you put me down for another Neil Young, only wanted Rust. I'll put you down for Neil Young, also over here on the beach. So over here on the beach is still available then for $17.50. Wayne Bartow only wants Blind Faith. You got it. Steve Winwood, VG, $7.50. Okay? Now, people see this, and typically someone will ask, is this autographed? And there'll be a serious inquiry about it. So this is the most common record I get asked, is Joan Jett autographed? Because that is her handwriting. That is her handwriting. So when I flash this record, I guess it's just in some people's minds that don't, or maybe they don't remember, or they see this and go like, whoa, wait a minute. Now, I actually had one time. She wrote over here, Joan Jett. I mean, I had one signed one time. And her handwriting looks just like that. So when I flash this, people's like, whoa, wait a minute. I promise I'm never going to let a signed Joan Jett album slip through the gaps here, especially on the front of the cover, because it can confuse a lot of people. That's exactly how her handwriting looks. So I've had one signed right here. It looks just like that. Just like it. Okay. And of course, if it was, it would be $200, $300, $400. But yes, that's her actual handwriting on the jacket. Okay, Wayne Bartow got Blind Faith. And then over here, Tyson Morgan on Neil Young on the beach. I love rock. I can't believe no one's buying it. Joan Jett signed. I love rock and roll. Yeah. Yeah, that looks exactly like the one I had. That's what it looks like. Keep rocking, Joan Jett. See? That's her handwriting. Only $500. And it's JSA. That's authentic, yeah. That's a good one. I told y'all. $400 or $500. So that one hadn't sold. So realistically, it's probably like a $400. I'd say the nice signed album like that, that's her. She's about $400. But if you want to get one right now, you got to pay $500. Okay? Cameron says he'll take Joan Jett. He'll take it. He wants it now. $15. How much is Wham? $17.50. Ah, crimson and clover, over and over. That's a big album. Odd. And I don't even know her, but I think I could love her. Over and over. Ah. Dun, dun. She played at CMA Fest, believe it or not. I saw her at, was it CMA Fest? Yeah, she played, like she came out with somebody. She came out with like one of those country artists and they did Crimson and Clover. Which is a Tommy James song. Over and over. All right, my question right now is the following. I don't know what to do. Kind of need to wrap up. Let me open up the floor for last request, last opinions, last suggestions. What another, we've streamed for, let's see, don't have any CDs ready. None that I can get to. That's why I got to stop. What was the other thing? Hold on, I'm stretching. I'm using this gigantic poster tube for a stretching device. Golly. I sound like Yoko? That's a compliment. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, do I want to go do it now or do I want to do the videos for the morning, go home and nap, come back like it early in the morning, knock some of it out then, or start tomorrow evening like 5 or 6 p.m. and rest tomorrow. Did I do a stream last Sunday or did Paul? I guess I didn't. No, so this is 6 days in a row. But I did come in Sunday night, yeah. I think I've worked about 21 straight days. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the videos. I think I'm gonna go home and sleep and then come back here early in the morning. Probably go home and then come back here at night and resume my normal night shift so I don't mess up my sleep schedule. But yeah, tomorrow, if I can get part of my project done, we'll do a quick sale tomorrow for coins because, I mean, it's this time of year. I can't stop selling. So, you know, missing a night even on a Sunday is big for us. And I'm not going to be here next Friday and Saturday or Sunday. I'll be in Las Vegas. So, sleep until Monday at 3 p.m. No, I don't do that. I can't sleep more than 5. I can't sleep any more than 5 hours at a time. So. Oh, I didn't. Wham is near mint minus and pristine. We are buying coins. Oh yeah, we just bought a bunch. We got a bunch of silver to sell. And I want to do that tomorrow. Maybe we can have a flash sale for a couple hours. But a couple hours here turns into a couple hours here turns into 5-10 hour stream. I never can just pop on for a couple hours and sell. It always turns into 10 or 15 hours. It turns into 6 or 8 hours. All right, this is so to Mark Visa, half off. Do I gamble? No, not really. No. Chad delivered some albums I bought for somebody today. They were very happy with the quality, how they came in mint ship. Great job again. Thanks for the packing. Thank you, Jay Nutra. Thank you, Jay Nutra. Yeah, I'll take some before and after pictures of this room. And thank you, Jay Nutra. And then thank you, Mark V's. I'm still buying coins. And I play blackjack because I think it's the best chance of winning. And I feel like I have a little bit of skill built, but if you play long enough, you don't win. See, I'll get up, $200, $300, $500, and then you want to keep playing, right? You keep playing, and you either get back to even or eventually the formula has it where you start losing. So if I do play, I try to do it at the end of my trip out there so I can stop. But I'm taking my mom and sister out there basically to show them the sights. They've never been anywhere close to anything like that. So we're staying at the Bellagio. That's probably where I'll play, but we'll probably go in and out. I want to visit. I want to show them all of them, but we'll probably play at the Bellagio. They won't play. Maybe slot machines, but I stay away from those. I can get pretty decent at blackjack. You can't obviously beat the system, but if you think you can, you're really going to lose. So I'll go out there with like 500. And so I've left some places where I've lost the allotment I was willing to lose, and I've went to some places and won a lot more than I thought I would. Hardest thing though is when you're up, let's say $1,000 playing blackjack, is to stop, especially on your first night. It's like, dang, I got 2 more nights. I want to keep playing. But yeah, you gotta pull the Kenny Rogers. You gotta know when to stop. Whew. Oh man, it's fun though. My thing is, play something you're good at where you can break even. If you can play blackjack with a deck, so I can stay pretty focused and pay attention to what's been played. I have a really good memory, but when you're playing 6 decks on continuous shuffle, if you're playing 6 decks on continuous shuffle, it's nearly impossible. I just try to pay attention to what's been, how many face cards have been shown. I try to pay really good attention. I have a really good memory. If y'all see me just remember stuff here, so I can apply it to that game and remember what's been played, but I'm still not at that level where you can remember the whole deck. If you can remember the whole deck, or 3 decks. I try to lock in though. I love trying to pay. If I feel like I can pay attention and I drink a couple monsters and I go to a blackjack table, I usually can win, but I play too long, then I start losing. So, but for 5 hours having a lot of fun and you've broke even, I feel like that's a win. Next week I'll report back. I'll let you know how I did. Probably, I'll say I broke even, which means I lost $30. The problem is those big casinos, they don't have the $10 hands. It's like $50 a hand. Whew. It's like, I'm like, oh my gosh, $50 a hand. I'm looking for like $10 a hand, 15. 15 is what, the cheapest I found at the Bellagio was $15 at like 2 a.m. on like a Thursday night. It was like a Thursday night, and I finally found a $15 table. But like a Saturday night after a big football game, or a Sunday night when all the NFL people are in there watching football, all the minimum table's like $50. I'm like, golly, that's how you blow through some cash fast. It's like $50 to get dealt 2 cards. And then I like winning 2 or 3 hands and then jumping up. And I jump up and I'm like, okay, I've won $150. I'm going to go take a break for a few minutes. And then I come right back, and about 20 minutes later, I'm like, all right, deal me 2 more hands. Let's see how this goes. Okay, let's get up. The whole reason we're going out there is to watch The Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. So Friday is my birthday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday night is The Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. So that's what we're doing. And so I'm only going to be here tomorrow. That's why I kind of need to do a show tomorrow. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. All right. With that, any last questions, adding to your invoice, anything else before I say good night? Pop Now Poker, basically a push-push game. Well, I've always wanted, I mean, I know how to play Texas Hold'em. I've played it online, you know, not for real money online, but just on my phone for years. But I see those guys in those rooms, and I'm like, okay, I'm smart enough to know those guys are really good. And if you're playing with really good poker players, even if you know how to play the game, they've got an edge on you, even though that's your best odds. But man, just knowing you're going to sit down at the table with some of those guys, it's like, man. By the way, Wayne Bartow, Steppenwolf is $10. The half-off stuff is always half off, no more, no less. The Kinks from the last bin for $12. Kinks in the last bin for $12. Give the people what they want. This is so there goes Mark for $12. See, I've never played with like really good people at a real Texas Hold'em table, so I feel like I'd be at an advantage, a disadvantage, because I feel like they know the. Plus, some of those guys, I'm like, man, I don't really know. I've never really handled real cards, and I'm like, what do I do here? So. Some of those guys are literally in there working. They're in there like making a living, trying to come out ahead $500, a few $1,000s a week. They're in there at work, and I'm just in there trying to figure out what I'm doing. Come on, Wayne. $10. Let's look at it. Nice. Just some sleeve scuffing. Gatefold die cut jacket. You can be the last sell of the night. Hope it's not too cold. I looked at the weather. It's not too bad out there. Weather's not too bad out there. So to Wayne Bartow. Done. Last sell of the night. All right. Is that it? Cameron was second. Oh, yeah. I'd rather sell records and make money than gamble. I'm not a gambler. I like playing blackjack, willing to lose X amount of dollars. And if I've lost it, I'm like, dang it. I could have bought anything with that. But I'll look into that game, Danny. Pow Jow. Interesting. I've seen some money burned up in slot machines, though. If anything, I wish I owned one of the casinos. Golly. Incredible stuff. All right. See y'all possibly tomorrow. Good night. And I'll be back tomorrow.